Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
To David, the so-called Annihilation Zerg were hardly worth a glance. In the eyes of the universe, they were terror. In his eyes, merely insects. Insects that bred too quickly, swarmed too often, and evolved too easily. The Oblivion Swarm, not worth my time. David's voice was calm as stone. His hands folded behind his back as he stepped into the heart of the Red Laboratory, a facility sealed under the highest Krypton tech security. This place housed a single project, a nightmare reborn. Doomsday. The air inside was thick with sterilized mist and pulsing energy. Rows of vats glowed blood red, each one cradling replicating cells that pulsed with chaotic life. David's gaze lingered on the largest chamber, where a colossal figure was taking shape, muscle and bone twisting under torrents of bioenergy. The initial Doomsday cells are already part of me, David murmured, his eyes glinting with hunger. But at my level, that alone isn't enough. The truth was simple. David wasn't satisfied with simply being Kryptonian. He wanted more. He wanted the infinite adaptability of Doomsday, the power to resist, resurrect, and evolve endlessly until even death itself gave up. Become a monster myself and still keep my will intact. His lips curled into the faintest smile. The ancient Doomsday, chaos given flesh. A Kryptonian abomination born from a forbidden experiment. Killed and resurrected hundreds of millions of times until its very genes remembered every death, rewriting themselves to resist any method that had ever harmed it. Infinite rebirth, infinite resistance, infinite evolution, the ultimate weapon. Even if I fall, David thought, I will rise immune to the hand that struck me down. He stepped closer to the vat. Inside, the embryonic Doomsday twitched, hungrily devouring raw energy, every nerve and tendon a testament to unbridled survival. Even David felt a rare flicker of solemnity. Hurry and grow. When you stand complete, even I may bleed to defeat you. But he didn't look away. In his eyes, there was no fear, only greed. Ancient Doomsday, you will be the blueprint, and I will surpass you. Negative space. In another corner of reality, deep within the hollow abyss of negative space, the Annihilation Worm King Ernerus sat slumped on a grotesque throne of chitin and bone. His mood was as dark as the void around him. Armies of Zerg crawled, writhed, and devoured endlessly, so many that the very fabric of negative space groaned beneath their hunger. Worlds had already been stripped clean, yet it was never enough. Without Galactus, my swarm will never reach perfection, Ernerus hissed. His compound eyes glared out across the churning tides of insects. We needed his cosmic essence. With it, the swarm would have been unstoppable. But Galactus had slipped from his grasp, and the swarm's hunger had become unbearable. He rose slowly, his monstrous form towering over his court. No more waiting. The swarm invades now. The order rippled through the hive mind like fire. At once, the negative space ruptured. From its cracks poured an endless tide of chittering horrors. They flooded across the stars like a living ocean, devouring everything in their path. Planets screamed and fell. Civilizations burned. The Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar all mobilized, uniting fleets in a desperate attempt to hold the tide. But the swarm was endless. What are these things? They eat everything. Weapons ineffective. Repeat, ineffective. Worlds collapsed. Galaxies dimmed. Chaos spiraled outward. And still, the swarm spread. Far away, a lone figure floated in the void, watching. Janata. Her golden eyes gleamed as she studied the writhing tide. Insects again, she whispered, her voice low with amusement. The moment her gaze fell upon them, the Zerg shuddered. For the first time in their existence, the swarm felt fear. It was the instinctive terror of prey before predator. So this universe holds a feast after all. Janata's lips curled into a predatory smile. Let's see if your swarm tastes as sweet as it looks. The swarm froze. Every Zerg, from the smallest skittering drone to the massive broodlords, trembled as their instincts screamed a single truth. Predator. The natural enemy they'd never known was standing before them, licking her lips. Janata smiled sweetly, brushing a strand of silver hair from her face as the last shell cracked between her teeth. You really shouldn't stare while a lady eats. It's not very polite. She dabbed at the corner of her mouth as if she'd just finished afternoon tea, not swallowed thousands of chittering horrors whole. Insects stared, horrified. What kind of monster are you? One drone stammered, its limbs quivering. Even Galactus, eater of worlds, needed time to feed. But this girl, this smiling goddess, erased armies and heartbeats. Another bug shrieked, voice breaking. Is your stomach a black hole? You've eaten thousands of us, and you're still hungry? Janata giggled, her eyes gleaming with the hunger of a starved beast. Thousands? Please, that was just the appetizer. The swarm broke. Terror seized them. They turned to flee. SZZZK. A beam of searing heat slashed across the void, incinerating dozens in a flash. Janata. The name struck like a blade. Owen descended, flanked by a regiment of Krypton tech soldiers, his aura cold and merciless. His crimson cape barely moved, yet the air itself seemed to shudder around him. Unauthorized departure from Krypton. Uncontrolled feeding. You violated protocol. His voice was flat, but his eyes burned like a death sentence. Janata shrank slightly, pouting. But they were going to invade. I was helping, she muttered, voice shrinking. Owen's gaze slid past her to the endless tide still churning at the galaxy's edge. His command rang out, crisp and iron-hard. Sweep the surrounding starfields. Not one insect sets foot near Krypton. If they breach our borders, it will be on our heads. The army roared in reply. Ships streaked into the void, their hulls gleaming with Kryptonian alloys and mutant tech fusion. Warriors burst forth, Kryptonians, mutants, Inhumans. Those without cosmic-grade durability inside ships armed with plasma lances and quantum cannons. Skirmishes lit the stars. Swarms shattered under Kryptonian firepower. But the greater hive was elsewhere, spread across galaxies, locked in brutal wars against the Kree, the Skrulls, the Shi'ar. Planets burned, billions died, and still the swarm came. On the battlefield of a shattered moon, a raccoon cursed, firing his quad blaster with manic precision. Damn bugs. Groot, make me a damn bug kebab already. I am Groot. With a roar, the tree's branches impaled a dozen drones, stringing them like grotesque ornaments. Good boy, Rocket grinned savagely. Now let's roast him. Dinner's on me. Star-Lord laughed over the din, firing his element gun in rapid bursts. Speak for yourself, trash panda. I'm not eating those things. Too much kite. Rocket snarled without looking back. I told you never to call me that. Besides, bugs or no bugs, we're getting paid. Whole damn galaxy's desperate for mercs. We're about to make enough credits to buy a moon. Drax waded into the horde with his daggers, slicing left and right. You fools. Credits are nothing. I have heard whispers a place these insects dare not enter. The others glanced at him, breathless. The center of the universe, he continued gravely. A realm ruled by one man. They fell silent. Even amid chaos, the name hung in the air, unspoken but understood. David, the one who killed Thanos. The man the swarm feared. The axis the universe itself bent around. Gamera's voice was low, cutting through the chaos. One day, I'll see him myself. I want to know what kind of man turns the impossible into reality. And then, boom, the sound ripped through the cosmos like a divine hammer. Every being froze. Even the swarm halted, antennae raised, as the very barrier of the universe itself cracked. At the edge of existence, space split apart. Through the rupture poured colossal warships, their hulls gleaming with runes older than galaxies. Their cannons glowed with laws that bent reality itself. Gasps spread like wildfire. Those weapons pierced the universe itself. Who are they? A civilization from beyond our universe? Even the gods watching from their star thrones leaned forward, unease flickering across their faces. David looked up. For the first time in centuries, surprise touched his eyes. So, the constructors returned. The oldest race. The architects of creation. And they had come armed. Universe Constructor. In the Marvel Universe, this race is the oldest and extremely powerful. A long time ago, this race lay in the main universe of Marvel, that is the 61 universe, and created countless races and lives in one fell swoop. It is the creator of the entire universe, species, and ecological civilization system. Unique system to control countless time and space. Taking into account the special status of the 616 universe as the main universe, in the crazy expansion and self-replication of the multi-universe, countless parallel universes all originate from the 616 universe. Therefore, a large number of species and systems created by constructors have long become an important part of today's multi-universe and one of the most important framework structures. This race also directly controls more than 5,000 universes and dimensions, and indirectly controls countless parallel worlds. Constructor civilization, I didn't expect to meet these guys. David touched his chin and was very surprised. He looked from a distance, looking at the huge battleships that broke into this universe. Each battleship was condensed with astonishing levels of technology, and the artillery fire it carried also had the power to destroy a large number of galaxies with one blow. Various rule weapons, energy weapons, concept weapons, celestial weapons, etc., are densely loaded on these warships. As expected of the builder, it's gimmicky, it's so beautiful. David made a comment. If it is said that if you insist on finding the strongest civilization on the technology side in Marvel, it is undoubtedly the Constructor, which is a real powerful existence across the level universe. In the face of such a threat, I'm more curious about what those guys who are out of their minds will do. If it is said that the emergence of the Annihilation Zerg forces the three interstellar empires to stop their vendetta against each other and fight against the Annihilation Zerg in unison, then, in the original work, the appearance of the Constructor, the forced annihilation of the Zerg, and the three empires were forced to join forces. Really interesting scene. And the strong invasion of the Constructor has completely shaken the entire universe. Not to mention ordinary life. Even the numerous gods are looking at him with a bewildered expression at the moment. Most of the gods don't even know these guys. Only a very small number of people who can know the existence of other cosmic information will observe this scene with a solemn expression. The creator of the universe. Why did you come here? They have directly controlled at least 5,000 worlds. Do they want to continue to expand? No, I prefer that they come with a purpose. Among the 5 great creation gods, the only remaining 4 were gathered, watching the battleships from afar. These guys are getting more and more rampant, especially after the birth of the multi-universe, and scrupulous. It's normal, these guys are mechanical minds. Only, if they broke in here by accident, if they really came for a certain purpose, then there would be a good show. Are we going to stop it? No, no need. The 4 gods of creation kept talking and exchanging opinions. Gradually, more and more existences became acutely aware of the purpose of these visitors from different universes. I saw the warships moving rapidly, and along the way, they fired directly, bombarding everything in front of them, whether it was the planet or the Annihilation Zerg. They were all wiped out. All kinds of powerful technological weapons were thrown out, and in an instant, they began to scan the entire universe. Found it in a battleship, a humanoid creature with a golden body, looking at the result of the scan with indifference. There is a civilized race in the entire universe, collecting results based on rule information. Our hunting target is in the center of the universe. The son of the Megatron multi-universe, the multi-miracle, The life form named David is in the center of the universe. Find him, catch him. This is the most perfect creature so far. As long as the genetic blockade of this creature is broken, we can obtain clones of this creature in large quantities. The bits and pieces of flesh and blood we collected in the multi-universe before are worthless at all. Apart from knowing that this guy has a powerful gene-blocking technology, he doesn't know anything about his life code. Before, during the bloody battle between David and Sidorak, the battlefield spanned a small multi-universe. David was also seriously injured with a lot of flesh and blood constantly self-healing and breaking out, and was robbed by many guys. As a result, Mao was useless, and none of them broke through this gene-blocking technology. Even a multi-universe level god has nothing to do with this kind of gene. Therefore, the universe constructor once gave up the plan to decipher David's gene. But who knows, the turning point will come soon. Is the cosmic bomb ready? Don't worry, Headquarters has dispatched supervisors to stare at the universe that David uses to extract energy. As long as we do something here, they will immediately destroy that universe. Fortunately, the idiot Gia forced David to reveal the coordinates of his whole cards and gave us a chance. Many constructors communicated, showing sneers and expectations. David can be so strong, relying on unlimited absorption of sunlight, and then convert it into infinite energy if they destroy the corresponding universe, and then destroy the fixed star of this universe in a large area. David will lose supplies. Without the radiance of the infinite fixed star of a universe, David is no longer a son of the sun, and he is just an ordinary man. Target locked. Wait, what did I see? So many sun children. David actually used his genes to create a race. Perfect. It was even more perfect than the most wonderful result we could have ever imagined. Don't keep your hands, fire at will, as long as you have David and a few children of the sun as specimens. The point is to seize the gene pool of this race. Only a complete gene pool can create a complete race. Many battleships rushed towards the center of the universe in a roar, murderous, with a kind of morbid madness. They know David's value too well, especially seeing so many Kryptonians. It's crazy, which means David's genes can be copied. Get David, get the gene pool, and they'll have a formidable army. Countless powerful warriors who can become stronger in the sun will become a member of their constructor family. We constructors will not have to be limited to mechanical bodies. We can also have flesh and blood. Just use the genes of these children of the sun to make bodies. Countless battleships roared away and went directly to Krypton. The constructors went straight to Krypton. Everyone was startled. Even David raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. Isn't it good to live well? You have to come and die. David stood up, a deep suspicious look on his face. Are these guys crazy? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Since you can't wait to come and die, I'm happy to help you all. You don't need to surpass the Protoss. You all have to die. David looked indifferent. In the original work, the one who really defeated the Constructors and greatly damaged the vitality of the Constructor civilization had to be the first family of Marvel Beyond the Protoss. Beyond the Protoss directly attacked the headquarters of the Constructor civilization, destroying the entire headquarters and killing all the Constructors in it. However, that was a long time ago, because now, let alone the Transcendent Protoss, even the Transcendent Protoss who created the Transcendent Protoss, whose status in Marvel is second only to the OAA Transcendent, has not yet been seen. Snapped. David clapped his hands and burst out with a cracking sound. The entire Krypton began to prepare for the war, and many residents gathered, looking solemnly ready to face the invading Constructor civilization. This is also the first enemy that everyone has faced since Krypton was established. I originally thought that we would have a battle with the Annihilation Zerg, but I didn't expect that those damn bugs would not dare to approach us at all. It was these otherworld visitors who really came to provoke us. The result is the same. I can't wait to show my strength to the universe. Krypton has always been very low-key, but this low-key does not mean that we are weak and the death of these guys is used to declare our greatness. Numerous Kryptonians, mutants, and mechanical gods all looked up into space at this moment. The powerful beings among them had far more vision than ordinary people, and they had clearly seen and perceived the majestic fleet that was approaching rapidly. The other party is the Constructor civilization, the oldest race in the multi-universe. It is divided into 6 occupations: creator, engineer, caretaker, supervisor, Aleph, and gardener. It directly controls more than 5,000 worlds. But this time it's just a branch, don't worry. Brain Magic quickly sorted out some of the information that David handed to it, and quickly uploaded it to every citizen's personal terminal. Finally, the Constructor fleet arrived at the center of the universe. War broke out. Owen took the lead in leading the Kryptonian army, attacked brazenly, traversed the universe with his flesh, and collided with these fleets with a bang. Subsequently, several Omega-level mutants also began to work. First, find a way to destroy the enemy's fleet protection layer and create opportunities for the Kryptonian warriors. Aurora whispered. His eyes suddenly turned white, and in an instant, endless lightning and thunder flashed, and a terrifying thunderstorm that spanned countless light years came, far away from the fleet that was constantly bombarding. After a long interval, Magneto suddenly raised his hand, let out a low growl, raised his forehead, and pushed his magnetism ability to the extreme. Magnetic force, as one of the 4 major forces of the universe. If it is really placed in the universe's starry sky, the power it will explode will only be more amazing. Nice, but only this way. Apart from the Sons of the Sun, they claim to be Kryptonians. Besides these guys, there's some very strange groups, not many in number, but with special abilities. Comprehensive analysis. It should be an experimental product of the cosmic deity group. Ignore the mutant trash and focus on the Kryptonians. Numerous constructors give orders. Mutant? The experimental product of the cosmic Tengen group? To tell the truth, the constructors have also dealt with the Cosmos God group and have some understanding of the experiments of the God group, but they don't care at all. Damn the intruders! Wanda also started to move, and a terrible red light appeared all over his body. In the frenzied stirring of chaos force, he began to distort reality wildly. What's even more amazing is that Wanda's power can not only penetrate the Builder's stable and realistic technological devices, but also distort the technological devices. This time, the constructors were completely shocked. What is this? How can this kind of power appear here? Chaos Force. Damn, this is Chaos Force, one of the 3 primordial forces in the multi-universe. Chaos Force has been acquired by the Mephisto in Sithon many years ago. Why does it appear in this universe? Obviously, that red-haired woman is Sithon's chosen strength carrier. We are in trouble, and rashly moving this woman will attract Sithon's attention. The constructors felt a headache, especially looking at the sound of the alarm from the reality stabilization device on the spacecraft. It was even more of a headache. Compared with Chaos Force, which naturally distorts reality and modifies the truth, the devices they use technological means are simply several orders of magnitude worse. Don't worry, it's amazing that they can have a Chaos Force user. There's no way. Damn, what is this? This is the Phoenix Force. Another primordial force. What I'm more worried about is whether a fairy power will suddenly appear in a while. If there is a user of fairy power here, this battle will not be needed. The constructors looked at the sudden burst of Qin and the Phoenix Phantom behind the Qin, and suddenly fell into a sense of powerlessness. I vaguely feel that they seem to have provoked a great group of people. Mutant, the innumerable experimental product of the cosmic deity group in the multi-universe. A group located in this universe, so terrifying? At the moment, the other mutants got their hands on it. Iceman Bobby immediately raised his hands and started breathing cold air frantically, which could freeze the power of rule in time and space. It's just that the cold air has just affected, and many battleships have become stiff. And at this time, the numerous Kryptonians had already killed in front of the battleship, broke through the protective cover one after another and rushed into the interior of the battleship. Kill all the enemies. You only need to leave a few specimens. This is the order of the Supreme Commander, His Excellency David. Owen roared solemnly. Under the leadership of various medium-level genetic officers, a team rushed into the battleship, followed by many mutants with different abilities. Swish! The Red Devil, who is proficient in space teleportation. This Red Devil, who has lived for 5,000 years from the Apocalypse era all the way to the present, is extremely active. After many soldiers rushed into the battleship, it was confirmed that there was a gap in the space shielding technology of the other party, and the action was immediately launched. He teleported to the inside of the constructor for the first time, and then launched a precise assassination. In less than a second, more than a dozen constructors were cut off by him. I have to earn enough credit this time, and then find a way to find David and let him tell me about the abyss. The devil in the abyss. Maybe my body was born there. While the Red Devil slaughtered, he thought silently. In an instant, the battle reached its most intense level. And it is the constructors who are at a disadvantage and are in a hurry to be beaten. Why are there so many strange creatures with these abilities? Their power is beyond our imagination. There are so many Omega mutants. David deserves to be the one who has mastered the destiny of this universe, and the subordinates he recruits are terrifyingly powerful. Numerous constructors were furious and launched a fierce confrontation with the Kryptonian army. As the top civilization of the multi-universe, this civilization that is good at the mechanical side has already transformed its body into a machine. Without flesh and blood, it has become a complete silicon-based creature. Silicon-based organisms have unparalleled advantages in computing power. Yes, but unfortunately, I also have mechanical creatures here. David chuckled softly. Snapped. Several powerful mechanical gods suddenly rushed into the depths of the battleship, and every time they made a move, they took away several constructors. This is the Cosmos God Group. Their core code is something we've been searching for so many years, and it has been deciphered by this David. This child of the sun has given us too much shock. Among the constructors, the creator who was in charge of commanding everything had a gloomy expression, watching a battleship in embarrassment, and immediately understood that they had failed in this raid. But it doesn't matter. I have sent the cosmic coordinates back to the headquarters, and sooner or later they will send a really powerful army. Also, the universe that acts as a source of energy should almost be blown up now. The creator looked indifferent. Don't panic at all. Just need to wait for the next opportunity. Suddenly, you don't have another chance. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The creator's face changed wildly, revealing a look of astonishment. Who is it? Can you decipher my firewall and read my electronic signals? It's me. Haven't you been looking for me all the time? Boom. David made his own shot, easily smashed through the countless layers of barriers, and accurately found the creator's position from the space-time gap in the battleship. The creator stared blankly, looking at David in disbelief. His mind roared, and the powerful brain fell into a brief stagnation at this moment. This man, this flesh and blood creature, actually has the ability of mechanics and electronics. What a horrible monster is this? Monster like you is what we need. David, you're the most perfect species we have ever seen. You will definitely usher in the full sniping of the constructor civilization. The creator suddenly went mad. David's mouth twitched. I'm so greedy for my body. Who are the rubbish builders? At this time, David's expression changed, showing a dumb look. You destroyed my other universe and cut off my energy source? It's really interesting. A smile appeared on the creator's face. Your battle with Gia has completely exposed your cosmic coordinates. It is only by relying on the sunlight of this entire universe that you can fight against the existence of multiple dimensions. Now, this whole universe is gone. You're going to die. No, you're going to die. You destroyed one of my toys. I am angry. David looked at the golden robot solemnly and immediately raised his hand. Under the bewildered gaze of the other party, he shot directly. Snapped. The creator was wiped out by David on the spot. This constructor fleet has completely entered the countdown to its destruction. Numerous Kryptonian armies began to encircle and suppress it from all angles. Every minute and every second, a large number of constructors were killed and a battleship was penetrated. David watched all this coldly and finally sneered. It's all ridiculous tricks. In an instant, the mechanical ability that had not been used for a long time burst out and spread out in an instant, forcibly breaking through all the firewalls and controlling all the warships. At the same time, under the shock and despair of the remaining constructors, they, along with themselves, were controlled by David. Became a puppet. Constructor civilization. Do you really think that I can hunt at will without the energy source? Well, I will slaughter you and reap a wave of prestige. David laughed in a low voice, and the laughter was icy and terrifying. The will of a famous constructor was forcibly deciphered by David, and the secrets hidden in their minds are no longer secrets in front of David. Even if their thinking is sheltered by an extremely powerful system, even each individual has arranged various psychological cues and defense systems in their brains. But in front of David, vulnerable, I have found the headquarters of the constructor civilization. There is no need to surpass the Protoss to attack you. I will destroy you with my own hands, uproot your arrogance, and turn you into multiple garbage. David slowly raised his head, his eyes crossed a long distance, and looked out of the universe. Owen, coordinate the army. Before I return, kill all the outsiders who break into Krypton. David gave an order, and the next moment, he left with a bang and started to act. He has indeed lost his energy source, and the 6 infinite gems are imprisoning the Gia consciousness, unable to repair the destroyed universe. However, even with the abundant energy in his body, he has already reached David's current peak energy reserve, which is enough to walk sideways in the multi-universe. Constructor civilization, damn it. At the moment, the multi-universe is somewhere. At the center of the multi-universe, the main universe number 616, surrounded by 5,000 worlds. The constructor headquarters, as always, conducts daily information screening. Is there any news from Cosmos 16348? With such a powerful branch fleet in the past, hunting a son of the sun who has lost its energy source should be very simple. There is no news for the time being, but it is coming soon. In front of such a powerful fleet, the gods will fall. Several constructors kept talking, with a kind of expectation and confidence in their voices. They are eager to put David on the experimental bench and dissect it, and they don't think their fleet will lose. Just because they are constructors. Soon, there will be occasional spatial fluctuations. There's a response. This is the signal of our fleet. But why is there only one? A supervisor was taken aback. The next moment, a tattered warship broke into the headquarters directly. Immediately afterwards, the battleship exploded. David slowly withdrew his fist, and, after blowing up the battleship with one blow, he walked out of the endless vortex of explosions and looked down at it all. Constructor headquarters found. David bowed his head, looking down at the magnificent building complex indifferently. Every building is the pinnacle of technology. However, the more high-end technology, the more restrained by David. Constructor, damn it. David spoke, and a voice spread throughout the headquarters in an instant. The entire constructor civilization was shocked, and after being stunned, it was immediately furious. This guy is David, the son of the sun. Obviously, our fleet was defeated, and this guy found the location of our headquarters. Look, how is this possible? My subfleet is enough to easily destroy countless universes, but it has failed so much. He is the son of the sun. Hurry up, do it, kill him. Analyze his genes. The entire headquarters began to be restless, and countless constructors immediately began to act, using various high-tech weapons to aim at David. Breaking into the base camp of the constructor civilization, you are courting death. Many constructors stared greedily at David, but David just sneered, and in an instant his heart moved, and he immediately began to control everything madly. Mechanical aid ability activate. In an instant, The entire headquarters was swept away by this terrible force. Soon, one after another information barrier was broken by David, and countless technological creations were controlled by David. Countless constructors were stunned on the spot, staring at the weapons they controlled, losing control, and even turning their direction and aiming at themselves. What's the matter? This flesh and blood creature actually has the ability to control machinery. This should be the ability of our constructors. The entire constructor civilization was plunged into huge amounts of chaos, with deep horror on their faces. David lowered his head indifferently, overlooking everything, and said indifferently, "Now, the hunting begins, the indiscriminate massacre. It depends on who of you is lucky enough to survive." The voice just fell. Countless artillery fire broke out. The entire headquarters was in unprecedented chaos, and countless constructors were stunned and horrified to avoid the attack of their own weapons, and the weapons that were scattered throughout all the buildings were now firing on them. The constructors' most proud achievement, the power that claims to be able to kill gods, at this moment turned around like never before, directly attacking themselves. Countless constructors died tragically on the spot. Endless explosions rose into the sky, and this prosperous world fell into unprecedented, terrifying turmoil and destruction. Countless shrill screams sounded, and the well-developed constructor, when faced with death, was still no different, also feared, and instinctively ran away. What a monster! David, you can actually control machinery. How can there be such a terrifying monster in this world? Quick, detonate the energy source, and I will perish together. Some of the constructors went crazy, and even more angry and deeply unwilling. They all roared, detonating energy reservoirs one by one, hoping to kill David in this way. He no longer has the blessing of a universe. He is just an ordinary god now. But the next moment, it made them completely desperate. I saw that every crazy constructor suddenly stiffened and was swallowed by a terrifying explosion in despair. I can control machinery, and you lowly creatures are also machinery. What is it that gives you the courage to dare to do something to me? Your stupidity and ignorance are bringing about your self-prosperous and powerful selves, come to despair and destruction. Under countless desperate and frightened gazes, David sneered and did it himself. He suddenly rushed down, smashing hundreds of constructors with one punch. Turning around suddenly, his hot vision shot out, and the chaotic headquarters was split into two in an instant. Endless flames rose into the sky. Terrifying shockwave swept away everything, and the countless screams were clearly the most pleasant and beautiful music. David continued to slaughter with admiration, and he enjoyed the process very much. This terrible scene was quickly passed on, and was noticed by powerful beings in many universes and even multi-universes. What's going on? The headquarters of the constructor civilization has been bloodbath? This is the oldest race in the multi-universe, but why did it end like this? Who will be? Many gods looked at this scene solemnly, unable to hide their horror. Soon, they saw the man, a man strolling leisurely with a faint smile on his face amid endless wailing and destruction. Just seeing this person for the first time, all the gods felt a tingling in their scalps. This man is David, from Reputation +20. From many knowledgeable gods immediately showed a deep horror on their faces. This is too terrifying. It is this existence that has entered the base camp of the constructor civilization. Before the constructors sent a fleet, most likely to hunt David, but David retaliated. But how dare David? His biggest trump card has been exposed, and now everyone knows that as long as the universe is destroyed, he will be abolished. He simply does not have the ability to fight against multidimensional existence. But now, how dare he? The headquarters of the constructor, who can kill even the gods and even briefly resist the terrifying fortress of the multidimensional Mephisto, was so easily broken by him. This oldest race is suffering from his massacre. He dares to do this. He should have absolute confidence. I'm more inclined to be bluffing, deliberately strong just to cover up actual weakness. Numerous gods watched all this from afar. They watched the mighty constructor end miserably, dying in mourning and pain. They frowned and fell into a long silence. What exactly is going on? David, why would he dare to do this? No one knows, and no one dares to rush to be the savior of the constructor civilization at this time. At the same time, the Earth of the main universe. The heroes of the Earth also watched this scene in shock. Just on the various observation instruments, all kinds of data were rushing wildly. There is the headquarters of the constructor. This first race was actually invaded. Fury was shocked. Captain Marvel immediately got up and said solemnly, "I'm the fastest here. I'll go and see who did it." If it's a massive invasion from another universe, then we're not immune. At this time, a surprising scene happened. I saw that the headquarters, which was so huge that it spanned thousands of galaxies, exploded with a bang. Everything is buried. The headquarters of the constructor civilization is gone. Everything fell into eternal silence. All those who looked at this terrifying scene were completely speechless and shocked. A lot of prestige came in. This is the constructor civilization, the oldest race in the multi-universe, and has created countless races and systems. The various forces they have constructed have clearly become an important framework for the multi-universe. But such a powerful race, its headquarters, was completely destroyed by David. Countless builders died tragically on the spot. That's right, a group of things that should be reptiles rarely become a high-ranking person. They should be honest and noble reptiles, but they always try to get power that doesn't belong to you. David laughed in a low voice and said a sentence. This sentence, in an instant, spread throughout the 5,000 worlds along the information channel of the constructor civilization. Soon, the constructors of the entire multi-universe heard this sentence, and they created a defense system of 100 million hail months, which was like a fake in front of David. The many remaining constructors were extremely angry, but more panic and despair. How do we defeat a monster like him? There is no need to win. He has no spare energy and has lost the supply of energy sources. He can only rely on the energy storage in his body to support the battle. He can hurt us at most, but it is impossible to destroy us. The builders were terrified and terrified. At the moment, Captain Marvel also arrived, watching the scene in shock. That huge headquarters is actually gone. Thousands of galaxies have also been completely destroyed and turned into cosmic dust. What a crazy move. Captain Marvel shivered. Originally, she should have blocked or even stopped David and arrested him. The terrible act of destroying thousands of galaxies in one fell swoop has seriously damaged the stability of the 616 universe. But at this moment, Captain Marvel froze in place, confused. In the face of such existence, she will die. Even if you rush up, it's no use, it's a waste of death. David walked out with a blank face, bathed in the wailing of the endless undead, and passed Captain Marvel. This short brush of shoulders made Captain Marvel's muscles tense and his hair stand on end, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. You can only stand in place sluggishly, watching the other party go away. Well, the constructor civilization is spread across 5,000 worlds, and it would be very troublesome to clear them one by one. With cold eyes, David lifted his foot and entered a certain area of the universe. Soon, the entire universe fell into huge amounts of collapse and destruction. David immediately went to the next one. With that, the universe collapsed. Countless builders died one after another. Under the terrified gazes of countless eyes, the slaughter continued one universe at a time, and with every action, hundreds of millions of lives were slaughtered. The endless undead are in pain and mourning, the most tragic despair. Universes burst open one by one, turning into dust under the multi-universe category. This crazy guy is actually killing it world by world, while devouring endless sunlight. At the same time, use this power to kill the constructor. TSK. The constructor really annoyed him. The collapse of the entire constructor civilization, once again, proclaims David's terror to the entire multi-universe. Endless prestige points came madly because the status of the constructor civilization was too special, and as a result, such a powerful race was slaughtered bloodily by David. Righteous superhero? I'm sorry, he was a famous executioner in World War II. A hero is just a skin, and at the multi-universe level, fools will continue to use this skin. Soon, the worlds were bloodily cleaned by David, and countless existences watched this scene silently. Finally, after destroying more than 1,000 worlds, David walked slowly out of the ruins, looking thoughtful. Is he finally tired? Many exist in low voices. In fact, David is still full of energy. By destroying so many worlds and killing billions of constructors, I found something very interesting. David touched his chin, sorting out the many bits and pieces of technology he lived, and a strange smile suddenly evoked at the corner of his mouth. In the technology of the constructor, the research on various systems is the most in-depth, but this kind of thing in the hands of David can develop more interesting things. This time, David stopped the pace of destruction, turned around, and returned to his own universe. He immediately began to unify these numerous systems, especially involving the research on the life essence of the constructor, and combined with his own ideas, he began to engage in secret research and development. It seems that the unprecedented disaster faced by the constructor civilization at the moment came to an abrupt end. The remaining builders were outraged. Headquarters wanted to hunt this monster, but was hunted by this monster. But who would have thought that David actually possesses mechanical power? All our technological means are useless in front of him, and the accumulation of billions of years has all become his best weapon for slaughtering us. A famous constructor was frightened and wanted to cry without tears. In this battle, their losses were too tragic. They were directly knocked down into the clouds, and the arrogance was completely dispelled. In a universe, a constructor with the profession of engineer carefully inquired into the outside world and confirmed that it was really safe. After the demon was really gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. The constructor headquarters have been destroyed, and 1/5 of the world has been wiped out. We're no longer who we were. The engineer was grief-stricken. Who would have thought that such a powerful constructor civilization would be reduced to such an end because of provoking a David? What made him even more disturbed was that David, the terrifying demon, had already mastered the core life mystery of the constructors. The constructor will have no life secrets before David. Fortunately, we still have a chance. As long as we continue to develop and become stronger than the most prosperous period, all the losses will be doubled back. The engineer gritted his teeth, and the roar of the debut broke out on the machine. Suddenly, there is a strange, invisible force that suddenly crosses the barriers of time and space, directly traces the life characteristics of their constructors, and penetrates directly into the engineer's thinking organ. Ding! The Kryptonian slave system has been launched. Congratulations! You have been bound as slave number 4618478 and become a great and glorious loyal dog of Krypton. Engineers are going crazy. Kryptonian slave system? What the hell is this? You are the slave. Your whole family are slaves. I am a noble constructor. How can I be your Kryptonian slave? The engineer roared wildly. Ding! Despicable host. Please pay attention to your wording. All the genetic systems, thinking systems, and technological systems of your clan have all become the property of Krypton. Being able to be a dog for Krypton is the glory of your life and the ultimate value of your clan's existence. The constructor, a backward and primitive garbage species, can get the opportunity to become a loyal dog of Krypton. It is a gift from the great Supreme Commander, His Excellency David. You should be grateful to your master. The Kryptonian slave system fired directly, with a calm and mechanical voice, speaking roughly the same words to each of the constructors at the same time. When the engineer exploded and roared, he had to use his own firewall and antivirus system to clean up his body. But his desperation was that no matter how hard he tried, he could never find this weird thing called system. It was as if the system had become part of him. What is even more terrifying is that whenever he wants to resist, a strange whisper will come out from the depths of his will. This voice repeatedly tells him to be loyal and to be a good lackey. This is the glory of a lifetime. Useless, lowly hosts, your mental traits and life codes have been deciphered, and you will be the lackeys of the great David for generations. The Kryptonian slave system faithfully said. The engineer roared hoarsely, fighting against the other self in his mind, but to no avail. This scene happened in the remaining 4,000 worlds. Many gods inexplicably watched the constructors go crazy together and said inexplicable words. System? Slaves? What's all this? Constructors are the race that is best at building systems. Maybe because of David, their thinking system has a cognitive bias and collapsed. Many gods looked sympathetic. It's really pitiful to be reduced to this level. Just because he provoked David, he fell from the strongest civilization aloof to the clouds in an instant. Look, everyone is going crazy now. And every time the constructors wanted to tell the system things, their heads would explode and they would die on the spot. Many gods also took action to capture a few crazy constructors, but they didn't research anything. No matter how you look at them, these guys are just crazy, and the emergence of cognition is really pitiful and even more deplorable. David was also admiring this scene, showing his expression. Yes, really good. The system of the constructor civilization was captured by me and improved into a cognitive and thinking weapon, and then transferred to all the constructors, which is an affiliated slave race. David immediately showed a satisfied smile. The entire constructor, from this moment on, has become a plaything in David's hands. As long as he wants, he can directly issue system tasks and force the entire constructor civilization to serve him. This makes David happy. At this moment, ding! Congratulations, Your Excellency, Commander, for completing the special event subsystem and giving random rewards. Oh, David immediately developed a strong interest. So there are rewards to get? Ding! Congratulations to Your Excellency, Commander. You have obtained the ancient Kryptonian mad scientist Portland. In the next second, a large number of light curtains flashed, and the rays of light converged, continuously engraving and embodying a figure. It's Portland. David's body shook, showing a look of surprise. Portland, this mad scientist, has a very special position in the entire history of Kryptonian civilization. It was Portland who took the lead in proposing the taboo experimental plan to create the perfect Kryptonian by human means and directly launch the actual action. He kept killing and resurrecting a gene chain, and finally, a Kryptonian baby successfully overcame death and twisted it into an ancient Doomsday. Doomsday, an important branch on the evolutionary path of Kryptonians, was originally created by Portland. The ancient Doomsday that ravaged the DC world, infinite resurrection, infinite evolution, immortality and immortality, the ultimate origin of all the Doomsdays, the evolutionary monster that makes the DC gods feel fear and trembling. The ancient Doomsday that cannot be killed or beaten was made in Portland. What a huge amount of surprise to get this vital mad scientist just when I was about to become Doomsday. David's face turned serious, patiently waiting for Portland to be manifested. Soon, a tall, middle-aged man appeared in front of David. Dear Your Excellency David, I am very willing to serve you, but if possible, I would prefer to continue the research on Doomsday, which is what I do best. Portland stooped slightly and said with a straight face, Definitely, Portland. I'm looking forward to your research on Doomsday. I hope you can produce results that really satisfy me. Perfect Kryptonian. Your Excellency Commander, Doomsday must be the closest creature to a perfect Kryptonian. Except for the excessive mental numbness, Doomsday is perfect. Portland's face immediately showed a frenzy. I created the first Doomsday, although this monster then killed me and buried Krypton, but this shows its greatness even more. David looked at the madman and nodded. Very well, Portland, I approve of you then. I have an even crazier plan on hand, and I need you to take over. I have nurtured with a near-complete Doomsday. I need you to help me. Transplant this monster into my body. I will be Doomsday. David's eyes were burning, staring straight at Portland. Portland was stunned for a while and immediately showed a frantic look. I am very happy to serve you. Please believe that I will definitely be able to turn you into the most terrifying day of destruction. Red Devil is very thoughtful. As an old monster who has lived for 5,000 years from the time of the Aegis Brotherhood to the time of Apocalypse all the way to today. What's more, he still has a huge amount of secrets left unspoken. He who has always been active on Earth and is now active on Krypton is actually a duplication. His original, the real Red Devil, was in a huge amount of subspace. The Abyss, the Devil's hometown, I must go there. If I guess correctly, I was born from the Abyss. The Red Devil's heart was broken, and he racked his brains to find a way to enter the Abyss. To this end, he did not hesitate to work hard on the battlefield, killed a large number of constructors to obtain military exploits, and wanted David to send him to the Abyss to see. Anyway, this is just a duplication. Even if it dies, the Red Devil will lose it. Red Devil, is this your wish? Want to go to the Abyss? Venom suddenly came out, looking at the mutant in front of him with a fierce look, and sneered in a low voice. The Red Devil jumped in his heart and bowed his head slightly to show respect. Yes, Lord Venom. If possible, I would like to ask Lord David to send me to the Abyss. Venom looked at the Red Devil for a while, and then nodded. Then, since you insist on choosing this way, I will fulfill you. The next moment, Venom suddenly opened its mouth and ate the Red Devil in one bite. Swish! Time and space are distorted, and the next moment, the Red Devil has appeared in the Abyss world. This is the Abyss. This is my hometown. The Red Devil was extremely excited, looking left and right, looking at the demons whose names flashed past. He felt that he had encountered the same kind. But something is still wrong. Why didn't I notice the response of the Abyss rule? The Red Devil immediately became suspicious again. At this time, a large number of devils hurried past. The war in the Fourth Abyss is in full swing. Second Abyss has been raided. Don't worry about the Second Abyss. The Fourth Abyss is the point. Duke Mark died in battle, and that hell has lost the protection of the Great Devil, so it definitely will become the Fourth Abyss of our Devil. Many devils screamed loudly, screaming and rushing to the battlefield. A passing demon glanced at the Red Devil and pulled him up. After a long time, when the Red Devil returned to Krypton again and was pulled back by the venom, there was only a deep confusion and bloodthirsty expression on that face. Wake up! Don't be shadowed by the rules of the Abyss. This is a multi-universe. If I hadn't rescued you just now, you would have been killed by that big devil long ago. Venom muttered, stared straight at. Just now The flow of time within the multi-universe is not the same as outside the multi-universe. Venom snorted twice and immediately dropped the Red Devil and went to find his master David. Regarding the specialness of the Red Devil, Venom has also heard some from David and knows that this Red Devil is a typical old Enby, but it has nothing to do with it, and it doesn't bother to pay attention to it. Venom came directly to the door of the laboratory, patiently waiting for the results. It knew that David was conducting a dangerous, forbidden experiment, and even this kind of experiment was far more dangerous than any experiment in the past. That's the limit of what I can do. Portland looked solemnly at the almost complete body in the cultivation warehouse and said solemnly, "This Doomsday cell has been formed, and after my adjustment, it has already adapted to your body indicators to the maximum extent, but even so, the risks remain high. This is the first time I've integrated a formed Doomsday into the body of a Kryptonian. The rest is up to you, Lord David." Portland took a deep breath. This kind of forbidden experiment is surprisingly difficult. David also has an amazing appetite to devour a fully formed Doomsday, and it still hardly changes its own form and retains the will of absolute self. With such a difficult experiment, even Portland, the creator of Doomsday, felt a heavy pressure at the moment. He has never done a similar experiment. "Let's start. Doomsday, I can't stop my progress." David said lightly, and at the same time his heart moved, and in an instant the clone template Kong, that had not been used in his body for a long time at the moment activated again and instantly copied the Doomsday in the cultivation warehouse. David personally felt the power from the clone template. After taking a deep breath, he punched the cultivation chamber directly, then grabbed the monster's neck and pulled it towards him. From this moment on, it will be Doomsday, David said in a low voice, and instantly magnified the power of Kong to the extreme, and in an instant, he began to devour this Doomsday. Just as soon as they came into contact, David and Doomsday's genetic system erupted into a terrifying conflict in an instant. Countless cells rioted in an instant and began an extremely frantic, bloody battle with the cells of another system. There seems to be an undying hatred. Soon, David's entire body turned into a battlefield, with countless cells fighting brutally. Portland's face was solemn, and even unconsciously, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He kept injecting medicine into David's body, constantly stimulating David's vitality. The core of Doomsday is adaptation. Even evolution is a concentrated expression of adaptation. If you want to be Doomsday, you must adapt to Doomsday. Adapt to it, embrace it, be it, and devour it completely. This process is extremely dangerous. Although I don't think you will lose, but even if you succeed, you are likely to become a rational Doomsday. Your body, your genetic system, will be distorted into Doomsday and no longer yourself. Lord David, you will not only be Doomsday, but surpass it. While Portland was anxious, a frenzy appeared on his face. Such David is a leader worthy of his following, a madman who is even crazier and more ambitious than him. Shock from Portland, reputation plus 100. Portland has been generous with a wave of prestige points. David's whole body was full of blue veins, as if there were countless snakes roaming in his body, and countless cells were born and destroyed. This was an extremely painful process. I want to surpass the Doomsday. I want to surpass the ancient Doomsday and become a more terrifying monster than the ancient Doomsday. David forced a smile. This is an extremely hideous smile, burning endless ambition. Earth. As the whole universe opened its doors to Earthlings, all Earthlings realized their weakness. Under the premise of David's departure and the relocation of Mutant's family, the power of the Earth is unprecedentedly weak. This upsets a lot of people. In particular, I don't know why recently, in the depths of the universe, there are frequently extremely terrifying roars, which are terrifying forces that can penetrate time and space. Some have speculated that David is fighting against some mighty Mephisto, a mighty warrior in the depths of the universe, standing alone against his enemies. Avengers building. David is already fighting against the powerful enemy of Level Universe, and we can't even protect our own people. The many heroes of the Avengers Alliance gathered together, their faces extremely gloomy. The Blade Warrior is gone. This powerful half-human, half-vampire warrior, at this moment, actually disappeared. I couldn't find Blade's location even after using prophecy magic. It's so strange. Strange's face was ugly. As the current Sorcerer Supreme on Earth, he has made rapid progress, and his magical attainments have increased at an astonishing rate, but he can't even find his missing comrades. The faces of the other heroes were also solemn, and they tried their best to find Blade's whereabouts. I suspect that the remaining vampires did it. The Blade, which is immune to sunlight, is of great value to them. But the vampire empire has already collapsed, and those guys are still dying, and they dare to attack Blade? Steve gritted his teeth. Thor, whose skin was dark red, was also irritable at the moment. I can't find him either. It's really impossible. I'll go back to Asgard and ask Heimdall to help me find it. His eyes can see through everything. Are you sure? Now that the World Tree is gone, and the power of your Protoss is unprecedentedly weakened, can Heimdall's eyes still see through the 10 realms? Tony added a knife. Thor immediately lowered his head, his face gloomy. The heroes talked for a while, finally sighed deeply, and left one after another, continuing to search for the whereabouts of the Blade Warrior. At the moment, somewhere on Earth. It can't go on like this. This universe is getting more and more dangerous, and waves of crises break out frequently. This is a sign of Doomsday. According to the ancient prophecy, the world will usher in destruction. We can no longer remain silent, but should use our way to save the world. A group of people in black robes gathered together and talked in low voices. The robes they wear are tattooed with peculiar emblems. This is a secret church. Since David left, any kind of messy, ancient organization has dared to appear. This world has entered its end, is about to end. Even if there is a strong guard like David, it is still impossible to save the world. So, we should use our method to think about the end of this. The leading man in black robe stood up carefully, holding a black book in his hand, and placed it on the altar respectfully. All the black-robed people immediately showed their piety and fanaticism and looked at the book in unison. Is this the Book of Darkness? The legend records everything and exhausts all the magic books, which can directly communicate with the great god of black magic. All the people in black robes looked at him with fiery eyes and kept bowing. The leading man in black robe had a solemn expression, and there were words in his mouth. Sentences of ancient divine words came out of his mouth, vaguely linked to this book. Now, offer our offering. We have found the best offering to date that can be linked to the Book of Darkness. This will surely please the gods. The black-robed man roared. Soon, many people in black robes carried the unconscious blade warrior up. We paid a terrible price to catch this last vampire, but it was worth it. The leading man in black robe whispered, and immediately he pulled out his knife and stabbed Blade's heart with a savage stab. A large amount of blood poured out, and the moment it left the body, it spontaneously floated up and was absorbed by the Book of Darkness. Everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the legend is actually true. It is said that vampires were born from the Book of Darkness many years ago. A certain ancestor of our dark church, when he was studying the Book of Darkness, accidentally touched a hidden deviation spell and then created a vampire. Many people in black robes looked at the Book of Darkness and absorbed Blade's blood and instantly began to emit a terrifying black light. This power was so deep and gloomy, it seemed to be the ultimate and end of some kind of power. Even if it leaks just a little bit, it can overwhelm countless time and space. All existences fall spontaneously in front of this power, and endless life is immersed in this power. The great true God, the truth of the world, the supreme, your faithful servants will surely hear your voice. Many people in black robes bowed down again, extremely pious. That is a kind of madness that would rather dedicate themselves. They stared wide-eyed, watching Blade's body dwindle and the endless blood being absorbed by the Book of Darkness. This mysterious book is bursting with ever deeper power. Enjoy yourself. This vampire is our sacrifice for you, and it is also the coordinates that lead you to come. The man in black robe respectfully said, Suddenly, the Book of Darkness seemed to be full of blood, and a powerful black light erupted from it, and these lights instantly enveloped the Blade Warrior. In the vagueness, the almost exhausted life signs of the Blade Warriors actually produced a strange self-healing and strengthening, even beyond the past. Many people in black robes looked confused, but did not dare to ask. Finally, the black light dissipated. A taller and more sinister vampire appeared in front of everyone. Blood-red eyes, sharp claws and teeth, exudes a terrifying bloody smell, which is even more terrifying and ancient than the ancestors of vampires. The Blade Warrior, under the influence of the Dark Book, has become Devil Knife. This is the Devil's Blade, my faithful servant, a higher creation of black magic. From the Book of Darkness, a deep voice suddenly came out with a gloomy and evil spirit. Supreme God, your servant congratulates you on your arrival. Many people in black robes frantically said, Well, in this universe, there's a guy who is special, and I am very interested in him. Gia just fell into his hands. My servants, get ready. Well, there is a greedy existence no less than mine, which descends into this world and brings end and new life to this world. I promise that when it's all over, you'll be back in the arms of black magic. This is the promise of me, the great god of the underworld, the god of black magic and the god of chaos, Sidon. Sidon is a sinister fellow. As the owner of the original multi-universe Chaos Force, Sidon is well known throughout the multi-universe, and countless people will feel fear from their hearts just hearing his name. It is also him who, in the ancient times, joined forces with the snake god Seth to set off an unprecedented civil war of the second generation of gods, and single-handedly led the end to the era of the second generation of gods. That idiot Seth, a greedy snake with a mind full of food, just let him test it. I always think that human being is very strange, and he has a calmness. Sidon was stationed in the endless black magic, thinking silently. Gia fell into David's hands, and Sidon was stunned when the news first came out. This is Gia. There is no god in this world that she can't give birth to if the fertility skill reaches full value in one hand. Even the gods of the multi-universe level can be born to you. But such a terrifying guy was actually turned over by David. Set, don't let me down. After a long time, Sidon murmured, and the voice was full of malice. Endless multi-universe void. A huge and incomparably huge snake is zipping around at high speed. The 9 snake heads swayed constantly, biting the cosmos that was passing by at random. Every bite represented the collapse and extinction of a universe. With his bite, half of the universe was swallowed up, along with the rule and the cosmos frame. Small half. This is a fatal disaster for a fragile universe. Well, it's just ahead, almost there. Set casually tasted each universe, commenting on the taste from time to time, and, at the same time, one of the heads stared straight ahead. The human is not there to speak. Gia is there too. I have long wanted to eat Gia, and now the opportunity has come. Seth looked greedy. This greedy serpent will never be forgotten. Back then, he was the first to discover that he could gain huge amounts of power by consuming his own kind, so he began to devour his own kind. In terms of absolute strength, he and Sidon have already overwhelmed Gia and Aset, and it seems that as long as they swallow Gia and Aset, they can become unprecedentedly powerful. Result: Gia gave birth to a god-eater, beat him to the core, and fled in a panic. Seth will always remember this hatred. Now it's time for revenge. Call out. The giant snake slammed into the universe ahead. At the moment, many gods in this universe have noticed the coming of terror and oppression, and in amazement and confusion, they began to observe outside the universe. As a result, they saw a giant snake with 9 heads. Everyone was stunned. This is the serpent that devoured the world. Seth the snake god. Why is this giant snake here? It's over. This guy can swallow one in one bite. How should this fight? Where's David? His hidden universe was exposed when he fought Gia. Now destroyed by the constructors, he is no longer the David he was. Many gods were in a panic. Terrible. In the face of such monsters, there is no one who is not afraid of the super Mephisto whose name of ferocity is resounding in the multi-universe. In this universe, who else can fight against this terrifying giant snake? Many gods were in a panic, and many guys even boarded spaceships and planned to escape. Many duplications have been swallowed by this greedy guy. The goddess of Seth, he came to Gia, and what he couldn't accomplish back then, he wants to accomplish now. It's a crazy monster, and she won't let go of her sister. The 4 gods of creation stared indifferently at the giant snake that rushed over, expressionless. Anyway, they're just duplication. They die when they die. They don't care. However, being swallowed and digested by this giant snake is undoubtedly the worst way to die. Boom! Seth had already slammed into the cosmic barrier, and the 9 huge amounts of snake heads had already stretched in, staring viciously at everything. Gia, my sister, here comes your old rival. Seth laughed wildly. He had seen Gia, the consciousness sealed in the 6 infinite gems, and immediately became excited. I've waited too long for this day. Originally, the entire second-generation god system should be my food. Even the god of life has to be the nourishment for my growth. But the two of you stopped me and gave birth to a god-eater Adam. However, the future is on my side in the end, and you will die completely and become my food. Seth laughed frantically, squeezed his entire body into the universe, greedily looked at the center of the universe, and roared wildly. He rushed over unscrupulously. No one dared to stop it. Even the noble universe gods dare not stop Seth. They also have no ability to stop them. As for David, no one has thought about it anymore. David, who has lost his energy source, has already lost his biggest trump card. How can he fight Seth? The infinite gems were also used by him to seal Gia. No matter how you look at it, David is dead. Death looked at the center of the universe, and his voice was calm. Asgard. Hela, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened her eyes, looked up at the universe in astonishment, and looked at the crazy, giant snake. Her face changed wildly. Ow! How did this monster come to this world? For Gia, these ancient gods are a bunch of bastards. Hela gritted her teeth, suddenly got up, and set off immediately. Heimdall, guard Asgard. If anything goes wrong, I will chop off your head with my own hands. Hela passed the gatekeeper and said in a cold voice. The next moment, he stepped directly into Bifrost and headed for the center of the universe. Heimdall looked at Hela's disappearing back in silence, and after a while, he said in a deep voice, "As per your order, your majesty the king of God, center of the universe. Everything has fallen into huge amounts of turmoil. Countless planets are crumbling, and even some fragile ones have directly exploded. The snake god Set, even just standing there, can cause a whole universe to tremble and distort." Hela came down with a bang, looked up at the big snake that was rushing frantically, and glanced at Krypton, only to see that there were many troops gathered on it. The Supreme Little Superman and Silver Superman, as well as several Omega-level mutants, all looked at Seth with solemn expressions. It's useless, just these guys. It's impossible to stop an ancient god like Seth. Hela whispered, "What about David? In this desperate time, why is David not there, and what is he doing? Did escape?" Many of the existences who were watching this scene were confused. At this time, bang, bang, bang. The sound that seemed to be the beating of a heart suddenly came from Krypton and spread to the entire universe in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying heartbeat suddenly came out, brewing a kind of heaviness and oppression. Even the gods felt uncomfortable and turned pale when they heard this sound that seemed to go straight into the soul. Is this a sound from Krypton? I haven't seen David since just now. Could it be him? But this frightening force. Many gods were amazed. Even the snake god Seth couldn't help but look at this tiny planet 2 more times, but didn't take it to heart. Gia, get into my belly. This time, no god of life will come out and have a baby with you. Seth laughed coldly and wildly. His 9 heads kept shaking, and he rushed towards Krypton with a bang. In the hexahedron formed by the infinite gems, Gia finally vaguely sensed Seth's breath and was a little panicked. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ out now, or I'll die. Gia slammed into the barrier of infinite gems frantically, but couldn't break through it all, and suddenly felt desperate. Why is this so? Why? She was so unlucky. First fell into David's hands, and now she was taken advantage of by Seth. Huge amounts of snake heads have already bitten over, covering the sky and the sun. As long as this bite is solid, let alone the disappearance of Krypton, the entire universe will be bitten off by one piece. At this time, the heartbeat suddenly amplified to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. Where did the reptile come from? Is it delivered to my door to give me a snack? An existence that seemed to have just woken up from a long sleep, at the moment slowly opened its eyes and slowly shot at the greedy and ugly snakehead. Boom! Just a seemingly frivolous punch. However, it struck a terrifying blow, and everything was penetrated in front of this fist. This was a terrorist attack that pushed absolute power to the extreme. Boom! A loud bang sounded. There were countless light years away, and with one blow, it smashed into the head of a snake, only to hear a loud noise resounding through the universe. And even this terrible impact was directly transmitted to more universes. Seth's momentum was suddenly frustrated, and a snake's head was slammed into the air, making a painful neigh. The whole of Krypton trembled suddenly one. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, all of them turned their heads and looked in amazement at a figure that was floating calmly. Still tall and sturdy, a red cloak floated, and the logo on his chest was shining. In those calm eyes, there was endless indifference, as if even if he lost the blessing of the sun's rays of the entire universe, he would still not be able to make this man feel fear and anxiety. Everything is like facing a little bug, calm and frank, need any form of panic. This is David? Why does it feel the same? It's so peaceful, really, just not like the feeling of a normal life. Is it my illusion? It feels like his physique has grown stronger again. What's even more terrifying is that it actually gives me a sense of danger. Just standing there, that strong body actually gave many gods a kind of tyranny like a wild beast. That's right. It's tyrannical. That is a kind of tyrannical feeling that is not mixed with any emotion and cognition, pure to the extreme, crazy to the extreme. From the shock of death, reputation value plus 300. What the hell did he do to himself? Among them, the one who was shocked the most was not Seth, but Death. The god in charge of death, at the moment, stared at David in horror. At this moment, this human clearly gave her a creepy feeling. Something's wrong. Death, what happened to David? Said infinitely solemnly. Death took a deep breath. He is breaking free from the shackles of the death rule, and the concept of all termination and demise is being stripped and repelled by him a little bit. And this is not an active behavior. It is passive. It seems the concept of the end of the entire multi-universe is spontaneously moving away from him. The gods were startled, especially the 4 great creation gods. Their expressions became extremely solemn. They are in charge of the multi-universe, and they have sent endless duplications to various universes, and they have already seen too many strange beings. But now David is like this, unheard of. David, the son of the sun, refreshed their cognition again and again. This time, have you overcome death in a faint way? A god who won't die? This kind of monster actually exists. Annihilation sighed with emotion. Even an omniscient and omnipotent existence dare not say that he will live forever, and there is a theoretical end in death. But David, overcoming death little by little, is this really human? Even the almighty God of the universe will die. But David has the quality of immortality. Countless eyes were focused on David. Many of the universe gods were not as clear as death, but they could faintly perceive the difference in David. Unlike any time before, the man, the center of the world, at the moment is looking down at his hands. Well, it's smoother than I thought. I can clearly feel that the shackles that bound me in the past are disintegrating one by one, and in front of me, the natural moat is changing and the horse is flat. This feeling is strange, as if, with just a little effort, he could leap a step up endlessly. This is Doomsday, the power of infinite evolution. My genetic system is always active, not in a constant state like in the past. David took a deep breath and raised his head abruptly, his eyes shining brightly. This is Doomsday. At this moment, in his genetic system, his own genes have long been closely integrated with the Doomsday system, and more importantly, his own divine genes are the absolute core. This is the only way to do it, to have all the abilities of the Doomsday, but not to become a brainless deformity in the end. This kind of ability with infinite evolution is really a pleasant thing. His body is adapting and adjusting to the outside world all the time. Any harsh environment, any terrifying attack, just becomes the nourishment for his evolution. You said just now that you're going to swallow Gia for your nutrition? Coincidentally, when I look at your eyes, I'm also looking at nutrition. David raised his head and stared calmly at the approaching super giant snake. His voice was calm, but it was clearly filled with a kind of obscure tyranny. This is the instinct from the Doomsday, with killing as the means and evolution as the ultimate goal. Interesting, this universe will actually give birth to a strange creature like you. Seth's 9 heads stared at David and whispered something. The next moment, he rushed out and bit David fiercely. The giant snake suddenly rushed over, and the entire universe erupted with violent tremors, as if it was wailing. 9 snake heads that devour the world, with their big mouths open, suddenly bit them. David held his head up, and under the terrified gazes of countless eyes, he suddenly clenched his fists, slowly raised his fists, took off with a bang, and suddenly rushed into the cosmic starry sky. The huge fist was aimed at Seth, the snake god, and in an instant the muscles of the whole body burst out suddenly, brewing terrifying strength, and suddenly punched out. Boom, boom, boom. The endless rule collapsed at this moment. Everything was shattered, and a bang hit Seth's body. At this moment, David used unprecedented power, which was also the power he had just obtained, the terrifying blessing brought by the body of the Doomsday. In an instant, the genetic system in the body suddenly rioted, driving the restlessness of every cell in the body and starting a crazy change. David punches need strength. Very good. Then start to evolve frantically and evolve a body that can play strong power. David's physique suddenly swelled in a circle, and in this punch between the electric light and flint, he ushered in an instantaneous evolution in terms of strength, and the evolution was completed in an instant. Snapped. David punches Seth, like an ant biting a giant. Boom. The power that has evolved insanely is played out. In an instant, there was a terrifying wave. Seth's huge figure suddenly froze. After being hit by this punch, he immediately let out an angry roar, and the next moment, a power that shook the multiple elements erupted and swept over David. Amazing strength. And if I'm not mistaken, your strength has suddenly skyrocketed in a weird way. But relying on mediocre physical strength is like fighting against me. Seth let out a terrifying wild laugh, and after roaring, he suddenly exerted his strength, and on his 9 heads, 9 pairs of blood-colored eyes burst out with a terrifying red light. Swish! Huge amounts of tails hit David with a hard blow. The speed is too fast, and the attack is launched in multiple dimensions, and it cannot be evaded. David's whole body was pumped out, and he was directly kicked out of this universe. Humble life, without the push of external forces and without the external energy source. You are ridiculously weak. Seth's eyes were grim, looking at the blood mist that was almost shattered into a mass of flesh and blood at that moment, and immediately saw David's state in his eyes. Died. After sneering, his 9 pairs of eyes showed a trace of disdain. After all, he's just an idiot who relies on external power. Only one's own power is the power that exists forever. Seth set his sights on Krypton again, the conscious body of Gia. Is this the end? Well, sure enough, without the sunlight of an entire universe, David couldn't fight the plural gods after all. Many beings watched this scene, and with a sound, some of the gods turned around and were about to escape from this world. Only the 4 creation gods remained motionless. Death said solemnly, "Look, he started self-healing again, and I don't know if it's my delusion. I always feel that David did it on purpose and risked being beaten to death. What's the point of this?" I saw that a large number of broken flesh and bones suddenly converged at this moment and started crazy self-healing. David's figure was reassembled, his face was calm, and in this crazy recovery, he obtained a crazy evolution beyond imagination. After being hit by Seth, the genetic system immediately began to evolve, and in this instant, it evolved directly in the direction of immunity to Seth's attack. Roar! Soon, David was back to normal. Seth was stunned, looking at David in amazement, his eyes filled with a deep look of astonishment. Not dead? How could he not die? His tail went down, and how many universes were smashed to pieces, but why did this human being not die? Weak body, depleted energy, no external energy source to supplement. Why didn't you die? Seth was really surprised. He looked at David, who had returned to his original state, as if he had seen a ghost, with an unbelievable expression on his face, especially after he found that the energy index in David's body not only did not decrease, but swelled even more confused. How can this happen? When you repair your body, not only does your energy reserve not decrease, but instead it increases out of thin air. Seth was bewildered. What is the principle? A creature that is not even multidimensional, without an energy source, how can a more self-healing become stronger? This complete internal circulation system is really intoxicating. David felt the unprecedented heightened circulatory system in his body. This internal circulation system is the core of the energy supply of the Doomsday, relying on the constant self-circulation. Each cycle, the existing energy grows a circle. Even if it does not take in any nutrients from the outside world and does not absorb any necessities such as air and food, it can survive forever. Doomsday, you don't need any energy from the outside world at all. This is a perpetual motion machine in the true sense, and it is a perpetual motion machine that gets stronger and stronger. Now, start the second round. Reptile, be careful that I accidentally beat him to death. David looked at Seth with a calm expression, feeling his defenses becoming stronger, from skin to muscles, 1,000 times stronger than before. Court death. Seth stared coldly, and again a tail twitched. Snapped. This time, David just raised one arm, muscles all over his body violently, and with a loud bang, under the gaze of countless beings, he just caught the blow. A screeching sound rang out. How can that be? Seth was stunned and horrified, feeling that he had seen the birth of an indescribable thing with his own eyes. I was almost beaten to death by me just now, but in just a few seconds, you can forcefully take my attack. What the hell did you do? Seth screamed in disbelief. The information revealed in it was so terrifying that it made Set, an ancient evil god, have a creepy feeling. What kind of monster is this? In this world, how can it be such a super unreasonable monster that should never exist? The energy level that grows out of thin air, the self-healing ability of rapid recovery, and this ability of growth. Countless beings were frightened and looked at each other in shock. David, the son of the sun, what kind of ability does he have? How can there be such a terrible ability in this world? It's evolution, unprecedented evolution, and it's what I've dreamed of getting. David looked calm, looked at Set, and said lightly, Now, reptile, you'll be the nourishment for my growth. Either kill me or be killed by me. Let's see who wins first. The evolutionary ability shown by David completely shocked countless gods. Every existence looked at this scene in amazement, watching this man who was blown up by a blow one moment and resisted directly the next moment. It turns out that he can do this? It turns out this is evolution, twisting and dismantling one's own genes to a terrifying degree. Every moment, different gene segments are undergoing frantic recombination in order to gain adaptability, and the body will remember this growth forever. Eternal said in a low voice, Numerous beings, especially the 4 creation gods, have amazing knowledge reserves and quickly understand David's ability. It's just this kind of unheard of crazy evolution, almost incomprehensible ability. If, in addition to what Death just said, this guy is gradually overcoming death and adapting to the effects of death, then this will be an infinitely evolving undead monster. Unkillable infinite potential, this monster. It turns out that when David attacked Gia, it wasn't the cosmic coordinates of the energy source that he was forced to reveal, but he didn't care anymore. The 4 gods of creation whispered, their faces solemn, and they knew that there was a terrifying existence that could not be provoked. This is a terrifying creature that will cause headaches, even if it is a dignified, multidimensional existence. Such a strange existence has never appeared in the past. Almost incomprehensible. Boom! David strikes again. He raised his hand and smashed it in a bang, and a terrorist attack that was 1,000 times stronger than before broke out. All the time and space and rules were penetrated, and at this moment, it went straight to Seth. That was enough power to shake the multi-universe. And at this moment, with all his strength, Seth felt a chill. Very good. I have never seen such a ghost like you. I will beat you to death, then study all your mysteries, and then eat them in one bite. Yours is mine. It is your life honor. Seth's gloomy words came out, and the entire universe began to reverberate. David raised his head for a moment, and at the moment showed a sneer on his blue-veined face. Every cell in the body began to explode wildly, and a terrifying luster emerged. And in just an instant, the whole person was covered with a layer of light enough to span countless galaxies. Every cell is roaring wildly. At the same time, David frantically pushed his state to an appalling level, constantly adapting to the sense of terrifying oppression of the snake god Seth, doing everything possible to promote his own evolution, seize every gap, and improve his life level. Die. Watch me kill you, a reptile with 9 heads. Countless vitality spewed out. It began to accumulate crazily. Boom. David hits this punch, gathers all his strength. In just an instant, countless stars exploded on the spot, turned into cosmic dust, and penetrated the endless barrier. David and Set were facing each other, Ken. All of a sudden, the power that made the other universe gods feel the freezing of their souls spread. A loud bang. This time, David's figure just shook violently, but he didn't step back. Bring out your skills, reptile Set. You are my favorite nutrient. Either use your humble life to accomplish me, or die. Your fate is already doomed anyway. David's face was cold and severe, and the sense of tyranny revealed from the depths of his genes became more and more obvious. He kept punching, punch after punch, and kept fighting with this giant snake. The entire universe began to collapse, and endless planets exploded on the spot. It was a terrible disaster that engulfed everything. Just the aftermath of the frenzied battle has already overwhelmed some gods and died tragically on the spot. Too strong. And this kind of violent style of play, without any skills, is purely head-to-head, punching and punching down, insanely insane. You goddamn thing. Seth became more and more furious, hissing and screaming, and began to use a terrifying divine power to bombard David continuously, trying to erase David. Can you self-healing? Then I will wipe you into nothingness with divine power and magic. Seth roared, and in the flashes of divine light, David was already shrouded in it, and the next moment, they burst out, and in a bang, they began to tear David apart. The endless spatter of flesh and blood, the shattering of bones, and the maddening terrorist attacks were enough to pose a major threat to the entire multi-universe. But at this moment, all of them were poured onto David alone. But after the endless power dissipated, the tattered David, but still walked out with an indifferent face. A slight sneer slowly appeared on his face. All injuries healed instantly, and more powerful and perfect, the level of life exploded and grew once again. Set showed a look of anger and roared. One of the snake heads opened his mouth, and in the roar, a terrifying energy wave spewed out, drowning David. It's useless. The same move can't be used on me twice. David didn't even need to resist deliberately. Just open his arms in a sneer, and with this terrifying body, he just took the attack. The power dissipated. David is safe and sound. The shot from Seth, reputation value plus 5,000. Seth was completely stunned, and his 9 heads stared blankly at David, the ancient Mephisto, and only felt a chill. It's like this again. How could it be a few seconds ago it was vulnerable, but now? Seth's inner anger and shock cannot be described in words. He had never seen such a terrifying creature. In the entire multi-universe, those who are concerned about this battle are completely stunned at the moment. It is a kind of extreme fear of the unknown and unreasonable. The same attack can't work on him twice. This is evolution. You tell me this crazy growth rate is called evolution? That is to say, unless there is a way to obliterate David with one blow, Seth is simply committing suicide slowly. Using hand-to-hand combat and magical power, David has become more perfect, and he can grow to the level of confrontation with Seth in a very short time. Is this David's biggest trump card? It turns out that we have always misunderstood it. All existences have underestimated the horror of this human being. At this moment, David was the center of the multi-universe, and all existences felt panic and daze from the heart of the crazy evolution ability that David showed. You're gonna die, Seth, and I'll cut off your 9 heads one by one. It'll be my best trophy. David slammed his hands together, feeling the more surging power emanating from his body. He opened his mouth lightly and left. His eyes were red, and he burst out with an unprecedented power. Hot sight. This is a hot line of sight with unprecedented power, vaguely, as if it can directly penetrate the entire multi-universe. This terrifying red ray blasted out, burning everything, and the terrifying shockwave alone turned everything upside down. The endless universe is shaken. Thanks to you, the energy in my body has also expanded to an unprecedented level, which is comparable to the level I faced against Satarak before. This is the accumulation of sunlight in the entire universe for hundreds of millions of years. David continued to move forward, with a cold laughter in his mouth. He was so happy and very happy to see this happening. Set, this huge amount of zombie god, was blasted on the spot by his hot sight and even let out a painful roar. Seth felt pain. It was extremely painful to be hit by this unprecedentedly terrifying heat sight. At the same time, he was completely mad, and in the mad roar, 9 heads slammed towards David. Boom, boom, boom. Every battle between 2 terrifying beings will cause terrible damage to the universe. Many gods watched this scene in shock. Boom. A wave of aftermath spread. The entire universe is beginning to go extinct. The 4 creation gods had no choice but to do it, and with their own creation authority, barely kept the most basic cosmos framework from collapsing. That's what happened to David and Sitarak before. There is helplessness in the infinite voice. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying bombardment produced, solidified everything, collapsed everything, and the entire universe was repeatedly destroyed, like a crumbling bubble that would shatter at any time. The terrifying confrontation, the endless surging power, the destructive power enveloped everything, transcended everything, and tore everything to pieces, as if the entire world was only the existence of the fierce confrontation between Seth and David. Boom! Again, Seth was hit by the heat of sight, and at the same time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. How can there be such a monster in this world? You punch him, the next moment, the opponent has evolved the ability to be immune to your punch. You give him a magic, the next moment, the other party immediately has the ability to be immune to your magic. This. How to spell? How can there be such a shameless ability? What the hell are you? Where did you get this evolutionary trait? This is simply unreasonable. The more they fought, the more the mentality of Seth collapsed. From the beginning, they were suppressed everywhere. With the passage of time and the intensification and ferocity of the battle, the huge gap between the two of them was actually erased little by little. It was just by the same degree of opening and hanging of the other party that it was wiped out abruptly. Seth's 9 mouthfuls of old blood spurted out, and in his heart, the full of anger was vented. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Seth killed David, who had evolved insanely, which made this ancient god deeply confused. Such a thing, really? Are you sure it's not the illegitimate son of some almighty god of the universe? You're so clear that you're hanging up, right? Do you want to be shameless? Call out. Seth spewed out 9 terrifying attacks, mixed with magic, divine power, energy, etc., all of which were different, all of which hit David. David just sneered. He didn't dodge or defend at all. Every time he resisted, he used his body to carry it. Boom! The light dissipated, a chaos of chaos. Only David, who became more powerful, continued to kill him with a more powerful and perfect posture, and scathed. The shock from Seth, reputation value plus 5,000. Seth's mentality completely collapsed. Go away, you're too dog, stay away from me. Seth retreated for the first time. His huge body, while beating David, slowly retreated, and at the same time, there was a deep daze on his 9 heads. Seeing that he was getting stronger and more perfect from the very beginning, he couldn't stop his random blows, and now he's been able to fight with him in all directions. This ability is not God at all, it is a real dog. From energy, rule, physical fitness, to mind distortion and soul attack, Seth exhausted all means, but only made David stronger. Finally, he was forced. Human, damn you! You forced me. Seth's head suddenly stretched out, opened his mouth, and ate David in one bite. My venom can corrode the multi-universe. My stomach can digest everything. I don't believe you can evolve the ability to resist my toxin and digestion. Seth roared in the sky, and the terrifying sound waves spread, making the entire multi-universe hear the anger and panic of this terrifying ancient god. Knowing all the existences, Seth felt panic, and immediately, many gods felt their scalps numb and their hearts palpitated. The human named David, who killed Sidorak and maimed Gia's human, actually made Seth feel fear at this moment. Everyone knows that compared to defeating an ancient god, it is the most difficult to make this ancient god fear from the heart. But David just did it. He terrified Seth. Gollum. David was swallowed by the zombie. In the process of digesting you, I will analyze your genetic system, and everything you have will become mine. Back then, I relied on this ability to devour countless second-generation gods. On Seth's 9 heads, there was an expression of greed and anxiety intertwined. Greed is the core nature of the snake god, and anxiety is the fear of David's unreasonable and bizarre display. Soon, Seth had clearly noticed that David was instantly digested by him. That mysterious genetic system has opened the door to him. Sure enough, I'm a big snake that devours the world. Now let me see how you did it, and what evolutionary secrets are hidden in your life factor. This is all mine now. Seth immediately breathed a sigh of relief and greedily began to analyze David's life code. As for the gene-blocking technology, he is the snake god who devours everything, and deciphering the code of life is his best skill. Let me see. What the hell are you, What is this, How can that be? You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You have instantly evolved an ability that is immune to my ability to decipher ability. Is that even possible? No, not only, but also evolve the ability to be immune to my poison and digestion. Seth roared in disbelief. His 9 heads swayed wildly. This time, he was going to go completely crazy. What the hell is this? Are you your own son? Are you the son of Oa? Seth roared up to the sky, and the terrified roar spread throughout the endless multi-universe, causing the shock of countless gods. That David, this can't die? It can guarantee immortality if swallowed by Seth, and it also evolves the ability of immunity. This ability is too terrifying. This is an unprecedented god of evolution. Could it be that the god genes in David's body are based on evolution? Many gods watched this scene with fear, watching Seth's mentality explode from being invincible and gradually being forced. They watched David from a weak chicken who was killed in seconds to quickly grow to a level with Seth. There's simply nowhere to go. Sight. Use whatever power you have. I'm waiting. David's voice came out. He stood expressionlessly in Seth's stomach, enduring an environment worse than hell. The terrifying toxin that can corrode the multi-universe, the stomach that digests everything, the terrifying high temperature and high pressure. Seth's stomach is countless times worse than the environment of hell. But this is the worst area for David. In a very short period of time, it completely lost its effect. He has evolved the ability to be immune to all these adverse factors. Waited a while longer. There are only endless energy fluctuations and flesh and blood squeezing. That's all? Your majestic snake god, ancient god. That's all? Seth, you've disappointed me so much. There was deep disappointment in David's eyes. What the hell is this? Is this the snake god? Seth roared again and again, and at the same time, His heart was finally completely filled with fear, and he planned to retreat. He couldn't even care about Gia. Just being a David, this incomprehensible evolution ability completely made him lose his courage. If that's the case, leave your 9 heads. David sighed, showing deep dissatisfaction. That's it? Are you too embarrassed to be called a snake god? But David's attitude deeply hurt Seth's self-esteem and completely dispelled the courage of this great being. One of the snake heads was struggling frantically and was about to spit out David, but in an instant, David had already started. This terrible power came. David stretched out his hand and stabbed Seth into the neck, tearing the terrifying flesh and blood that was tougher than the universe on the spot. I said, I will treasure your 9 heads. Give them to me. David sneered. Hiss. The terrible sound broke out again. This time, David even used his heat vision to cut frantically. A terrifying red light erupted, and in the end, it directly penetrated a neck from the inside out, causing the great snake god to let out a painful neigh. Under the terrifying gaze of countless eyes, a burly and sturdy figure suddenly burst out from this terrifying wound, walking in a leisurely manner and calmly. Accompanied by the spatter of endless flesh and blood, the collapse of the rule, and the painful wailing of Seth. I want this head, David said lightly, raised his hand, grabbed it, and forcibly took down the terrorist attack that shook the endless world. Hiss! Another terrifying sound. The next moment, all beings were horrified to see that the head of the snake god Seth was actually torn off at this moment. Hydra god, there are only 8 heads left at this moment. Human, you damn it. Seth's 8 heads roar at the same time, full of painful roars. He has never suffered such a terrible trauma, and he has never suffered such a humiliation. If faced with other gods, Seth would have rushed to tear them to pieces, but at the moment, faced with David, Seth felt the fear from the bottom of his heart. Facing such an infinitely evolving monster, what should he do? What can be done? No matter how hard you fight to the death, you will only become a tool to push David to start a new round of evolution. I will come back sooner or later. I will find a way to restrain your ability and then devour you completely. Your evolution ability will become my ability. Seth's 8 heads put down the harsh words, turned around, and fled wildly. There is no way to fight this battle, David. This dog thief is simply too much of a dog. Under the watchful eyes, Seth felt terrified and wanted to run away. You don't need to come back again. You have no future. All your abilities have been used, and I have evolved to the level of immunity. Seth, you're going to die. David calmly looked at the terrifying existence with his head flying fast, raised his feet, and immediately launched a pursuit. Now, with the help of Seth, he has completely stepped into the multi-universe level, instead of relying on the endless sunlight to forcibly improve himself as before. The 2 figures, one large and one small, quickly shuttled through the multi-universe, and this murderous madness aroused the panic and attention of many existences. The snake god Seth is being hunted, and a snake's head has been torn off. Can this giant snake escape? Seriously, seeing the terrifying growth potential of that human being, I am really worried that this guy will evolve the ability to prevent others from escaping. This isn't it. Many gods were worried. They looked at the wailing and despair of Seth, the snake god, and turned to look at David, who was chasing after him. How to fight an evolutionary monster like David. With all your strength, you will evolve to the level of immunity in minutes. How should you fight this? At this time, they have seen that David is pulling in the distance with Seth, and the distance between the two is getting closer and closer. Set is over. Death said lightly. Boom. David threw a punch, slammed it with all his might, and hit Seth with all his strength, only to hear a loud bang, and a terrifying wave burst out from the explosion, overturning many nearby universes on the spot. Seth originally let out a shrill roar, and David smashed a large structure of the entire snake body, and the endless energy was released. This is more of Seth's life, a symbol of the countdown. Seth is finished. The moment he was caught up by David, he was finished. Go all the way. I will make good use of your corpse. David said lightly, and the next moment he punched out brazenly. Nothing fancy, just the purest muscle strength, smashing it down with one punch, and in an instant everything was smashed through. Seth's shrill screams sounded, and his entire body was pierced on the spot. In the next moment, David jumped up, hugged the snake's head, and then ripped it apart. Now, there are 7 heads left. No one can save you. David then threw the snake head aside and said lightly. Under David's successive shots, Seth's wailing became weaker and weaker soon. The vital signs are rapidly declining and are moving towards death and end at an alarming rate. David, let me go. I'm willing to do everything for you. Just please let me go. When Seth lost his 5th head, he was completely terrified, and the eyes that looked at David were also full of pleading. But David responded to him with nothing but endless peace. It was an almost indifferent calm. When you madly ran to my side and wanted to take away my spoils, you should have thought of this scene. Isn't it good to live well? You have to jump out and find death by yourself. David shook his head and sighed. What a sad giant snake. It's Sithon, the B********************, D, who encouraged me to come, told me that Gia was caught by you, and he told me that I could devour Gia and become the new god of life. Seth screamed and was ripped off by David again, terrified, and at the same time, he immediately remembered all the actions of the old Enby of Sishorn. Immediately, the hatred and regret in my heart broke out completely. He said, so, and you really did it? Set, the greedy serpent that devoured the world. What are you thinking about? Fi has 9 heads, so let's cut them off. David looked indifferent, and once again tore off Seth's head. Seth was completely desperate, and in a frantic struggle, he used his last strength to attack David. But obviously, it was of no use at all. All his efforts and struggles are so fragile and ridiculous in front of the infinitely evolving David. At this moment, Seth has become a real reptile. Finally, in Seth's last roar full of hatred and terror, David tore off the last head. And at the end, a punch was thrown, which seemed to be an ordinary blow, and it directly shattered Seth's entire body. The entire multi-universe is sensing. This giant snake that devoured the world, the ancient gods who inscribed their legends on the foundation of the multi-universe, filled the myths of hundreds of millions of races with the existence of his legends. Completely dead, the rules of the multi-universe began to tremble, and the whispers of the snake that devoured the world were removed from the foundation. From then on, in billions of civilizations, there will no longer be myths about the giant snake that devoured the world spontaneously. Seth dead, huge and broken bodies lie in the multiplicity, and 9 huge amounts of heads float quietly. Countless beings looked at all this in horror, feeling the fear from their hearts, and the eyes they looked at David became unprecedentedly strange. The trembling body didn't even dare to move at all, as if he was afraid of being noticed by David at the moment. God of evolution. This guy is an unprecedentedly powerful god of evolution. Unsolvable evolution ability. Even the oldest gods can't fight against such monsters. Every existence in the face of this monster is simply using his own life to promote the growth of this guy. Numerous ancient beings looked at this with numb scalps. And at the moment, 2 of the 4 chaos gods, Oset and Sishorn, also felt a chill in their hearts and felt a kind of fear from the heart. Such an existence. Definitely the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One really knows how to choose people, and chose a Sorcerer Supreme who doesn't use magic at all. Agamotto sighed with emotion. Oset watched for a long time. The figure of David reflected in her white pupils. This noble and conceited god of white magic, one of the existences of Wyshandi, at the moment, completely lost all words. First Gia, then Set. Our era is coming to an end, and I can feel this future. Oset sighed and said in a low voice. The big tiger hogs looked at Oset in amazement, with an unbelievable look on his face. It's completely over? How can it be so exaggerated? Gia and Seth are finished, purely because they took the initiative to provoke David. That's what they asked for. We talked to David again. No hatred. No, you don't understand what I mean. Osset said in a low voice. Indeed, it was Gia and Set who attacked David. But the beginning of all this, wasn't it precisely because David pulled up the world tree? Why is such a powerful existence, the terrifying god of evolution, interested in the world tree? This is a dangerous and dire signal. Hopefully things don't continue to go in that bad direction. Osset sighed. At the moment, somewhere in the hidden magic world, endless black magic is surging. Sishorn shrank himself into a ball. That fellow Seth, no less than me, actually died like this. He was beaten to death by a weak chicken like David. Sithon was terrified. This is simply unbelievable. Who would have thought that the ancient snake god died so suddenly in the hands of a humble human being? Fortunately, out of prudence, I did not choose to do it myself, but encouraged the greedy Seth to do it. Otherwise, it would be me who was killed now. Sishorn muttered to himself in fear. Wanda on Krypton has inherited his chaos force, so Sishorn can vaguely know some things on Krypton through Wanda's perspective. The more he understands, the more eager he is for David. Sishorn is very interested in this strange genetic system, and even more interested in Gia's sealed by infinite gems. Don't forget, Seth can devour the gods, and Sishorn can do the same. It was the two of them who joined forces to end the glory of the second generation of gods. But now, David, the crazy god of evolution, can't be provoked. Sishorn muttered to himself, thinking it would be better to be a little more cowardly. The shock from Wyshandy, the reputation value plus 6,000. The shock from Sishorn, reputation value plus 5,500. From a lot of fame from the multi-universe, rolling in at this moment, drowned David in an instant. Finally, the threshold of 100 trillion has finally been reached at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to Your Excellency, Commander. The prestige level has successfully broken through to the super universe level. Super universe level reputation, 4.67 million/10,000 trillion. Complete at least one major event that shakes two or more multi-universes. Ding! Congratulations to Your Excellency, Commander. You have obtained the super universe level prestige reward, the ultimate evolutionary branch, God of Machinery. In an instant, David's eyes lit up. The ability of the branch of mechanical evolution suddenly ushered in an unprecedented leap. The mechanical assistant, the ability to control machinery and interpret electronic signals, has begun to climb wildly at this moment, and has directly risen to the level of the god of machinery. On the mechanical side, David will be the supreme god. The last shortboard has also been gathered, and we can start planning for the super universe level event. Is there a big event that will shake at least two multi-universes? It's not difficult, but there are several in the Marvel system. Multi-universe. A terrifying battle has come to an end, a terrifying battle spanning half a multi-universe. With the complete demise of the snake god Seth, the arrival of a new era is announced to the entire infinitely diverse world. David's terrifying evolution has completely shaken the infinite world and is well known to countless almighty beings. And at the moment, David has returned directly to Krypton and started to sort out his physical condition. Nearly perfect, Lord David. This is the most perfect experiment I have ever done, even more perfect than the original Doomsday. Portland unhesitatingly offered the flattery and hyped it up. David looked down at his hands. His eyes had already penetrated the surface and fell directly to the very active genes. Countless genes are moving fast, and they are recombining all the time. As long as the external environment changes, David will immediately evolve towards immunity. It's really an intoxicating, terrifying ability. Very well, this is the kind of power I want, the ability to evolve infinitely. David is very satisfied, and being able to kill Set is the best proof of his evolution ability. From weak to counterkill, it only took a very short time. This is just the beginning, Portland, and I'll be a stronger god until the end. Snapped. David clenched his fists suddenly, feeling the constant power took a deep breath, and at the moment of inhalation, the energy circulation system in his body had also completed a circle, and the strength in his body was even stronger. Now, can I fight against the ancient Doomsday? David asked suddenly. Portland hesitated immediately, thought for a while, and then answered cautiously. It's hard to say. The ancient Doomsday has the ability to be immortal, and no one can really kill it. And you? David looked flat. Indeed, David himself has not been able to overcome death. Strictly speaking, he still has a certain probability of death. Some ordinary gods cannot defeat him. But if the existence of the almighty universe level takes action, there's still a hint that could pose a serious threat to David. Got it. I can feel it. The rule of death is haunting me, and I will find a way to overcome death forever. A faint smile appeared on David's face. In addition to this, in terms of evolution ability, he is already very different from the ancient destruction sun. This is a good thing. Next, it's time to thoroughly understand the secrets of the world tree. Integrate the main gods on Marvel's side, and then David turned his gaze to the hexahedron on the table, and immediately the infinite gems were flickering constantly, emitting different lights, firmly locking Gia inside. David, let me go. I'm willing to do anything, Gia said in panic. At this time, she already knew about David's killing of Seth, the snake god. In the heart, there is a deep regret. Why do you have to provoke this monster? You had a chance, but from the moment you used Thor to make a move on me, Geek lost it. You narrowed the way yourself. David raised his hand and picked up the hexahedron, watching Gia calmly. In my mind, I have already started to think about how to make the most of Gia. If I want to complete that thing, I also need a vehicle specially used to cross the world. You will be competent. The name is Gia's Ark. Being my car will be the honor of your life. David stared at Gia indifferently, started slowly, and directly hit Gia's consciousness with his powerful will. And in the process, he once again used a gadget developed by chance, the Krypton slave system. Ding! The Kryptonian slave system has been activated. The other party's consciousness is too powerful, and the loading failed. Second go-live attempt failed. Fail. Made 12-16 attempts failed. Under the control of David, the Kryptonian slave system began to intrude into Gia's consciousness crazily, time and time again, insanely insane, and any flaws in thinking would be caught by the slave system, and then began to assimilate and invade wildly. Slave? System? What the hell is this? Get out, get out. Get out of my mind. David, you will pay the price, and you will regret it. Gia let out a sharp roar, with anger and despair in the voice. Facing this endless crazy invasion and the all-round suppression and weakening of 6 infinite gems, Gia knew that it was only a matter of time before he was completely invaded by this weird slave system. What the hell is this weird weapon called a system? Invading the will, tampering with the mind. David, you are a demon who is more evil than Toric. You are not a superhero at all. Gia growled angrily, but David just dug his ears, sneered, and continued to focus on controlling the slave system, invading Gia's consciousness, and constantly improving the system in the process. To enslave a multi-universe god is really a very meaningful thing. Especially when he thinks of what he has to do, David immediately feels excited. I have a great plan, and it's not something you can imagine for an idiot. It's a vital part of my plan. Gia, you should thank me for making you great. David is in high spirits, constantly intruding into Gia's consciousness, looking for loopholes. No matter how complete the consciousness is, in the birth and exchange of countless thoughts, there must be a slight gap that cannot be detected. What David has to do is to intrude in this gap, and in billions of operations, combine the endless gaps to become a tunnel for the slave system to invade. Once successful, Gia's consciousness will become David's tool. And the world tree. Amidst Gia's screams, David had already quietly shifted his gaze and landed directly on the withering world tree. Many scientists have delivered all kinds of research results to David. It is also time to start with the entire world tree god system. Gia is abolished. Set is dead. 2 of the 4 chaos gods are gone, and the 3 generations of gods are a pile of worthless scum. As long as the god of life is found and all the world tree system is mastered, the final puzzle will be completed. The Arc of Gia, which crosses the multi-universe, will soon be born. David tormented Gia frantically while thinking silently. The 4 gods of creation are very busy. They quickly repair the broken universe and make up for the serious damage caused by the war between David and Seth. Many destroyed planets were restored one by one in the hands of the 4 gods of creation. And to say that the most severely damaged universe is undoubtedly the 3 major interstellar empires. It's terrible. Is this a battle beyond a single existence, far beyond our imagination? The top leaders of the 3 empires looked at the devastated universe with trembling all over. That's fine. David consciously shelters the world. According to what they have observed, many parallel universes have been completely destroyed, and not even scum is left in the aftermath of the war, which is extremely miserable. Although we have suffered heavy losses, our enemies are not much stronger. Shia Empire. The high-level people of the empire gathered together to summarize the losses, especially the observers of the losses of the other 2 major interstellar empires and the Annihilation Zerg. The results made them very happy. It doesn't matter how much you lose, as long as you make sure that your opponents lose more. That's fine, but it's something to be happy about. Dojian, your recent state is not right. What happened? A senior asked. The army commander of the Shure Empire, fighting swords, sat silently on the seat at the moment, not saying a word. The triangular logo on the chest is shiny. Looks like David. I was thinking, what is my relationship with the life on Krypton? Why am I so similar to them? Dojian slowly raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. He had had doubts for a long time, and now he finally said it. Why? He and the Kryptonites on Krypton have such similar ability. Many high-level officials frowned, and their hearts were stunned. Fighting swords, but Shure Empire's combat power is responsible. The more confident he is, the more powerful the super fighters, and it is easy to break the stars with one punch. Relax, Dojian. You are the commander of our Shure Empire, our strongest warrior. You have always been within the territory of the Shure Empire from birth to growth to the present. At the top, the queen spoke slowly. But Dojian still had a sullen face, thinking hard. Obviously, he didn't believe it. Our Shure Empire is a big alliance brought together by countless races and civilizations. I suspect that I have some connection with the group of Kryptonians on Krypton. Finally, Dojian gritted his teeth, got up, and said solemnly, I'm sorry, everyone, I have to go to Krypton, maybe? Krypton is my home planet. After speaking, Dojian turned and left. Everyone was stunned. Krypton is your home planet. You are joking. Maybe it's really possible. David can make a large number of Superman in a very short period of time, and decades ago, it was also possible. One of the high-level officials hesitated for a while and whispered. Everyone frowned and fell silent. Earth. Fury hurriedly found a certain warrior with an ugly face. You said you were leaving Earth? Are you sure? Yes, Chief. I'm sure. Sadly, I won't join the Howling Commandos, nor the Avengers, at least until I figure something out. I'll have to make a trip to Krypton. Lan Chi, who was tall and had a black coat and a white cape, faced Fury at the moment and spoke in a deep voice. Fury stared at each other with one eye, looked at the soldier from the military, and finally sighed deeply. You know, we originally planned to make you the second David. You have the same ability, super speed, super strength, super self-healing as David, except in terms of energy source. You draw energy from negative space instead of basking in the sun like David, but that doesn't matter. Fury looked at the tall man in front of him and said solemnly, Our top scientists suspect that David awakening such a powerful ability after sleeping for 63 years, something happened that we don't know about. We also want to help you come to decipher such a powerful mystery of David. Lan Chi murmured, I know, I understand, but since becoming the new Superman, some things have gone back and I have to make sure. And Fury, how do you know my birth was not David's handwriting? What if, before David left Earth, he specifically wanted to create a second Superman to replace his vacated position? Fury was stunned and fell silent. Indeed, there's a possibility, but the value of Lan Shi is so great that Fury is reluctant to let Lan Shi go. What if, with the help of Lan Shi, how to get David's ability? There must be some surprising reason why even the most elite scientists have been unable to observe David's genes, despite the slim hope. Soon, Lan Shi left. He flew directly into the cosmos' starry sky. The gap in the body leading to the negative space gave him a huge energy supply, and in just an instant, the speed reached superluminal speed, and he flew to the center of the universe with a bang. Somewhere in the universe, a vortex opened, and visitors from different universes came. Is this the world where that man lives? I'm so similar to his power. Maybe there's something to do with it. The fierce-faced Hyperion king sneered. I can absorb cosmic radiation and then start nuclear fusion in my body at any time, while that David can absorb sunlight to absorb the scarce sunlight and get a huge boost. My Hyperion king is still complacent about having the power of 3 Hyperions, but David has already killed Set. It can't go on like this. There was a ferocious expression on King Hyperion's face. He traveled thousands of miles and crossed countless universes, and came here from Universe 4023 in order to gain a power as powerful as David. And confirm your identity. Hyperion King, suspecting himself to be David's parallel universe peer. The power that David can have, maybe I can also have it. I just need to decipher the principle of David's absorption of sunlight to increase the power, and maybe he can get the ability that he evolved. King Hyperion thought happily, laughed wildly, and flew to the center of the universe. The 3 pseudo-Supermans have rushed to Krypton at this moment. They want to get the answers they want from Krypton. Soon, just after entering the central area, they received a message from a brain power. This is the Kryptonian region. Welcome home. Go home. Sure enough, my birth is inseparable from Krypton. The 3 pseudo-Superman were in high spirits, flew away quickly, and finally stood on the land of Krypton, observing everything curiously. At the moment, David, who was frantically torturing Gia, glanced up with interest. Yes, there are 3 more tool people. I can finally have some new gene systems in my gene pool. Marvel Superman's genes. Don't even try to run. The 3 Marvel side Superman, at this moment, have counted David's Krypton. The first time they arrived, their cells were collected in various ways, and then their genes were obtained. These 3 tool people were thoroughly researched by David unknowingly. This is Krypton. There are a lot of Superman, and they are extremely powerful. No, most of them are not strong enough to make me jealous. Fighting Sword, Lan Shi, and Hyperion King. The 3 Superman walked on the street, constantly looking at everything around them and talking. But at least one thing can be confirmed. We do have a relationship with David. Otherwise, there would be no such coincidence. Lan Shi said in a deep voice. King Hyperion smiled viciously. In fact, I originally thought I was his parallel universe peer, but it turned out that it was not. But it doesn't matter. I will get what I want on this planet. Do Jian frowned, looked at King Hyperion, and said solemnly, Hybron, don't be fooled. If you do something wrong on this planet, it will probably affect us. I will not let you go first. Swish! The Hyperion King turned around suddenly, stared at Do Jian with gloomy eyes, and said coldly, If I understand correctly, you, Do Jian, think you can beat me? Do you think you could defeat my Hyperion King? His voice suddenly grew louder. Do Jian stopped and said to himself, Yes, I can beat you. The confrontation between the 2 pseudo-Superman, the sense of oppression from both sides became stronger and stronger, the kind that would fight at any time. King Hyperion looked at Do Jian with fear. He couldn't see enough of this guy. It was really strange how Do Jian increased his strength. It was actually relying on self-confidence. The more confident you are, the stronger your strength will be. But now, Do Jian is very confident that he can defeat King Hyperion, and the sense of oppression from that body is unprecedentedly powerful. Get out if you want to do it. If you do it privately in the public area, you will be hanged. The law enforcement team flew over quickly. "This is a huge mechanical god," said in a cold voice. The three pseudo-Superman looked at each other and immediately gave up the plan to do it. "Let's see. I'll make you regret treating me with the attitude today." King Hyperion growled, turned, and flew in the other direction. Do Jian and Lan Chi looked at the figure of King Hyperion and fell silent. "Then, in this way, I have also mastered the Superman system on Marvel's side. Including Sentry, I have already started the 4 pseudo-Superman, and the code of life can be improved again." David expressed satisfaction. He really didn't think that incorporating these 3 Marvel Superman into the gene bank would contaminate the original Superman genes. Essentially, they are all Supermans, only in terms of ingesting energy sources. The Kryptonians on DC's side, except for the few standing at the top, most of the rest rely on absorbing the yellow sun to enhance their strength. A few special ones, such as the superpower of Earth 3, rely on when a stone becomes stronger, it becomes weaker when exposed to the yellow sun. David narrowed his eyes and thought silently. Speedmaster is a very representative Clark Kent. It is a deadly kryptonite to other Superman, but it is an energy source for him to increase his strength. While for other Superman, the yellow sun is indispensable, but for him poison. The fatal flaw of the Speedmaster is the yellow solar radiation. To this end, when he led the criminal syndicate to invade the New 52 Earth, the first thing he did was to push the moon and cover the sun. David felt that there could be more Supermans with different energy sources in his gene pool. Even if this poses a certain risk of unknown aberrations in babies created by genetic technology, is worth it. Distorted babies? Those are substandard products. Just deal with them directly and then permanently block the corresponding gene pairing, leaving those healthy babies. Instead, they are a bunch of tools. After watching for a while, David slowly put down the cigarette in his hand, satisfied with all this. "Mr. David, there is one thing that may interest you. The brain's supernatural power reports faithfully." "What?" "Earth, the heroes of the Avengers. A civil war has broken out, and they are in serious conflict over whether or not to accept the Superhero Registration Act." "Oh." David raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. History is always strikingly similar. Even if he has caused huge amounts of changes on the Earth, changing everything that was original beyond recognition, but some things will still happen. Let them fight. Just pay attention silently. These old guys, I just hope they can kill a few less people. David sighed. There is no doubt that this civil war, once it breaks out, is not like in a movie. A group of people get together to play in the mud, just like playing a family. I'm afraid it will be Dead Man. Even more tragic than the Civil War in the comic version. Devil Thor, Captain Marvel, Hulk, Tony the Anti-God. Oh, there's also a demon sword. These people all have power far beyond the world once they fight for those ordinary heroes, but it will be horrific. David thought about it for a while, and then put the matter aside. Avengers Alliance Civil War, playing a dog's brain? What does it have to do with me, Superman? He turned his head, patted Rhubarb's dog head, and turned to look at the infinite gems hexahedron. "You can't last long, why bother? Be my slave early, won't you?" David sneered. From the hexahedron, there were immediately angry roars and curses. At the moment, Earth. Avengers building. Many heroes confront each other. The differences are clear, and the atmosphere is tense. The Superhero Registration Bill is essentially to better exert our power. Tony waved a stack of documents and said solemnly, "Oh, what kind of power?" "The power to get you to be the Minister of Defense." "Tony, you sold us for such a minister's seat." Steve laughed angrily. "Steve, watch your wording. I'm not serving as a minister for myself, but for us." "Bullshit. Don't you know how many officials want to tear us apart? We're out of their hands. We've been an independent agency since David built the Avengers. But you're going to make us all information exposed. Home address, family and friends, identity, occupation, age, preferences, weaknesses, these will soon appear on the desks of our enemies." The two groups of people confronted each other, arguing loudly, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. The Civil War finally broke out. And the scale of this terrible war is beyond everyone's imagination. Even the heroes of the two sides who have fought several times did not expect it to be so tragic. Hulk was the first to suffer. "Sorry, Dr. Banner, I have to do this." In the darkness, Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, took out a special firearm, loaded a bullet of serum suppression, and aimed it at Hulk's head. Then pulled the trigger. Boom! One shot to the head. Dr. Banner fell in a pool of blood. Everyone, Dr. Banner is dead. This kind of suppression bullet is beyond imagination. This crazy big guy will never appear again. Natasha Romanoff waited a little longer, making sure that there would be no more angry, green hunk buckling the bullet out of his head, before reporting in a low voice. "Natasha Romanoff, retreat immediately. There is no more of your business here." Tony's heavy voice came from the headset. Natasha Romanoff worried. "It sounds like you're in very bad shape." "No, I'm fine. I'll let them pass this bill. I'll keep going after the Secret Avengers led by Steve," Tony said solemnly. Banner's death was just the beginning after many battles, and it was just the first hero to be killed. Then, when Thor, Tony, Captain Marvel, and other powerful heroes start to fight, all disasters come. Boom! The devil Thor smashed the armor of the anti-god group with one blow, and at the same time, hit Captain Marvel head-on. "Enough of you. Some things cannot be done by force." Thor roared, holding the spear of eternity, and his eyes were full of tyrannical bloodshots. "Thor, this is something inside Earth. If I were you, I'd leave Earth right now. Back to Asgard." Tony's voice was heard in the armor of the anti-Tengen group. The devil, Thor, shook his head. "I have Thor scarred. I am Thor of Avengers Alliance Civil War. I have to do what I need to do." "Are you still the Acer Protoss?" "Your appearance. You are an abyss devil." Captain Marvel slammed Thor into the air, clasped his hands on his shoulders, and said indifferently. Thor was enraged, roared, danced the spear of eternity, and rushed towards Captain Marvel. On the other side, the demon knife also made a move and rushed towards Tony. "Blade, didn't expect you to be on Steve's side too. Join me and you can stand upright in the sun," Tony said solemnly. The demon knife said lightly, "I'm sorry, Tony. You can't let a half-human, half-vampire guy always be in the sun. It's worse than death. Then just die, and I'll put you in jail to keep you awake." Tony smashed the demon knife into the air with a hard punch. Unprecedented fighting broke out. More than a dozen superhero fights, flying to the ground, super ability and technology, fighting together. In addition, there are heroes such as the gradually rampant Devil Thor and the murderous Punisher, who are extremely ruthless and attack the key points everywhere, and the smell of gunpowder on both sides is getting stronger and stronger. Don't hold back at all. When the weak Natasha Romanoff died in the melee, the terrible disaster could no longer be contained. Many heroes began to fight frequently, raiding each other's bases, causing even more astonishing losses, and even this civil war was gradually noticed by people all over the world. In an instant, the whole world exploded. The Avengers actually fought a civil war. If David was still there, nothing like this would have happened. No matter what the final choice was, at least no civil war would break out and cause huge amounts of casualties. Shameful, really shameful. In an instant, the global public opinion was in an uproar. The superheroes are in an unprecedentedly embarrassing situation. It is foreseeable that this civil war will continue for a long time before there will be a final result. Truly sad. That's the downside of not having an absolutely strong core. David slowly retracted his gaze. During this time, he really saw a bad stage play. If he was still leading the Avengers, such a thing would never have happened. For? Against? No problem. Whoever can block his fist, who can have the final say. Can't stop. Then shut up. It's that simple. However, after all, things on Earth have nothing to do with David. Gia, you can't take it anymore. That's fine. I'll make good use of you. David finally penetrated Gia's consciousness and implanted the Kryptonian slave system into the depths of Gia's mind. Ding! The Kryptonian slave system is loaded. Despicable slave number 0 Gia. You will be honored to be David's slave. This is the glory of your life. David directly undid the infinite gems hexahedron, calmly looked at the vast and conscious light group in front of him, and showed a satisfied smile. Well, the Master Control Core is here. The next step is to find the God of Life, then kill him and make Gia's arc. In this world, there are always some people who want to be high profile, but in the face of the cruel reality, their bodies honestly choose to be low-key. Many of the major Protoss who have returned to the World Tree look like this. In just 1,000 years, all the old order has been messed up. We originally thought that our biggest opponents were the cosmic gods and Odin, but now we find out that the most hateful is the most inconspicuous Midgard. The kings of the many gods gathered together, each with an ugly face. Zeus, Jade Emperor, Shiva, a large number of god kings who are only in mythology held a round table meeting, and they were depressed while looking at each other. This bad situation is completely different from what they imagined. It is simply terrible. The World Tree is gone, and only the major realms are left, lying alone in the cosmic starry sky. The connection is cut off, and it is no different from ordinary planets. Simply terrible. Without the World Tree, our divine power has been weakened by at least 20%. Zeus' voice was cold, but the most troublesome thing at the moment is that we have no way at all. Or, do you want to go to Krypton and snatch our World Tree back? By the way, save Gia as well. The Jade Emperor stabbed without pain. Zeus's face became more and more ugly, and his eyes were full of fierce light. The dog thief of heaven always wants to harm him. Go to Krypton to grab the World Tree. Save Gia, looking for death. That's the world David lives in. Even the ancient gods, such as Set and Gia, were planted in David's hands. These 3 generations of gods, who would dare to go? Who would dare to move? What's more, without World Tree's rule blessing, their strength has dropped a lot, and they are even more afraid to move. By the way, what happened to the Japanese slave god system recently? It's mysterious, and Amaterasu has disappeared. Shiva turned his head and kept looking around, looking at the kings of the gods, frowning. The kings of other gods were also confused. I really don't know. Since the gods returned to the World Tree, only the Japanese slave god system is the most bizarre, low-key, and scary, except for the guy named Tianjin Wangxing. No one has come out to walk. Amaterasu didn't even see a ghost. I always feel that something is wrong. Tianjin Wangxing, Maya God King murmured in a low voice, with doubts on his face. At this time, a loud bang suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a terrible roar of laughter sounded. I hear my name being said? That's fine, and I'll give you a great reward as a reward. The time-space barrier was suddenly pierced, and a strange shadow-like dark figure suddenly appeared in front of the gods. Who is it? This power is the god of the department. No, he is the power of all the gods of the Japanese gods. What did he do to the Japanese gods? Numerous god kings stood up suddenly and looked at the black shadow in front of them with astonishment. This shadow seems to be a 2-dimensional person with only length and width, and the entire shadow keeps squirming. The face was unknown, and there were 3 cracks slowly opening, which were 2 eyes and a mouth. It's very simple. I ate all the gods of the Japanese slave gods. You were calling my name just now, so I hurried here in order to reward your loyalty. I will put it into my stomach, and all your divine power systems will also become part of me. This is the kindness of me, Tianjin Wangxing. This black shadow laughed wildly, full of madness, and along with his terrifying laughter, the divine power in his body also began to stir. Tianjin Wangxing? Humph! Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be Tianjin Wangxing? Garbage! The god king of Mesopotamia grinned and stood up with a cold light in his eyes. He took out a stone spear and stabbed it fiercely. But the next moment I saw Tianjin Wangxing's figure suddenly elongated, wrapping the Mesopotamian god king, and the next moment it was completely closed. Immediately, there was a horrific chewing sound. Something in that huge amount of black shadow was squirming crazily, and soon it was completely calm, losing its thickness forever. So who's next? Tianjin Wangxing seemed to spread his hands helplessly, and there was a feeling of enjoyment in those fierce eyes. This is a level god, Father. How could you kill him in an instant? Why? Why do you have the power of a Mesopotamian god king in you? The divine power in this guy has become more confusing. Numerous god kings were horrified, and they had already fully understood. Tianjin Wangxing, I don't know how to do it, actually has the ability to devour divine power. Although I don't know why you were able to forcibly unite such mixed divine powers without breaking down, but it doesn't matter. You will die here. The Jade Emperor sneered and drew his long sword from his waist. The other god kings also made their move together, and they slammed into Tianjin Wangxing with a bang. Every god's face was full of awe-inspiring, killing intent. In this way, the guy who can devour other gods, sees the divine power system of other gods, and becomes stronger, must die. Boom, boom, boom. An unprecedented war broke out. The gods of the world tree system launched an unprecedented bloody battle with Tianjin Wangxing. It's useless when I awakening. Your destiny is doomed. Your mission is to be my food. This is my Tianjin Wangxing, the future Lord of Chaos, a gift to you. Tianjin Wangxing laughed and bit the god kings frantically. With each mouthful, he can become stronger and capture part of the divine power system of the opponent's god system. With the passage of time, the power of Tianjin Wangxing has become stronger and stronger, but at the same time, it is also more chaotic and disordered. The crazy collision of various divine power systems makes people tremble at a glance. However, Tianjin Wangxing was able to exert the power of these divine powers perfectly. The future Lord of Chaos. Numerous god kings fought with gloomy faces, and deep suspicion flashed in their hearts. Boom! Another god king was accidentally wrapped in black shadows, and it was digested in an instant. Tianjin Wangxing licked his lips with a greedy look on his face. We are not opponents. Run away. Don't let him continue to be strong. Numerous god kings shouted loudly and were about to flee, but Tianjin Wangxing started faster. Where do you want to go? It's all my food. Huge amounts of shadows shrouded everything, and Tianjin Wangxing was also ruthless, and while grinning, he launched a desperate fight with many god kings. Terrible popping sounds came out frequently, but soon, these sounds disappeared one by one. Everything fell into an eerie calm. Before long, a news that shocked the whole universe began to spread like crazy. The ancient gods of the world tree, more than a dozen gods with level godfather in charge, have been destroyed, all swallowed by a guy named Tianjin Wangxing. Once this terrifying news spread, it directly caused countless existences to fall into huge amounts of shock. So many heavenly fathers got together, and they all died? Who is Tianjin Wangxing so fierce? It's very strange. In the past countless years, Tianjin Wangxing has not been outstanding. How can it suddenly become so powerful? In an instant, the whole universe was talking about the Tianjin Wangxing of the Japanese slave god system. Because this guy is so terrifying, he killed more than a dozen god kings in the first battle, and then began to frantically hunt the remaining gods of the major gods, stirring up the top 10 worlds of the original world tree. One god after another was swallowed up by Tianjin Wangxing. Similarly, the power of Tianjin Wangxing became more and more terrifying. The huge shadow lay across the universe, as if it could cover a galaxy in an instant. No one knew why Tianjin Wangxing suddenly became so strange and powerful, and how it was able to manage such a complex system of divine powers perfectly after swallowing so many gods. But the strength of Tianjin Wangxing is beyond doubt. At the moment, Krypton. David also noticed the drastic changes that broke out in the original World Tree field, but he only glanced at it a little and felt a little surprised at most. Tianjin Wangxing? Isn't this the duplication of Annihilation, the future Lord of Chaos? David just glanced at the dark shadow that was going about things and didn't bother to pay attention. The Lord of Chaos and the Lord of Order, these two beings of one body and two sides, are all multi-universe gods, and their status is equal to the 5 gods of creation. But that's it. I remember that in order for this guy to truly complete the metamorphosis from Tianjin Wangxing to the Lord of Chaos, the first step is to eat up all the World Tree gods, and the second step is to swallow the entire universe. If this idiot takes the initiative to die, then there is nothing to say. Let the 5 gods replace the Lord of Chaos. David glanced at it with a sneer, and the next moment, he continued to analyze the withered World Tree. Compare with the time when the root of the tree was just broken. The World Tree clearly showed signs of depletion, and as time passed, the rate of withering was increasing. But for David, it was enough. With Jia in his hand, his understanding and deciphering of the World Tree is advancing at an unprecedented speed. The World Tree, closely related to the god of life, is a symbol of life. If you want to control all the divine power of the World Tree system, you must go back to an even older age through this World Tree to find a unique ancient World Tree. The Jia consciousness continued to tell, and at the same time told David a lot of the mysteries of the World Tree, although she was extremely reluctant in her heart. But driven by the slave system, she has no choice at all. If you don't say it, you will die. If you say it, it will be possible to get rid of this ghost system in the future and then seek revenge for David. Although there is little hope. It's just I don't understand, with your strength, coupled with the terrifying ability of infinite evolution, you don't need to waste time on the World Tree at all. What do you want to do? After a while, Jia stopped talking, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "Ding, despicable Jia, please pay attention to your attitude. As a slave, you should not question and object to any words and deeds of your master." The Kryptonian slave system immediately began to frantically bombard Jia's mind, almost driving Jia crazy. It's okay. She wants to know, and I'd be happy to tell her. David continued to receive this large amount of knowledge, deciphering a large number of divine power rules on the World Tree, trying to find the first point, and at the same time said something casually. The Kryptonian slave system immediately stopped tormenting. David glanced at the violent Jia and said lightly, "The biggest difference between you and me is your vision. You, who came from a narrow background, think you have seen the whole world. I am different, swallowing the entire World Tree system. I will get unimaginable power, and more importantly, I will have my own ultimate pantheon." Your own pantheon? As long as you want, you can build one right now. Swallow the World Tree system no matter what. What are you worrying about? Jia's voice sounded. It's not about worry. It's just to deal with possible minor troubles. Since there is a god system of origin, it is a matter of course I should establish a god system of end. David didn't lift his head. His voice was calm. His plans are not understandable to Jia, and his vision has long gone beyond an ancient god like Jia. For a while, the two fell into silence at the same time, just silently analyzing all the divine power rules of the World Tree, deciphering layer by layer, stripping the cocoons, and constantly combing to find the most core origin. What are you going to do with that guy from Tianjin Wangxing? He devours the gods, which is equivalent to eating away the power of the World Tree in this universe. Jia said suddenly, "Tianjin Wangxing, a good gift. Whatever he does, when he is done, everything will become mine." Hiss. David stretched out 2 fingers and easily tore apart countless rules. Finally, he grasped all the rules of the World Tree in his hands. In an instant, the super brain activated in all directions and began to frantically interpret all the secrets on the World Tree. It spanned time and space, surpassed dimensions, traced back wildly, and even extended all the way to the Big Bang and traced parallel universes. Even at the most critical moment, he grabbed Jia to death, using the Jia consciousness body, the own person of the World Tree, as the carrier, to penetrate the deeper barrier. I feel that beyond the level of the single universe World Tree, the more ancient breath of life, David's will spread wildly at this moment, following the path in the dark, tracking the whereabouts of the ancient World Tree. Also at this time, an astonishing loud noise spread throughout the universe. The terrifying dark shadow covers the sky and the sun, and every moment, galaxies are swallowed up by it. Finally, I swallowed all the gods of the world tree. Tianjin Wangxing shouted in the sky, falling into a state of intense mental excitement, and that ugly face was even more greedy. As a duplication that Annihilation secretly released many years ago, Tianjin Wangxing has hidden too many secrets and suppressed it for too long. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, jumped out, and officially embarked on the road of becoming the Lord of Chaos. The 10 worlds of the world tree. I have swept through 9, except for Thor, who smells like a devil, and Hela, who is not in Asgard. I swallowed all the other gods. Then there is the last world left, Midgard. However, Midgard's only god has long since become independent. As we all know, David is a god, and it is also an unprecedented, terrifying god, and there has never been a universe where a god like David has been born. In particular, many beings have felt the fluctuations of God's genes in David, which is the symbol of the gods. Maybe, as long as I devour David, I can become the real Lord of Chaos and become a great multidimensional god. Tianjin Wangxing licked his lips greedily and looked at the center of the universe, clearly showing longing and coveting. However, what is more terrifying than this greed is David's strength. Even ancient gods like Gia and Set were planted in David's hands one after another. Even if I can't swallow David, I can swallow the bodies of Gia and Seth. Tianjin Wangxing let out a long sigh, with deep reluctance in his eyes. In the end, no action was taken. He dare not. Now he has stood at the level of the level single universe, and the chaotic power he possesses has also made him initially possess the minimum standard to become the Lord of Chaos. It only needs to be swallowed wildly, coupled with the assistance of the 5 gods of creation, to become the master of chaos in the multi-universe, which is a logical thing. Originally, everything was well planned, but who knows? David has risen, and the speed of his rise is so exaggerated that now even ordinary multi-universe gods are no match for David. Really unlucky. Tianjin Wangxing finally chose to find his biggest supporter, Annihilation. You shouldn't have come. From the moment it fell off my body, our relationship was absolutely secret, and it must not be exposed. You shouldn't have come. The 4 creation gods of this universe surrounded the Tianjin urn cluster, and Annihilation spoke in an angry tone. You think I want to come? Do you think I want to face your high face? You separated me from your body. Didn't you just control the chaos and order that must be born in your hands? Tianjin Wangxing was also a little troubled, sneering and confronting Annihilation. Annihilation, the main body, is a powerful existence of the super-universe level, and a duplication was deliberately stripped from the body and put into the multi-universe. The purpose is to make this duplication the Lord of Chaos, plus the Lord of Order, who can never be separated from chaos. The 5 gods will have 2 more multi-universe gods in one fell swoop. The plan is very beautiful and perfect. No one knows that the humble Tianjin Wangxing is actually a duplication of Annihilation. However, David appeared, and in recent years, he has risen wildly at an exaggerated speed, becoming the biggest obstacle. Whether Tianjin Wangxing or Annihilation, they all feel annoyed and helpless. What's this called? Can it rise decades later? David is standing in front of you, so you shouldn't jump out at this time. He frowned infinitely. Eternal indifference. You are Annihilation duplication. Acting randomly will disrupt all our plans. Tianjin Wangxing became more and more annoyed. A bunch of bastards. How can the world tree wither soon? If I don't act, these gods will lose most of their value. Then what's the point of me devouring him after a few decades? The 5 figures looked at each other and finally fell into a long silence. Tianjin Wangxing, tell me to draw. Annihilation said lightly. The corpses of Gia and Set, the world tree that is about to wither. As long as I can get one of these 2, I can complete the crucial puzzle and turn into a state of silence. Tianjin Wangxing said solemnly, I will wait for hundreds of millions of years, and after David leaves this universe, I will take action and swallow this universe in one fell swoop. You know, the gods I swallowed are all in this universe. Among the rules, only swallowing this universe can achieve the greatest effect. Once again, Annihilation and other existences fell into silence. They felt troubled. So, you want us to send the main body over to snipe David? Death said suddenly. That's right. Especially you, Annihilation. Your body is super universe level. You can easily defeat David. No, David's evolution ability is very strange. I don't confirm that multidimensionality is the limit of his evolution ability. Maybe he will use me to step into the level of the super universe in one fell swoop. Then we are in danger. Annihilation refused flatly. In the battle between David and Seth, oblivion was all in his eyes. Facing the terrible evolution ability, he felt his scalp tingling, and he didn't dare to fight David easily. Taking the plunge is simply giving David experience points. Then find a way to hold him back. At least let me swallow that world tree that is about to wither. Our time is running out. Tianjin Wangxing said word by word. Annihilation and other gods had ugly expressions on their faces and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, boom, a terrible bang. I just heard that someone's hitting on my world tree idea. How dare you? A terrible voice came. David. Annihilation changed his face in an instant, revealing a look of anger. David broke through the barrier of the inner world, stepped in one step, swept his eyes casually, and said lightly, "You have taken a fancy to Tianjin Wangxing, and you want to make this guy the master of chaos. But unfortunately, I also fancy this. Guy, I'll let him die and make my minions the lords of chaos." Swish! Without any hesitation, David made a bold shot, and with a bang, he grabbed the Tianjin Wangxing. "Stop! Hurry up and stop him! David, you can't touch him." The four great creation gods showed signs of anger and roared one after another. They immediately shot and tried to stop David. At the same time, their bodies also moved quickly, traversing countless universes, and they were about to come to this universe with a bang. Middle. Tianjin Wangxing. The value is huge. Outsiders can't move. Boom. But David directly ignored the attacks of Annihilation and other existences, and while sneering, grabbed the screaming Tianjin Wangxing. What a chaotic power. It's good. I think there's a guy who is very suitable to have your power. As soon as he finished speaking, David exerted force on his wrist and pinched Tianjin Wangxing's will to death on the spot. The next moment, he extracted a Superman gene from the Superman template and instantly stuffed it into Tianjin Wangxing's chaotic body. Middle. At this time, the main body of the five great creation gods arrived late, watching this scene with split eyes. David, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Do you know what you did? You want to fight us? The angry roar spread throughout countless worlds, causing confusion in countless existences. Go to war? No, I'm not interested in going to war with you. Except for annihilation and infinity, the growth that others can bring me is limited. I'm just interested in Tianjin Wangxing. Then Speedmaster, it's up to you next. Under the watchful eyes of many gods. In huge amounts of black shadow, it suddenly began to squirm, and finally, the whole shadow changed into a tall and strong black shadow. This figure is superb. Unfamiliar forces, chaos, but I can try to control them. Speedmaster whispered, and began to try to sort out this chaotic divine power system. Swish! Annihilation directly attacked Speedmaster, but David had already blocked it at the first time. With a loud bang, David's body suddenly shattered more than half, but the next moment, he recovered instantly. Yes, Annihilation, I took a fancy to your power and fought with me. Fight until I become a super god of the universe. David sneered. Annihilation's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to move at all. He suppressed the horror in his eyes. Just a moment of evolution. Has it actually produced an amazing increase? Even I, the super god, have a hard time killing him. Annihilation felt heavy in his heart. He is even more aware that the Lord of Chaos and the Lord of Order will no longer belong to their five creation gods, unless... Infinite raised his head suddenly, with a fierce light in his eyes. If the five of us shoot together, it's possible. Infinitely sneered. She is the second in charge of combat power among the five gods. Although she is of the multi-universe level, she is able to fight with annihilation. 2 super superior combat power, plus the other 3 creation gods joining forces. It is not that there is no chance. But this time, Speedmaster suddenly sneered, quickly getting used to this peculiar shell, and immediately sneered a bunch of ridiculous guys. A series of icy and murderous eyes fell on him in an instant. The next moment, he sneered, looking full of confidence and full of confidence. The mixed divine power circulated on his body. The quasi-chaotic master stepped forward and shrank directly behind David. Some kind of you come here. The strongest Doomsday is standing here. Let's see if he doesn't kill you. Speedmaster hid behind David, roaring furiously, just like a chihuahua. David was speechless. Speedmaster's character, sure enough, is really a dog. When facing weak chickens, he punches hard, and his self-confidence explodes with ferocity. But once the situation changes, he could be stubborn and hold his thighs without hesitation. Really, Nema, among the many Superman, is also considered superb. Doomsday, Annihilation, and other creation gods thought silently. David the Superman is now called Day. Annihilation's eyes flickered with cold light. If you really want to find a chance to kill you, only now, in the future, you will only become stronger and stronger, and it is more likely that you will completely conquer death and become an immortal being. Infinitely solemnly said, although I don't know why you were so clear about Tianjin Wangxing, but you took action without authorization and took away what we had planned so hard. David, you will regret it. David showed a cold smile. Why, you still decide to do it? Then come. Besides, don't think there are too many of you, only 5. 5, it's enough to suppress you, and it's enough to kill the guy named Superman behind you. You don't even want to get what we planned so hard to take away. Eternal indifference speaks. David sneered. I see. More than people? Do you think that you can win? Do you think that with your 5 gods, you can take away from me what I am bound to get? Bah, you 5 rubbish are also worthy. David raised his head suddenly, and a dazzling golden yellow suddenly flashed in his eyes. This color seemed to condense the sunlight of thousands of years, and it was the light of the gods. He took one step forward, dragging the incompetent Speedmaster forward with the dog behind him. Do you still think that I am the only one who can fight you? Naive. The next moment, under the unbelievable gaze of existences such as annihilation, David suddenly shot, slapped his chest with a single blow, and activated the Superman gene template again. Now extract the golden Superman from all the Supermans. Similarly, among the many Clark Kents, he is the only one who walked on the evolutionary route of the gods and became the Superman of the gods. A terrifying golden brilliance suddenly erupted from David's body. This golden color, which was full of sacredness and unknown, penetrated the force field of the 5 gods in an instant and spread with a bang. Countless universes turned into gold. Endless life is filled with noble gold. The entire multi-universe was agitated at this moment, and in the vast and endless rule system, suddenly, a brand new power of great existence emerged, and more gods were aware of it. Countless beings were startled and looked horrified. This, a new multidimensional god that suddenly appeared. Golden multi-universe god. What kind of power is this? The key is that it was too sudden. Without any warning, a brand new powerful existence suddenly appeared. What the hell is going on? How did he do it? David is David who is confronting the 5 gods of creation. Isn't he the god of evolution? Has he evolved the ability to emit golden light? Many ancient existences were also disturbed. If it is said, everything else can be ignored, but only the sudden appearance of the new god is the existence they must pay attention to. More confusion than shock. In the end, how did you do it? And who is this unknown new god? And the most frightening were the 5 creation gods who directly confronted David. They looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes widened, and they watched as a golden figure walked out of David's figure. He has a golden appearance, a golden battle suit, and a golden cloak. Even his chest is similar to the Tai Chi logo, which is also golden. On that smiling face, there is only a peaceful raised corner of his mouth, exuding the dazzling light of local tyrant gold. Golden Superman out. Just standing there is so extravagant that it hurts people's eyes. A multi-universe level powerful power radiates out, and it has a tendency to rise sharply. This guy's strong, very strong, no less than me. Gritting his teeth infinitely, he said in a low voice. The five gods of creation were completely shocked. An existence that can be similar to infinity? That is to say, can it be barely 55 to 50 with this super large annihilation? But how could such an existence suddenly appear? And such a terrifying existence has never appeared in the past. There's no strange growth, no information left, as if it appeared out of nowhere. Is this possible? Galactus looked confused. Is this possible? But this is what actually happened. A golden guy is watching them with a smile. Golden Superman is one of the most powerful beings in all Superman versions. If you exclude the more special thinking Superman, you can compete with the Golden Superman. That is, you can only blow up a multi-universe main universe Superman with one punch. More importantly, Golden Superman is also the only one who has walked on the evolutionary route of the gods and finally succeeded. David looked at the extravagant Jean Chao beside him and also showed a look of amazement. On the other side, the aura of a god that is totally different from ordinary multi-universe gods, the aura of gods, naturally carries a kind of nobility and inviolability. Is this the power you gained from sleeping in the sun for 10,000 years? David was thoughtful. No, Your Excellency, Commander, 10,000 years of accumulation is just an essential foundation. I got a ticket to enter a higher dimension, which is the crucial metamorphosis. With the help of this ticket, I have seen the completely different levels in the past have really pushed the line of gods to the extreme. The Golden Superman spoke, his voice gentle, but contained a vague majesty. Golden Superman, who slept in the sun for 10,000 years, came out and became a Golden Superman, and then got an invitation from the fifth dimension. He officially became a five-dimensional person, completely got rid of the old shackles, jumping into a whole new field of vision. This is a living golden legend. David turned his head, looked at the five guys on the opposite side, and sneered. So, you were very confident just now? Confidence can destroy what I like right under my nose. Under the shock of the Golden Superman, the five gods of creation did not dare to act rashly, but not because of fear, but this scene was too strange. They thought about it and couldn't figure it out. How did the Golden Superman appear? With just a flash of gold, this golden guy came out of David. This is simply unreasonable. Rubbish. You are dead. This is the Supreme Superman. It is the strongest Superman. Superman was full of energy, jumping up and down, looking majestic. Everyone ignored him. David, this guy is strong, but not enough. Give the Speedmaster to us, and nothing will happen. Annihilation's figure suddenly swelled. The other four gods of creation are also ready to do it. Although you pulled out a weird guy as a helper, it's not enough. We have five, but you only have two. If you want to join forces to snatch the Speedmaster, you have no chance at all. Death covered his mouth and laughed softly. 5-2, how to lose. David also suddenly laughed. Interesting. You don't know anything about fear, and you don't know anything about Jean Chao's ability. David waved his hands lightly and said lightly, the difference of 3 is not worth mentioning. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the five gods changed, revealing an incredible look. Will there be 3 more Golden Supermans? How can that be? But in the next scene, they immediately felt relieved. David pulled 2 Superman over. Extreme Little Superman and Silver. They are just 2 Supermans of the level single universe. Although the five gods are still full of doubts in their hearts, they will not take it to heart. Even annihilation has already started, and they will take the lead in attacking David. Golden Superman, I still prefer to call you Roar than Supreme Superman. It's time for you to perform. David said calmly and calmly. Happy to serve you. The smile on the corner of Golden Superman's mouth grew brighter. Immediately, under the gaze of the five gods, as well as many gods who are closely watching this imminent war, the Golden Superman moved. There were three groups of golden rays of light that suddenly separated from the golden Superman, brewing a terrifying power that surpassed the higher dimensions, covering everything, and in an instant, they dispersed and moved. Absorbed by Speedmaster, Extreme Little Superman, and Silver Superman. Boom, boom, boom. Three terrifying breaths suddenly erupted. What have you done? How is this possible? Eternity suddenly roars loudly. Annihilation's figure also suddenly stiffened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. I saw that the three Superman of the level single universe, after carrying this power, possessed the power of the multi-universe level in just an instant, and it is highly similar to the golden Superman. In just an instant, three multi-universe, terrifying combat powers were created. Terrible fluctuations shook the entire multi-universe, and the endless world trembled for the presence of the three that suddenly appeared and was shaken by the waves of the spreading power. There are 4 of 5 body shapes, and a terrifying golden light rises into the sky. Corresponding to this splendid golden color is the unseen and shocking faces of the 5 great creation gods. Now, it's already 5 on 5. At least it's a multi-universe level of combat power, which is fair. David spread his hands and said calmly, as if I was helpless and there was nothing I could do. The shock from annihilation, reputation value plus 20,000. From the infinite shock, the reputation value plus 9,000. From the 5 gods generously contributed a wave of reputation points. More reputation points are on the way. What the hell did he do? Galactus asked dryly after a long time. This is just one of my abilities. It can perfectly distribute my power to other people. I hope you won't be disappointed. Now it's 5 to 5. The golden Superman kept smiling, but what he said wanted the 5 gods to take turns to punch him. David looked calm and was not surprised by the powerful and special ability displayed by the golden Superman. Jean Chow, there are 2 abilities that are the most special. One is to cross the origin wall, but this is Marvel. This ability is useless. Another ability is to give out his power to other Clark Kents. Ability to create gods in batches. What's even more amazing about this ability is that, theoretically, Golden Superman can divide his power among 5 Clarks, creating 5 multi-universe existences. This is also the advantage of Golden Superman as a 5-dimensional person. On the DC side, if a 5-dimensional person is randomly picked from the 5th dimension and thrown into the multi-universe, it is a blow that crosses 2-dimensional levels. When a 5-dimensional person sees the multi-universe, it means that he is watching comic book, and you can rewrite the content at will. Golden Superman can use his own power as a medium to rewrite the power of other peers, and it can be rewritten many times. Then, let's do it. 5 to 5, there's nothing to say now. David slowly raised his head and looked directly at Annihilation. Look, I won't beat you idiots into fools. 5 to 5, a multi-universe battle of unprecedented scale broke out at this moment. In particular, David was the first to do it, and he went straight to the strongest Annihilation in the first time. The other 4 Superman also acted brazenly, and the 4 multi-universe level powers erupted together, and at the same time, they all radiated bright golden light, covering the entire multi-universe in an instant. Then, you can take a gamble on me, who has given up a large part of my power. The Golden Superman directly found the second strongest among the 5 gods, Infinity, with a smile on his face. The infinite face is gloomy. You clearly let the 3 weak chickens be forcibly sublimated into multiple dimensions, but your own strength has not been significantly weakened. Why is this? You'll know if you beat me. The Golden Superman said with a smile. The next moment, a golden ray suddenly shot out of his eyes, and in the bang, he naturally had a dimensionality-reducing blow, and a single blow would blow him away indefinitely. On the other side, Superman, who was walking on the path of the Lord of Chaos, absorbed the divine power system from the goddess Superman, the Golden Superman, and his chaotic figure had skyrocketed again at this moment. In the same way, his strength has also increased explosively, and he is only one step away from the divine position of the Lord of Chaos. Are you dead? Come and watch me kill you. Speedmaster laughed ferociously, turned into a black shadow, and threw himself towards death with a bang. In the face of weak chickens, I will attack with superpowers. The figure of death suddenly retreated, raised his hand, and a large number of death rules were entangled, but he was instantly defeated by the chaotic and terrifying power of Chowba. Damn, you belonged to us originally. Death was extremely annoyed. The Lord of Chaos should have been on the side of the five gods. But not now. This is reality. Speedmaster stared directly at Death, and the two went to war directly. Eternal ignored others, and a pair of cold eyes stared at the Superman in front of him indifferently. You seem to be a little different from others. Definitely, because I am a supreme Superman. I will be stronger in the future than the golden guy next to me. I will prove to everyone that I am the most qualified Superman to win the Supreme title. The Supreme Little Superman said viciously, but his eyes had already swept past eternity and looked at the golden Superman who was at war with infinity. He has always firmly called Roar his own Supreme Superman, and he hates others to call Roar the Supreme Little Superman. He firmly believes that he is no worse than the golden Superman. It doesn't matter. I don't care about your bullshit ideals. Eternal indifferently whispered. The next moment, the endless galaxy in the body burst out. In the end, the calm personality of Buying Superman and Planet Devourer looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and both fell silent. I heard that you're a very special guy. You have no body. It's all duplication. After a while, Shirogane Superman spoke up. Galactus nodded. Yes, that's it. You are a duplication of level single universe. I'll fight. My duplication strength is not good, but I have an artifact, and I could be a multi-universe god with a single blow, but I can't use it easily. Galactus said it honestly. Shirogane Superman suddenly fell silent, a little tricky. So, that's what we're looking at. Look like that. Silver Superman quickly reached an agreement with Galactus, and the two looked at each other without saying a word, just like two fools. The other four battles were fierce, turning over countless universes, but the two of them were terribly quiet. Can you show me your artifact? Buying Superman suddenly asked. No, you'll take it. Galactus flatly refused, staring warily at the Silver Superman. He is just a level single universe, against multiple dimensional enemies. He has only one chance to make a move. If he is not careful, he will be killed by the enemy, or even the artifact will be taken away by the opponent. Don't worry, I'm a good person and won't rob. Uh-huh. The two beings fell silent again. Boom. The most intense battle is undoubtedly the battlefield of David and Oblivion. These two exist, and their combat range is almost beyond the entire multi-universe, and each strike carries a terrifying force that severely damages a multi-world. You two, come on, do it. Use all your strength to kill me. Every time David made a shot, there was no defense at all. He just sneered, attacked with all his might, and at the same time resisted the terrifying blow of annihilation. Every time he carried it, he almost walked around the gate of hell, but the evolution completed in a flash gave David a terrifying improvement beyond the past. This made Annihilation feel intractable and horrified, and he was even more afraid to make a ruthless attack. The harder the attack, the more amazing David's evolution. In the end, it becomes more and more difficult for him to suppress David. After annihilating and living for hundreds of millions of years, this is the first time I have encountered a monster like David. It is impossible to fight, and it is inappropriate to run. What should I do now? Annihilation fell into a state of confusion and could only bite the bullet drag. Annihilation, you can take a gamble. Bet that with your full strength, you can completely obliterate me with the power of the super universe level. David smashed the body of Annihilation with a single blow, and the opponent didn't move. He was about to slap him with a backhand, but he retracted it in an instant. There was disappointment in David's eyes. Annihilation said indifferently, "If I kill you, it is very likely that you will completely take that step and evolve the ability to be completely immune to death in the process of annihilation. Don't forget, among the five of us, there is one who is the supreme god of death. Your state cannot be concealed from us. That's a pity. David shook his head, punch after punch, engaging oblivion. Annihilation endured the grievances, looked at the other creation gods with anticipation, and hoped that others would open up the situation. But with just one look, hope is shattered. Infinite has never been able to take down the Golden Superman, and these two guys are now 50-50. Not to mention death and eternity. Galactus sighed, not to mention. Annihilation felt a burst of heartbreak. Boom! Another terrifying collision. This time, David has gone further in multiple dimensions, to the point where Annihilation is disturbed. At the same time, when these four pairs of beings were fighting fiercely, the entire multi-universe almost ushered in apocalyptic despair. With every confrontation, countless universes are destroyed. Especially the crazy bloody battle between David and Annihilation. Every confrontation, the endless universe around it will be instantly broken like a bubble, causing an unprecedented crazy mass extinction. 8 terrifying gods, starting from the multi-universe level battle. This is an unprecedented, terrifying battle. Fierce fighting has brought terrifying damage to the multi-universe. In a very short period of time, 30% of the entire multi-universe has been completely destroyed. Countless lives were instantly tragically killed and extremely fragile. Likewise, a greater number of gods fled in panic, devastated by this unprecedented, terrifying engagement. 10 powerful gods confronted each other, and 8 of them were terrifying beings from multiple dimensions at war. Since the birth of the multi-universe, such a thing has never happened. It's terrifying, just a little aftermath. It's already making me feel pain and despair if I'm at the center of the battle. There is no doubt about the power of the 5 creation gods, but how did David do it? How could he have so much multi-level combat power in one breath? Who is that existence that emits golden rays of light? Who can actually differentiate its own power so that others have the power of multiple dimensions? Never seen such a god. The entire multi-universe has been plunged into unprecedented turmoil. The tragic death of hundreds of millions of lives and the wailing and fleeing of countless gods are just a trivial epitome of this great destruction. More than 30% of the supposedly vast multi-universe has been completely destroyed at this moment. What's more terrifying is that even the entire multi-universe framework has been damaged. Some of the originally stable world rules are showing signs of collapse and distortion. You can imagine how terrifying this battle was. Fight again, and the whole multi-universe is gone. No more fights. The annihilation blow forced David back, watching the opponent evolve again, possessing the power to be immune to his own blow, and suddenly felt a burst of heartbreak. This beast, the more he fights, the stronger he is, and he can't get rid of it no matter how much he throws. He immediately raised his head and looked at the entire multi-universe. Seeing his world being destroyed like this, he felt even more anxious in his heart. Boom! A hot sight suddenly called, and was smashed by Annihilation's slap. But it was this move that should have been taken lightly. But at this moment, Annihilation clearly felt a trace of pain from the palm of his hand. This guy got stronger, and in all directions. Annihilation gritted his teeth in hatred. What is this called? We can't fight anymore. Annihilation suddenly shouted loudly, and there was a strong anxiety in his voice. Chowba sneered. Joke. It was you bastards who hit me, and now I don't want to? What a joke. Extreme little Superman. Who else? Annihilation almost exploded and said coldly, the multi-universe has been destroyed like this. Once it continues to be destroyed, we will not be able to end it, and even more terrible gods will appear to clean up the mess. At that time, we a few will end badly. David took the last punch, sending Oblivion to Faye, and his eyes narrowed. He already knew what Oblivion was worrying about. Life Court. Take charge of the Court of Life that oversees the entire Marvel Universe. The existence of Almighty Universe level. If it's duplication, it's okay to say, just kill. But if the main body comes, David stopped immediately, and there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Marvel's law, small things die galactus, big things die in court, but this is all duplication. A major event like this that directly destroys the multi-universe is likely to draw out the body of the life court. This is a real, omnipotent universe, and it is extremely terrifying. David, I don't understand. You obviously have such a powerful strength and subordinates. Why do you still insist on fighting with us for the Lord of Chaos? This is not necessary for you at all. Annihilation sounded low. He didn't understand. With the golden Superman in, what else does David need from the Lord of Chaos? You don't understand. The Lord of Chaos has something that I need very much. With him, maybe I can have more confidence. David said lightly. The last astonishing collision broke out. Many Supermen quickly gathered behind David, sneering at the 5 gods opposite. This battle has temporarily come to an end, and the entire multi-universe has been devastated and dismal. This matter, stop here, Annihilation said with an ugly face. The Lord of Chaos is yours. David chuckled. I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have evolved so quickly. Annihilation's face darkened even more. Let's go. David waved his hand, and in an instant, a vortex of time and space appeared, engulfing the 5 of them. On the spot, only the 5 creation gods remained. The faces of these 5 ancient gods became uglier than the last. Damn, we have never suffered such a big loss. Infinite was furious. Yong glanced at her and said lightly, if you can take down the golden Superman, we won't be so passive. What can I do? That golden Superman is so weird. With so much power out there, the drop in power is not that big. This guy was originally a freak, said infinitely gloomy. The other creator gods also fell silent. This battle was too awkward, too nonsensical, and inexplicable. They never figured out what the golden Superman was all about. The World Tree, Gia, the Lord of Chaos who devoured the gods. David, I'm afraid he is eyeing the mysterious god of life, and wants to trace back to the source of the World Tree by this means. Galactus suddenly said something. The other 4 creation gods were thoughtful. But what to do with the god of life? What's the point of this? Don't think about it. We just need to observe quietly. Now, let's start repairing the multi-universe first, and then delay it. I'm really worried that the almighty universe regulator will trouble us. Annihilation said a word. The 5 creation gods immediately began to repair the entire multi-universe. The destroyed universes were restored by them. The weak beings in it knew nothing about what happened, let alone that they had died once. Ignorance is a blessing, but also a great tragedy. At the same time, Krypton, the Lord of Chaos is here. Speedmaster, you are a very crucial piece of the puzzle. Don't let me down. David looked at the black shadow with the outline of Superman in front of him and said lightly. The next moment, he directly raised his hand and slapped the superstar with a slap. In an instant, the incomparably chaotic divine power, mixed with the divine power of the major gods of the World Tree, erupted at once, and the chaos and disorder reached the extreme. The god of life is the guy I have to find. In David's eyes, there's a blazing fire. A terrifying war that devastated the entire multi-universe was a short-lived end. The appearance and confrontation of 10 powerful beings are simply unprecedented. This has never happened in the past, and a terrible battle of 8 multidimensional and above broke out. They almost destroyed the entire multidimensional world. David, worthy of being called a multi-universe miracle, he really is a miracle. It's okay to use your own genetic system to quickly create a powerful ethnic group, but now you can have more terrifying subordinates. That golden Superman can actually mass-produce multi-universe gods. He must be hiding an amazing secret. Countless beings trembled and trembled. This terrifying scene simply subverted their 3 views. Compared to this unprecedented war, David's unfathomable performance was what made them feel most fearful and helpless. Why? David could be so scary. Even if he is so powerful that he has no solution, he has the ability to evolve, and even his subordinates are so powerful and strange. Unheard of. Numerous ancient existences are paying attention, and they're watching the world where Krypton is located. Soon, they showed a look of surprise because they felt that there were mixed divine powers bursting out. This is the divine power of the world tree. Is this what David wants to get, even if he fights the 5 gods of creation? It's messy, it's so messy. What use are these weak and complex forces? Soon, this supernatural power, mixed to the extreme, burst out. Under the action of the world tree, suddenly, beyond the boundaries of a single universe, and the many parallel universes began to converge, and in the dark, more world trees were connected in series, and suddenly began to spread wildly. Traces back to the oldest and most original only. Seeing this scene, many gods have already revealed the color of surprise. Sure enough, he was tracking the whereabouts of the god of life. The god of life is extremely mysterious and low-key, and even many new gods think that the god of life is just a legend. David himself is also a god, but it's impossible to determine whether he is from the World Tree faction. Gia and Set were both sniped by him, so to speak. Many gods talked in low voices, whispering. At the moment, deep in the distant multi-universe, the base camp of the Cosmic Tenjin group. Numerous cosmic god groups are constantly running, and dozens of types of mechanical gods are guarding everything here. The information of the entire multi-universe is summed up here, and in the 10th floor issues orders to dispatch different types of Tianshan teams to each universe. At the moment, in the highest meeting within the Tenjin group, there are 9 figures gathered. Eternal has sent us a message. Let's be careful, David. Among these 9 figures, the most powerful one, the sleeping god of the super-universe level, opened his mouth slowly at the moment, his voice indifferent. The next moment, he looked at another powerful god. Analyze the god. I want to get the analysis result as soon as possible. This Azure god lowered his head. The endless stream of data flickered, and soon he raised his head and spoke indifferently. Analysis results. Analysis of eternal character. About the positioning of the 5 creation gods. Golden Superman deciphering scheme. A large number of results were listed by the analysis gods and placed in front of the other 8 gods. Although Eternal has been of great help to our colored heavenly god group, there is no reason to trust him. Analytical heavenly god said at last. The experimental god said lightly. The cooperation between us and eternity was only when the first sky and the dark god group were besieged together before the multi-universe was born. When the dark god group is destroyed and the first sky is dead, there is no longer any contact. Many ignorant gods think that we are created by eternity, and even think that we will obey the orders of eternity. But this is only a necessary move to maintain the multi-universe and prolong the life of the multi-universe. David is a very weird guy and has never seen such a god, but it's not unacceptable because the multi-universe will never lack monsters of all forms. No. I received news that David deciphered the production sequence of some mass-produced gods and even made some imitations and placed them on Krypton. Many gods were talking, but all the gods shut their mouths, and the light bulbs on each face flickered. Everything else can be tolerated, except that some of the gods' life codes have been deciphered, which is unbearable. What's more, David has already used these codes to create a new god, which is unforgivable. Production code is our core secret. Back then, Eternal wanted to get his hands on it and couldn't do it, but David did it. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. We were able to eliminate the Dark Gods group, and all the way to the present, all over the multi-universe, we have carried out a large number of biological experiments and created countless races and gods, not to let these experimental products take the initiative to their creations. Find a way to destroy those imitation gods. Be quick. But what about David? He can evolve infinitely by himself, and the Golden Superman can create multiple multi-universe level counterparts. The sleeping god paused and said solemnly, There's no need to worry too much. David's evolution ability is not unsolvable. At least, I have found a way to decipher his evolution ability. As for the Golden Superman, his special ability can never be infinite, and the 9 of us are dispatched together and can definitely kill him. I don't believe that Golden Superman can make 8 multi-universe classes in one go. The 9 gods stood there like 9 mountains. After a while, the god of destruction said, "Is the supreme judge still not here? Which multi-universe is he in now?" I don't know. After all, the justice is the OAA adjutant above all things, and the scope of responsibility has far exceeded our imagination. Don't participate, don't inquire. Immediately, these 9 huge amounts of stature began to act directly, and with a bang, they rushed towards the world where David was bursting with astonishing power, exuding majestic will. The endless world was startled, and he looked at the 9 statues one after another, and suddenly showed a look of astonishment. The top 10 gods of the universe god group actually dispatched 9 gods in one go. What do they want to do? David, their goal is David. David's subordinates have some robots that are suspected to be imitations of the Tenjin group. I'm afraid this is the reason why the Universe Tenjin group was dispatched. Under David's command, there are a group of extremely strange mechanical beings. Many existences have noticed this. Except for very few with vicious eyes, most existences really don't think much about it. It's just mechanical life, not uncommon. But now this scene, but immediately let many existences understand something. These arrogant gods are finally afraid. They know that if they don't act, they will never have a chance. Eternal quietly watched this scene with an indifferent expression. I suspected at the beginning that David had obtained the core code of the Cosmos God Group and directly slaughtered an entire universe of God Group. Eternal stared coldly at the 9 figures that shuttled through the multi-universe in the roar whistle and sneered. It's really not easy to get these arrogant guys out together. Everyone thinks that I can order these guys, but the only ones who can really order these guys are themselves. Eternal quietly watching this scene, his heart is full of expectations, with a look full of malice, fiercely watching everything, looking forward to everything. Can you, David, evolve infinitely? Can your Golden Superman mass-produce multi-universe gods? He. The high-level celestial beings of the cosmic deity group came out in full force, and unless the existence of the almighty universe level made a move, no one could stop them. Your legend is about to end. Starting from this moment, eternally indifferently watched. Roar. 9 huge amounts of stature ran through the multi-universe, and wherever they passed, they caused stormy waves, and one universe after another trembled. The entire vast and endless multi-universe, in front of the 9 multi-universe level gods dispatched together, at this moment seems so humble, as if the end was coming. Krypton. David is concentrating on searching for the whereabouts of the god of life. I finally found it. David slowly opened his eyes crossed the endless world, shuttled through countless gaps in time and space, and found what he wanted in that extremely deep and secret area. The ancient world tree and the god of life. The ultimate origin of Marvel's strongest pantheon was found by David. The god of life, who was sleeping for a long time, suddenly noticed something, opened his sleepy eyes in surprise, and looked at David. The two exist, separated by countless worlds, staring at each other. I really didn't expect that after so long, someone would still be interested in this old guy like me. The voice of the god of life is extremely gentle. He eyed David with interest, looking at the generations of mankind separated from him. Well, it's a life under my world tree system, but it's actually a MO family with divine genes, but it's completely different from my world tree system. And this kind of basic, something is wrong. After watching it for a while, the god of life was at a loss. With his understanding of life, at a glance, he noticed something was wrong with David. A genetic system that is constantly undergoing drastic changes? What god is this? Is that so? The evolutionary god of Megatron multi-universe and the god of Krypton and let my two descendants die and be injured. Soon, the God of life collect information from multi-universe and know David's origin. But even more incomprehensible, his world tree system is unlikely to give birth to a very different species like David. The next moment, his gaze was shattered. David slowly withdrew his hand, his face calm. Finally, I found it, the God of life, the ancestor of at least 70% of Marvel's orthodox gods. Then you can get started. Exactly, the world tree is about to wither, and it happens to be swallowed up by me. David's eyes were indifferent. He grabbed the infinite gems hexahedron, raised his feet, and stepped out one step straight to the world tree. The world tree in front of him was on the verge of death, leaving only an incomparably illusory form, and the weak rule was almost dead. In just a few hours, this world tree between the real and the illusory, the convergence of countless rules, will completely disappear. David observed for a while, and the next moment he rushed in, stretched out his hand, grabbed the trunk of the tree, let out a low roar, and immediately began to devour this world tree with his own power. In an instant, the genes in the body suddenly burst out. With this unique divine gene of David as the core, an amazing suction force suddenly erupted and began to frantically devour the remaining divine power rules on the world tree. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the rules collapsed and turned into countless pieces, which were constantly swallowed by David. Every time a piece is swallowed, the divine gene system in David's body is pushed further and further, and that gene also begins to expand wildly. The entire world tree began to deplete at an alarming rate and was swallowed by David one by one. Many beings in the entire universe looked at this scene with horrified eyes and only felt their scalps go numb. David is actually devouring the world tree? Is this his purpose? Use the world tree as nourishment. I can feel that the power of the gods in him is getting stronger and stronger, and it is even a bit terrifying. More importantly, is this kind of fluctuation really the kind of God we understand? It always feels wrong. It belongs to another completely different God. The world tree depleted at an alarming rate, soon after the last fragment was shattered and swallowed by David. The huge world tree was completely gone. Thor and Hela, the only two remaining in the world tree god system, had a violent tremor in their divine power, and they could clearly feel that their own power was weakening. The world tree is finally dead. The devil Thor stood on the devastated Avengers building, looking at the center of the universe with complicated eyes. After a long time, he took a deep breath. The situation on Earth is in turmoil, and the civil war in the Avengers intensifies, with new heroes and criminals joining both sides every so often and then being killed. More and more people are realizing that it is time to end this senseless civil war. Suddenly, Thor's eyes widened suddenly. He turned his head suddenly and looked in a certain direction. What is that? I saw 9 gigantic figures roared, causing stormy waves, and exuding power that made Thor, the devil of level single universe, tremble. Cosmic deity group? They are terrifyingly powerful. Are they the only gods in the sequence? Not just Thor, but the entire universe was shaking. Under the deterrence of 8 multi-universe levels and 1 super-universe level, this tiny universe fell into a state of wailing. At this time, David had already digested the world tree. Ding! Congratulations to your Excellency Commander for opening the Krypton new god system. Route, unlocking the system permissions, and obtaining specified rewards must not exceed the limit of multi-universe. Can I specify what to get? David glanced at the menacing Judao figure, and suddenly a contemptuous smile appeared. Then, I have designated a special character, Quantum Superman. System, don't tell me you can't do it. David stood silently where he was. 9 figures smashed through the cosmic barrier and came to this world with a bang, and immediately surrounded David. It's really a grand scene. David put his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the 9 big guys in front of him. I think since you decided to do it, it means that you have found a way to deal with me. I guess it's a seal? Or exile? There's no such trick. What's the use? The sleeping god said solemnly. Neither, but to kill you, David. There are many unknown powers hidden in this vast world. Some even the gods are amazed. Your evolutionary ability may also be kill you. If you say that, I'd be interested. David raised his eyebrows and looked at the sleeping god with interest. This big guy, but the guy in the top 10 gods group, second only to the Justice, can be said to be the adjutant of the Justice. Interesting, really interesting. David is really curious. What will these guys come up with to restrain his infinitely evolving ability? Even the DC gods can't do anything about the ancient Doomsday. He doesn't believe that these guys can be stronger than the DC gods and can really come up with a way to permanently solve the infinite evolution ability. Swish! Golden light flashed. Soon, 5 multi-universe level beings suddenly appeared beside David. Gold Superman, Silver Superman, Extreme Little Superman, Speedmaster. 5 multi-universe level Superman with the same appearance. Face and body are standing in unison behind David. There is only one more than in the information. It seems that your ability is indeed limited. Analyzing the opening of the gods, he stared straight at the strange Golden Superman. These abilities are enough to deal with you. The Golden Superman kept a smile, filled with coldness. There are only 5, but we have 9. If possible, there will be more. The 6,000-meter tall god of destruction lowered his head and looked at David and the others bloodthirsty. Again, David suddenly laughed. Why, you guys who are too old to be ridiculous are always emphasizing how huge amounts of advantages you have and constantly showing off with ridiculous things. You guys, are you so afraid of losing? You're so afraid of being thrown in the rubbish heap of history. David looked around, looking at the 9 huge amounts of figures, magnificent, but now it looks like that. There's no essential difference between you and the 5 great creation gods. You need to be taught a lesson by my new god. I will let you experience for yourself what is fear. David shook his head. Under the bewildered gazes of the 9 gods, he slowly raised a finger and said silently in his heart, "The system, the embodied quantum Superman." Ding! Now begin to manifest the special character Quantum Superman. Soon, under the shocking gaze of the 9 gods, a powerful force emerged from David. Still at the multi-universe level, it stands to reason that even if there is another multi-universe level, it is impossible for them. But for some reason, the sleeping god suddenly produced a huge amount of crisis, as if the strange multi-dimensional breath appeared in David would cause terrible trauma to them. Stop him! The sleeping god suddenly roared and shot out brazenly. The other 8 gods did not dare to hesitate, and immediately started. Next, it's time for our show, guys. The Golden Superman had a smile on his face, but he was extremely decisive and vicious when he could move his hands. He was the first to kill Fulong, the experimental god, and his terrifying fist slammed into the giant god, making a loud bang. The other Superman also sneered and started a fight with the numerous cosmic gods. This time, don't even think about having a chance. The sleeping god didn't do anything, just stared at David and whispered coldly. He had seen a peculiar being separated from David. This is a translucent guy with a blue glow all over his body. What power system is this? Quantum? A quantum god. The sleeping god stared straight at this strange azure blue, translucent existence, full of doubts. I am the Quantum Superman, as you said, the god of the quantum side, and also the person who is about to destroy you. Remember my name? I am the Quantum Superman. Quantum Superman spoke indifferently. Compared to the Golden Superman, he looks more ruthless. This is the price of becoming a quantum god, with only divinity and no humanity. Quantum gods are real gods, cold-blooded and indifferent. David glanced at the many Superman and the gods in the fierce battle, sneered, and said lightly, "Quantum Superman, it's your turn, kill those cosmic gods." "Yes, Your Excellency, David." Quantum Superman took one step, just this step. In an instant, an identical Quantum Superman was separated from the original Quantum Superman. Not good. The sleeping god just glanced at it and immediately rushed to a burst of trepidation, brazenly shot, and slapped the newly separated quantum Superman into scum. But the next moment, something that made the sleeping gods extremely terrified happened. There are more quantum Supermans, separated from the original quantum Superman. What's really scary is that these new quantum Superman, each individual, is exactly the same as the body. From appearance, to strength, to thinking fluctuations, to character, to ability, all are the same. How is this possible? How can there be a freak like you in this world? The sleeping god roared, filled with thick horror. From the shock of the sleeping god, the reputation value plus 15,000. Every duplication is exactly the same as the main body. Who is the duplication? And who is the ontology? What the hell are you? Where did you come from? The sleeping god roared and slammed into it, killing several quantum Superman in an instant. But to no avail. There are a greater number of quantum Supermans appearing. It's useless. This is quantum Superman. When it comes to fighting alone, his strength is not strong. But the crux of the problem is that he is never alone, but hundreds of thousands. David smiled and was very satisfied with the performance of quantum Superman. This is the horror of quantum gods, who can easily separate identical self, and each self has independent thinking and self-will, and has its own concept and cognition. In other words, each quantum Superman, all are noumenons, even independent entities. Quantum Superman, among many Superman, is also a unique existence. It is very similar to Dr. Manhattan. Both lost their bodies in an experiment, but became quantum gods. Over time, humanity lost and divinity sublimated, becoming the final form of quantum Superman. Quantum Superman also has two special abilities. One is that it can communicate with the ultimate on the DC side, the main monitor, but here is Marvel. This ability is naturally useless. Second, like Dr. Manhattan, he can differentiate into a large number of himself, each of which is absolutely independent, with independent thinking and will, and does not have any affiliation with other himself. Each quantum Superman is independent. How can he guarantee not to fight infighting? The sleeping god looked at the dozens of quantum Superman in front of him with a ghostly look. Each one has his own will and cognition. This is huge amounts of evil. No god dares to take this step, but he. Why dare? Simply because he's a quantum Superman. He just can. David sneered. Quantum Superman has no humanity, only divinity. He and them will not have such boring emotions as jealousy, selfishness, and hatred, which belong to the realm of human nature. Divinity does not have these things, but only the purest philosophical thinking. A lot of quantum Superman with divine nature can always maintain a high degree of consistency. Even if other quantum Superman die for another quantum Superman, there will be no hesitation. Because under divine thinking and cognition, everything does not need hesitation. As long as quantum Superman still exists, then self still exists even if it dies. But these, the sleeping god, cannot understand, and David is not interested in explaining it to him. Really, there's no need to explain it to a guy who's going to die. Quantum Superman, do it. Kill all the gods except the sleeping god. David ordered. Dozens of quantum Superman immediately started, forming a team in groups of 3 or 5, and savagely rushed towards the 8 Tenjin group who were fighting with the 5 Superman. What the hell is this? How come there are so many? Damn it. No fear and caution. Every individual is exactly the same? How can there be such a monster in this world? It's like this again. It's another monster. David himself is a monster, but he can always summon more monsters frequently. Just as soon as they came into contact, the other 8 gods fell into an unprecedented passive, and their powerful strength was completely suppressed. One-on-one, they are confident they can beat Quantum Superman to death. But what's special? It's one-to-many now. Every god is besieged by Quantum Superman in varying numbers. My Cosmic God group was also beaten up one day. Our God group is the strongest organization in the multi-universe, with the largest number of multidimensional gods. But you bastards, what's going on? Damn it, the number of multi-universe levels is actually much more than us. The destruction god is the most ferocious and the most gigantic body of 6,000 meters, leaving behind the golden Superman and starting to focus on the crazy confrontation with the quantum Superman. Soon, God of Destruction fought the body and killed a quantum Superman. Seeing this scene, the other gods who were somewhat collapsed immediately cheered up. These strange blue creatures are not strong, although it is very tricky. As long as it is delayed for a longer time, it will always usher in a turning point, killing one less and one less. The other celestial groups struggled to support and were beaten by many quantum Superman. Soon, another quantum Superman was killed. In terms of heads up, quantum Superman is really not good, especially compared with the mechanical gods of the universe god group. The disadvantage is even more obvious. Just when the senior members of the cosmic deity group saw the dawn of victory. These numbers are not enough. More are needed. A quantum Superman spoke indifferently and said something lightly. The next moment, every quantum Superman was lit up with a shimmering blue light, and in an instant, several quantum Supermans were separated from the splitting gazes of many gods. In an instant, hundreds of quantum Superman had appeared, surrounded the 8 gods, and looked at them blankly. All the rush suddenly fell into silence. The 8 celestial beings looked at him dumbfounded and looked at the hundreds of multi-universe level quantum Superman, falling into deep confusion. Multi-universe level? A few hundred? Is this kind of thing possible? But it really happened. No, this kind of thing. Hundreds of multi-universe gods, it's just... The key is that each individual is exactly the same. So many duplications are separated, but the strength is not weakened in the slightest. The scene in front of him turned everything upside down and even destroyed the existing knowledge of many ancient gods in a mess. Can you still play like this? This monster has seriously damaged the balance of the multi-universe and should be eliminated. The sleeping god couldn't hold back any longer. He took action himself. The power of the super-universe level suddenly exploded, and he smashed the massive quantum Superman with a heavy hammer. The super-universe level, which was shot with hatred, ripped apart a part of the multi-universe framework at the moment of its action, causing countless worlds to shake. But at this time, no one would care about such trivial matters, and they all looked at this scene one by one. Look, those hundreds of expressionless, like quantum Superman-like machines. Such a monster, damn it. Most should be killed. Boom. But David raised his hand and slammed the heavy hammer of the sleeping god in the wrong direction, and only a dozen quantum Superman were obliterated by this blow. There are many more alive, all looking up, staring indifferently at the sleeping god. Give it up. As I said, today is the time when you must die. When you do something to me, you must have the consciousness of dying. David clasped his shoulders with his hands, and his body changed for a while. After receiving the blow of the sleeping god, he immediately began to evolve slightly. Become more powerful. Show your true skills, and let me see if what you call dealing with me is the same as what I guessed. If not, you'll be dead. David sneered. The sleeping god took a deep breath, and his heart was also ruthless. If he didn't want to get rid of the scourge of David, who knows what kind of monsters he would create. As you wish, David, you will feel the fear firsthand. Soon, from the depths of the multi-universe, a group of celestial gods flew fast. These guys are the 5th team of the Tenjin group? David glanced at it and smiled. Sure enough, as he had guessed, what the sleeping god said, the so-called method to kill him completely, is the most mysterious and crazy among the 3 original powers of the multi-universe. Fairy power. The multi-universe has 3 primordial forces: Phoenix Force, Chaos Force, and Goblin Force. Among them, the power of the fairy is the most mysterious and the most dangerous power. More importantly, this primordial power, because its risk factor is too high, has always been sealed by the cosmic deity group. And now, in order to deal with David, they did not hesitate to break the seal and release the power of the fairy. Looks like you know what this is. The sleeping god stared at David, his voice low. It's just the power of the goblin. There's only so much power in your hands, and the ones that can be used against me are even rarer. After thinking about it, there's only the power of goblins. With his hands behind his back, David had a sneer on his face, quietly looking at the fifth team of the celestial group that was coming fast. The sleeping god sank in his heart and fell into silence. The power of the fairy is the power that he can think of to completely end David, but now it seems David is not panic at all. Why? Unlock the seal. The sleeping god roared. Soon, the fifth heaven god acted immediately and directly unlocked the blocked time and space. Boom! A terrible bang rang out. Huge amounts of cracks are created. Even more amazing than this, there's a terrifying greedy will that is slowly spreading, obsessively watching every individual present. The entire multi-universe is enveloped by this extreme greed, as if everything in the world is food in the eyes of this will. Quantum Superman, kill all the celestial groups so as not to let this garbage disturb me. David spoke suddenly. Hundreds of Quantum Superman shot out brazenly, in a frenzied bombardment, trying their best to besiege the poor 8 other gods. Every moment passed, there were screams and screams. Facing such a crazy and unreasonable Quantum Superman, the 8 multi-universe gods instantly fell into unprecedented passive and helpless. How to fight this? This desperate roar also spread throughout the multi-universe in an instant. A brutal war broke out again. What the hell is going on with that Quantum Superman? It can separate hundreds of multi-universe level duplications. This kind of terrifying monster really exists. The deity group is going to end. At least, the sleeping deity may escape, and the other deities will definitely be done. The entire multi-universe is paying attention to this unprecedented war. Hundreds of multi-universe level melees are unheard of. Previously, the fierce battle between David and the 5 gods of creation and the fight between the 8 multi-universe level gods was already an unprecedented event, and it was broken not long after, and even more love happened. Even the 5 great gods of creation, watching this scene, were full of feelings in their hearts. This, a few hundred multi-universe classes? Although a single quantum super strength is very weak, this terrifying number is simply... Sure enough, when David was fighting against us, he only summoned a golden Superman, and he already kept his hand. This is his biggest whole card. Quantum Superman. Quantum Superman. What kind of monster is this? Now, let's see if Sleeping God can kill David. This man hides too many secrets. What's more terrifying is that we don't even know where he got these subordinates. The 5 great creation gods looked at this scene with ugly expressions, and their hearts were already filled with horror. If David had directly summoned the Quantum Superman and besieged him, then they would have. I just hope that the power of the fairy can really work and really kill the monster David. A shrill cry came out, and it instantly spread throughout the multi-universe. The extreme greed and urgency erupted frequently, and finally, at the place where the seal was sealed, a peculiar light group gushed out. This is the power of the fairy, one of the 3 primordial powers. The power of the fairy, the greedy power that devours everything in the legend, is this thing. David put his hands behind his back and looked at the light group blankly. The power of the fairy, the biggest feature is to eat. No matter what it is, it can eat, and it is endlessly swallowing, and there's no time to be satisfied. This thing, even Phoenix Force and Chaos Force can eat. The other 2 primordial forces are the best food for Goblin Force. In theory, as long as this power is given enough time, the entire multi-universe, countless worlds, and countless gods will be swallowed up by the ever-growing power of the Goblin. Therefore, after realizing the danger of this thing, the Cosmic Deity Group immediately sealed it. Now, in order to deal with the infinitely evolving existence of David, they had to release the power of the fairy. With infinite devour and bite, deal with David's infinite evolution. At first glance, it seems to be the best restraint method. David, you will die, and everything you have will be completely consumed by this thing. The sleeping god said in a low voice. Boom! At the moment, a violent explosion sounded, and in this very short period of time, a cosmic god group was besieged and killed by Quantum Superman. The other 7 gods could not last long. Sizzle. The power of the fairy greedily devoured the aftermath of the energy that spread out and became more and more violent. As the sleeping god retreated, he looked straight at David. In its instinct, it can clearly feel the tempting smell coming from David, which is an instinctive induction, as if it can have countless food as long as it bites David. Suddenly, David laughed in a low voice, not only did not have any fear on his face, but instead waved at the power of the goblin. Next moment, the power of the goblin erupted with a terrifying hum, madly pounced on David. That's the ultimate obsession. He is really a greedy guy, and he's indeed the most dangerous and uncontrollable power among the 3 primordial powers. Not only did David not dodge, but instead glanced at the sleeping god with a half-smiling smile, and under the shocked gaze of the other party, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it. The power of the goblin. David took the initiative to grab the power of the fairy. Boom! The 2 figures collided suddenly, and in an instant, an astonishing light erupted, and there was a more terrifying confrontation of wills, spreading rapidly, forcibly distorting everything. "What are you doing?" said the sleeping god in disbelief. In that light, David's voice came out. "Sleeping god, your idea is good, but it's a bit stupid. I guess, is Eternal giving you the idea? At least, it is also the information he gave you. You will regret it, and regret taking the initiative to come to me. My trump card is beyond your imagination." Goblin power? Well, this stuff is really tricky. You can eat anything, and you can eat it indefinitely. At first glance, it seems to be very restrained from his infinite evolution. But actually, in that endless light, the power of the fairy fell into a state of madness, and the moment it touched David's arm, it began to bite frantically. "Human, let me eat you. I've been imprisoned by those disgusting scrap irons for too long. Quick, let me eat you." The power of the goblin rushed over and bit David's arm in one bite. As soon as it took a bite, it suddenly widened its eyes and chewed. The power contained in this flesh and blood, is actually changing dramatically all the time. This is the perfect food. What? You still have such a powerful self-healing ability. The power of the fairy went mad in an instant, and after taking a sip, it learned a lot of information and even a lot of interpretations of David's physical state. Immediately after the shock, there was extreme ecstasy. Just got out of prison to come across such perfect food. Powerful flesh, tough soul, endless energy, adaptable rules. This is simply the most perfect kind of countless foods. Fairy power is excited. It gnawed in big bites, and every time it went down, it tore off a large piece of David's body and devoured it. But in the next moment, David recovered in an instant. The sleeping god glanced at it, took a deep breath, and was extremely relieved, turned around, swung the hammer, and slammed into the Quantum Superman. "You are the body. I've been staring at you. Do you think you're hiding well? Kill you and learn your secrets." The sleeping god said in a deep voice, and with one blow, he pounced on one of the many Quantum Supermans, knocking it out in an instant. But in the next scene, he was stunned. I beg his hundreds of Quantum Superman not to look at him, still besieging the other god groups frantically, and in this short period of time, another multi-universe level god was bombarded and killed. Damn it, did I read it wrong? The sleeping god felt a shudder. Is it true that what David said, these guys really have no difference between ontology and duplication? But how can they guarantee not to fight infighting? They all have self-will and independent cognition. How can they ensure that they can act in unison? If every Quantum Superman is an ontology, can we separate out the exact same so-called duplication? Quantum, an unprecedented chill rose in the sleeping god's heart. Why do monsters like this exist? This is simply the most unreasonable thing. Why does it exist? Boom. Another god died in battle. With a low roar from the sleeping god, he will burst out with all his strength, killing all the Quantum Superman. With a smile on his face, the Golden Superman is about to kill the sleeping god. But this time, sleeping god, I advise you to give up. You will all die here. At this time, in the endless light, David's voice suddenly came out. The sleeping god suddenly turned his head to look. No, why haven't you been swallowed up by the power of the goblin? The light slowly dissipated. David walked out slowly. Every step he took, the greedy goblin power would always eat apart. But the next moment, David recovered instantly. Because the power of the fairy is originally alive, and it will have hatred. Compared with me, you are its most hated enemy. David opened his mouth expressionlessly, and while he was speaking, the goddamn power of the goblin bit him several times. More importantly, how do you know that my evolution ability can evolve the possibility of being immune to it? The corners of David's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. This is impossible. The power of the fairy is the power to devour everything, and there is nothing in this world that it cannot eat. The sleeping god roared. But David just sneered. The next moment, the genes in the body began to undergo unprecedented, crazy changes. Do you want to evolve to the point where you won't be swallowed by the power of fairies? Fairy power eats everything? It's very simple. Just evolve into the power of the fairy, and you'll be fine. What do you think I'm doing after being bitten so many times by this ghost? David walked towards the sleeping god step by step, and with every step, his entire body was exploding with terrifying changes, blobs bulging and dissipating all the time. The whole genetic system is going crazy with metamorphosis. Through the analysis and devotion of the power of the fairy, just now, through the deciphering of the hobby of this ghost, David, the god of evolution, has found the direction of evolution. Especially this time, it was David who took the initiative to evolve. Most of the confrontations and fierce battles with powerful enemies in the past were passive evolution. David didn't need to do anything at all. As long as he stabilized the most core god gene, the other gene systems would spontaneously match the external environment to create the most optimal solution. Optimal solution. And this time, David actively controls the direction of evolution. The junk information that Eternal gave you will only show that I can evolve infinitely and can use all external attacks. But he will never tell you that I am immune to originally, which is not the true meaning of infinite evolution at all. David sneered again and again. Every step he took, the genetic mutation was evolving in a strange direction. Under the stunned gaze of the sleeping god, the more it evolves, the slower the speed of the goblin power's bite will be, until in the end, the goblin power just lies on David's body, motionless. How could this be? What did you do? Fairy power, why didn't you eat him? He is the best food. The sleeping god roared in disbelief. At the moment, the power of the fairy is also confused. It was lying on David's body in a daze, revealing deep confusion. What happened? How can I eat, and suddenly it doesn't taste good? This is so weird. The shock from the power of the fairy, the reputation value, plus 80,000. David sneered. I just need to evolve the flavor that the power of the fairy doesn't like the most. Very simple things, such as its own taste. Even the power of the fairy won't make it eat itself folly. That's an act of self-destruction. David sneered. Do you like to eat fairy power? I have evolved into your own breath, and at the same time have the taste you hate the most. Would you eat one for me to see? The power of the fairy is really in a tangle. Since I have no edible value for you, these cosmic gods must be good food, and 6 multi-universe gods, all for you. David spoke softly. Seeing the existence of this scene, they were all shocked. He can actually evolve an ability that cannot be swallowed. Can't even the power of a fairy kill the monster David? Many beings looked at David with shocked expressions, shocked and horrified by the power that David had manifested. Actually, even the power of the fairy can't solve David. And what's even scarier than that is, if the power of the goblin does not devour him, it is also possible to be completely controlled by him. Is the first god who perfectly harnesses the power of fairies born? Countless eyes looked at David, who was walking forward step by step in shock. They almost saw with their own eyes an unprecedented monster that was rising step by step, killing all the enemies in front of them. He has the terrifying ability of infinite evolution. If he masters the power of the goblin again, he will have the ability to devour everything. Infinite swallowing and infinite evolution. Such a result. Annihilation looked at this scene from a distance, and after a long time, he sighed deeply. It's like they've made a great monster. A super god who can form a perfect cycle. Eternal fell into a long silence, looking at this scene gloomily. This result was completely beyond the scope of his plan. After a long time, Eternal said in a low voice, "The last attempt also failed, as far as I can think of. There is no other way than to let the existence of the almighty universe level of the life court directly erase David from the conceptual level." Such a monster! The five gods looked at each other and fell into deep helplessness and entanglement. Swish! The power of the goblin escaped from David and rushed towards the broken gods. "You dare!" the sleeping god roared, and the terrifying power of the super-universe level exploded, and he was about to attack the power of the fairy. Puff! But a hot line of sight had already bombarded, and it hit the sleeping god. David blocked sleeping god, his hands behind his back, and said softly, "Sleeping god, I am very optimistic about you, be my dog. I have a high-level genetic dog named Rhubarb, and now it's a very good thing to have you." Interesting thing. Go away. The sleeping god slammed with a hammer and hit David with a single blow. In an instant, his flesh and blood shattered and his soul was injured. But in the next instant, he had already completed his self-healing. No matter how you fight, it's the most ridiculous struggle. Sleeping god, you are a rare super-universe level. I treat you as a dog to give you face, don't give face shame. David looked at the huge amounts of robot in front of him and said lightly. The sleeping god was provoked and sneered. "You want to provoke me to attack you crazily, and then use this to transcend multiple dimensions and enter a super level. It's naive. Super universe level is not so easy to be promoted, and I won't either. Give you this chance. Get out of here." Boom! With another blow, the sleeping god knocked David into the air, and at the same time, he started to block the power of the goblin. The terrifying super-universe level power burst out loudly, surpassing all the existences in the field. In the rapid explosion, some unlucky quantum Superman were affected and wiped out on the spot. Boring. After David's self-healing, he looked at the powerful, sleeping god with no expression on his face. Indeed, this super-universe level god is really tricky. It is the second strongest in the universe god group after the judge. But so, facing such a guy, David has his own trump card. Also the real trump card. That is the god of machines. You don't know anything about fear. In the past, the ones that scared you the most were, to put it bluntly, the First Firmament and the Dark God group. But those guys, either trash or idiots, are not worth mentioning at all. Boom! A terrifying wave suddenly erupted, and it surged out in an instant. Ordinary people still can't notice anything. But the cosmic gods who were present suddenly stagnated in an instant, suddenly turned their heads, and looked at David in horror. "What have you done? My body. David, what did you do to us?" One of the gods let out a terrified roar. During this gap, the power of the goblin suddenly rushed over, instantly enveloped the two gods, and began to chew. The other Superman also took the opportunity to kill the remaining gods. At the scene, only the sleeping god was left. What kind of power is this that can directly interfere with me? The deep voice of the sleeping god rang out, and this angry voice spread throughout the multi-universe. This strange scene also caused more existences to suddenly fall into deep stunned. David calmly looked at the sleeping god whose behavior showed a hint of sluggishness, and said lightly, "This is my ability. All of you gods don't know. I am not only the god of evolution, but also the god of machinery. In other words, mechanical beings like you're all toys to me, and they should be controlled by me at the moment of birth. God of machinery. This is David's ability to extend an evolutionary path to the extreme so far, and it is finally used now. Directly locked, the sleeping god. God of machinery. How can there be such a god? you have such a God position. Why is it that I, who is responsible for monitoring the multi-universe, don't know? The sleeping God felt a strange authority over him suddenly coming, and he was suppressed in a sudden, not to mention strength, even the will. In front of this power, there was a slight delay. From David, he felt the constant terror control force, which was constantly spreading, and in an instant, it swept over everything. Even he of the super-universe level can't resist this power. "You monster!" The sleeping God roared in rage, resisting with all his might, and in anger, he slammed a hammer on David. But this time, David just raised his head with a sudden hot look in his eyes and knocked the hammer into the air. "I said, being my mechanical dog is the best decision, but you have to refuse. It doesn't matter. Erase your will. The result is the same. Even, you will be more obedient," David said lightly, once again, increasing his interference with the sleeping God. The God of machinery is a terrifying ability that pushes the mechanical control route to the extreme and naturally possesses the power and authority above all machinery. The Tenjin group, also a machine, is a machine and will be controlled by David. This is the God of machinery. Even if the sleeping God is the existence of the super-universe level, it is more powerful than the multidimensional David, but it is still a machine. This strange scene also made countless gods in an uproar. Once again, what David had done completely shocked them, causing the gods above them to fall into an unprecedented state of daze and consternation. "I can't turn my head around. Why is this so? How could such a weird thing happen? God of machinery? Is there such a God in this world? It wasn't there before, but when David interfered with the sleeping gods, there wasn't one. There must be. This kind of God can even affect the sleeping God of the super-universe level. What the hell? David is a monster." Once again, David shattered the three views of the gods and shattered everything that existed. Again, whenever David, was finally pushed to the limit, this guy always came up with something he had never heard of and even shattered the three views of the gods again and again. Thinking about it carefully, David grew up all the way. It can almost be said that it is a process of breaking all common sense. Even a god can't speculate from it how many miracles this man will create, shattering everything that existed again and again, and shattering all the old shackles. At the moment, in the middle of the battlefield, David faced the sleeping God with his hands behind his back and his face calmly. There are more powerful gods, such as Quantum Superman and Golden Superman, which surround the sleeping gods. The power of the goblin digested the two cosmic gods, and at this moment, it also exuded a happy mood and directly lay on David's body, eyeing the sleeping God. It would have liked to take a bite of Quantum Superman, but apparently, David wouldn't let it. The sleeping God looked around in confusion. All the time and space had already been blocked by one after another figure, blocking it tightly. "You can't escape. You can't escape." At this moment, the sleeping God suddenly understood. He was going to die. No, he was about to face something worse than death. The sleeping God silently looked at the man in front of him. Helpless. Kill or kill. All your own struggles will become the catalyst for the opponent to become stronger quickly. Escape and can't escape. Killing other Superman, doesn't make sense. Now, even the power of the goblin, which he regards as completely erasing David, is now stubbornly getting together with David. It really is. Despair. In your thoughts, there is an emotion of despair. This is really a rare thing. A guy like you can also feel despair. David suddenly opened his mouth, looked at each other calmly, and shook his head. "Originally, I didn't intend to pay attention to you robots at all, as long as I built the Gia arc I planned. But you guys insisted on coming. If I die, what can I do? I want to keep a low profile, but you have to die. What can I do?" David felt very embarrassed, so he could only kill the killer and clean up the garbage one by one. "My death is just to make you proud for a while. You will feel the real fear. The most powerful God among us will make you experience something more terrible than death." These were the last words of the sleeping God. David nodded seriously. "Justice Aris, I know him, but it has nothing to do with you. Go to hell." The next moment, David gave an order, and the many Supermen around them suddenly rushed towards the sleeping god. At this moment, David pushed the ability of the god of machinery to the extreme and began to wipe out the will of the sleeping god little by little. The era of the Tenjin group has come to an end. At the same time, David pointed his finger at this vast multi-universe. Ding! The Kryptonian slave system has been launched. Following the orders of the Supreme Commander David, it will be launched to the entire multi-universe, and the target will be placed the full model and full sequence Cosmic God Group. Did the Cosmic God Group die? This is 9 of the top 10 gods. The top organization in the multi-universe, so all dead. Since the birth of the multi-universe, no god or organization has ever truly defeated them, whether it's the Aspirants, the Observer family, or the Constructor civilization. No one has ever defeated the cosmic gods. But now, such a powerful cosmic god group, actually and so miserable, the entire multi-universe was completely shaken. No one thought that such a terrifying organization had dispatched a super-universe level and 8 multi-universe level powerful lineups in one go. Only to be. The group is gone. The god of evolution first took out the Golden Superman, and now he has summoned a more terrifying Quantum Superman. Compared to the Golden Superman, there is no doubt that the Quantum Superman is a greater threat. This terrifying ability to create duplication is simply unsolvable. A single Quantum Superman is not strong, but such a terrifying number is a nightmare at the multidimensional level. Countless gods watch this scene, watching the powerful, sleeping god fall into complete silence, reduced to a toy in the hands of that terrifying man, and suddenly shouted and shuddered. A piercing chill came over him. In this world, how can there be such a terrifying monster as David? Not only is he so powerful that he has an inexplicable evolution ability, but what is even more terrifying is that this guy's subordinates also have an unheard of terrifying ability. The only real high-level executive of the Cosmic Deity Group is the missing Justice Aris. It can be said that this terrorist organization can almost be said to have come to an end. Many gods looked at each other in dismay, and finally sighed, looking at David's figure with complex expressions. It was too sudden. The 9 gods of the gods were dispatched, and the whole army was wiped out. From now on, Krypton, where David is located, is the strongest in the entire multi-universe. But fortunately, although the high-level army has been wiped out, there are still many mass-produced models of gods scattered in various universes, which can be regarded as left for the universe gods. Wait, what are these gods doing? How can that be? An earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. Under the horrifying gaze of many gods, the countless gods in each universe were originally performing their respective tasks, spreading the seeds of life and exterminating substandard biological products. But all of a sudden, they were sluggish one after another, and the light bulbs on their bodies dimmed, as if something extremely terrifying had happened. Ding! The Kryptonian slave system has been loaded. What the hell is this? The slave system? What is the system? David. It must be David. What did he do to the Celestials in our multi-universe? An angry roar came out, and in the frantic roar, there were even more screams. This terrifying roar made many gods who observed this scene feel a shudder. As they watched, Ishin suddenly began to struggle frantically, but it didn't take long for him to fall into silence. This kind of change is like a virus infection. In a crazy spread, it swept everything quickly, and the gods of the universe suddenly fell into silence, loaded and controlled by the Kryptonian slave system one by one. It didn't take long for the entire multi-universe to be filled with Kryptonian slave systems, wandering like ghosts, chasing the special signal codes of the Cosmic Celestial Group, and as soon as they found one, they would rush on them frantically. These things called systems are weird. Rules weapon, concept weapon, thinking will weapon. All. At the source, this ghost carries David's will. As long as it is invaded by this thing, the mind will inevitably be eroded and infected by David's thinking. Worse than a virus. The faces of many beings were solemn, and they felt an unprecedented chill. Another spooky thing, David is always able to come up with terrifying things that make the gods shudder. At this time, some gods remembered the strange behavior shown by the previous constructors. After the constructor headquarters was wiped out by David, the constructors of the other 5,000 worlds always behaved with a little bit of behavior. The quirky. Now that I think about it, all the gods understand. Even the constructor civilization was invaded and enslaved by David's system early on. From eternal shock, reputation value plus 20,000. From the entire multi-universe was plunged into unprecedented turmoil and panic, and countless prestige points poured in. Ended. Surrounded by many Superman, David put his hands behind his back, calmly looked at the sleeping god whose thoughts and wills were erased by him, and spoke lightly. Is indeed over. He has clearly felt that his Kryptonian slave system is permeating the entire multi-universe, and all the cosmic god groups have been completely fallen. That is to say, except for the mysterious and unpredictable Justice Eris, who is called the AA Officer, all the cosmic god groups have been solved by David, annexed, and incorporated into his own system. There's only that Justice left. According to the last message left by the sleeping god, he firmly believes that the Justice can turn things around and solve all difficulties. What the hell? Golden Superman and others are also talking in a low voice. David said lightly, "Don't worry about that guy. His status is indeed high and extremely terrifying, but he is not invincible." Justice Eris, the leader of the Cosmic Celestial Group, with the highest record, was when Protégé ravaged the Marvel Almighty Universe and slaughtered the Quartet. He suddenly shot and brought down the mighty Protégé. The existence of the proper Almighty Universe level, and the level of combat power is higher than the all-powerful shame of the Life Cord. I don't know how many orders of magnitude higher. The Judge is an existence of the Almighty Universe level. The moment the sleeping gods moved towards me, he definitely knew everything, but he never took any action. This is the most interesting signal. The Chief Judge also has the production code of the gods. As long as he wants, he can create countless universe gods at any time. He will not care too much about these losses. David waved his hand. The next moment, the Quantum Superman reunited into one, and the Golden Superman also took back his power from Speedmaster and others. First, the 5 gods, and then the Cosmic God Group. The most annoying guys have finally been solved. Now we can do our own things. First of all, send a shuttle warehouse to see the situation there. Just as an unprecedented upheaval came to an end, all the cosmic gods rushed to the streets. Earth, a civil war has finally come to an end. We've lost more than a dozen superheroes, and countless supercriminals have died in this war. Enough. Enough. This ridiculous civil war should be over. Strange showed up angrily, yelling at both Tony and Steve. The two fell silent at the same time. On the side, General Ross, representing the military, said solemnly, "Strange, this is not something you should intervene in. You are deliberately excluded from the coverage of the Registration Act because of your status as Sorcerer Supreme. You are simply an outsider. You should not interfere." Strange changed his silence from the past and immediately turned a cold face. As soon as he raised his hand, he threw out a portal and threw General Ross directly outside the conference room. "Guys, we're in trouble, big trouble," Strange said solemnly. Everyone was looking at him, at the current Sorcerer Supreme. "Don't tell me which other dimension Mephisto is eyeing Earth." Tony shrugged and made a bad joke. "It is indeed a different dimension Mephisto. That guy is an existence that even Wyshandy finds troublesome." Strange spoke in a low voice. Everyone's expressions became serious immediately. "Even Wyshandy is troubled. Are you sure? Emperor Wayshan is one of the origins of magic, and even he finds it difficult to fight." Steve had a look of astonishment on his face. Because of David, the heroes of the Earth were exposed to existences far beyond the limit early on, and with the information provided by Strange, they also barely knew some existences involving multiple dimensions. The dignified Trinity Wayshan Emperor, the source of terrifying magic, is actually in big trouble. The Beholder, an indescribable, multi-dimensional Mephisto. In the past countless years, he has always been the #1 mortal enemy of Wyshandy. No one. Strange said solemnly. The Beholder? Never heard of it. And shouldn't Wyshandy's opponent be Sithon, the god of black magic? You know, white magic and black magic have always been mortal enemies. Strange replied indifferently. Sithon doesn't dare to show up at all now, especially after his good brother, Seth, the snake god, was killed by David. It could be said to be Wyshandy's secondary opponent, and the most difficult enemy is still the Beholder. So what? So, now that the Beholder and Wyshandy are in a full-scale war, and even the Ancient One has been involved, we are bound to be affected. What's even more terrifying is that the Beholder, this Mephisto, has a strange and irresistible nature. The power of the name, mortals can't stand this kind of power leaking. Strange looked serious. We are in big trouble. If we don't pay attention, we will be affected by the power of this monster, and then terrible things will happen. After a long time, Strange left the Avengers University exhausted. At the moment of returning to Kamartaj, he turned his head and glanced at the Krypton technology building on the other side of the street. Even more exhausted. If you are still serving as a supreme teacher, you probably don't need to worry about anything at all. Strange sighed. Everyone said he was a genius. David said so. Mordo and Wong said the same. They all praised him for his extremely fast learning of magic and his astonishingly high attainments. But looking back now, especially in a critical moment, he is actually the worst sorcerer supreme ever. This is very frustrating. I'm such a rubbish, yet I'm being hailed as a genius by you. The next moment, he had entered the portal and returned to Kamartaj. Mordo and Wong, his two most powerful assistants, were waiting for him. How's it going? Mordo asked. Strange said solemnly. The civil war on the Avengers' side is over. They will join forces to fight the Beholder, but we can only be responsible for reducing the pressure. In the end, we have to look at Wyshandy and Ancient One. We can go to David, Wong suggested. He was the last Sorcerer Supreme, and he was naturally the opposite of the Beholder. Strange's mouth twitched. If possible, he wants to find David too. With this man around, what the F*** came Mephisto and bring it down with a fist. Things don't work out that way. He had already communicated with Emperor Weishan, and was shocked to find that David and Emperor Weishan did not like each other at all. Even if David became the Sorcerer Supreme, he would disdain the act of visiting Emperor Weishan with spiritual awareness. That is an arrogant guy. When he was very weak, he asked us to take the initiative to visit him through the magic circle. That's what Wyshandy told Strange. And, moreover, the enemy he faces is even more terrifying and is not of the same magnitude as what we are facing. We can't rely on him for the time being. Strange sighed and shook his head. Not long after, boom, a terrible loud noise shook the whole earth. A big eyeball covered with tentacles suddenly descended to the earth, lashing out in the center of New York City with its teeth and claws. Everyone who saw this thing immediately let out a shrill scream, and terrifying distortions began to erupt in their bodies. The Beholder, the indescribable Mephisto, the Marvel version of Cthulhu, invisible and inaudible. Numerous superheroes arrived at the first time and surrounded the Beholders. Is this a Beholder? Even if I have a special device that blocks my brain waves, it can still make me feel an instinctive fear. Everyone, this is just a projection of the Beholder. Many parallel universes have also appeared on the Earth. Hurry up and destroy him. If he stays on the Earth for 1 second longer, more people will die tragically. Many heroes immediately started to attack this big eyeball by all means. Strange even led the Kamartaj Magician Regiment and began to frantically besiege the Beholder, casting complex magic one after another, with a large number of ancient and mysterious incantations, which were recited by Strange. After a hard fight, the Beholder was finally eliminated. But everyone knows that this is just the beginning of the crisis. Soon, another Beholder reappeared, with exactly the same shape and strength. Can this guy be resurrected infinitely? After all, It's just a projection cast by the beholder, and it's extremely cheap. Strange took a deep breath. His face was ugly. He felt that he could only do that. Use magic, call someone called David over. Emperor Weishan, an ancient one, must have engaged in a confrontation with the beholder's body. Strange turned his head to look at the cosmic starry sky, gritted his teeth, and opened a powerful space portal directly to Krypton. When the Earth is in chaos, David was extremely calm, just glanced at him from a distance, then withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. Beholder? Marvel version of Cthulhu? It's just rubbish, not worth paying too much attention to. Visan Emperor and the Beholder are at war completely. 4 Chaos Gods. David thought to himself. The 4 Chaos Gods, Gia was imprisoned and transformed by him, and Set was killed, leaving only Sidhon and Osset. He doesn't care about Beholders, but he cares about Emperor Weishan. After all, this is the ancient god of chaos. If I really want to find a way to build the giant ark that I envisioned that can travel through the multi-universe, the god of life and the world tree are the best materials. But if the other 2 chaos gods are also one, it's a good thing to talk about. David tilted his head for a while, then nodded. Yes, Osset and Sidhon, just kill them easily, and then hunt the god of life. Thinking of this, David quickened the movements in his hands. He is repairing a small space capsule with his own hands. With the ability of God of Mechanics, he is conducting a new round of inspection and optimization of a vital small spaceship. At the end of World War II, I was in this space capsule, slept for 63 years, and woke up in 2008. David squinted at the little ship. The next moment, he extracted a special gene from the Superman template, and then quickly catalyzed, and soon, a baby was formed. David carefully placed the baby in the capsule. Brain's supernatural power, carry out subartificial intelligence, differentiation, and transplantation. In the future, your subsystem will control this spaceship. Be sure to protect this baby. David spoke softly. Yes, Mr. David, I will upgrade the baby's protection to the highest level. So does this baby have a name? The name, definitely got it. There was a strange look on David's face. Clark? No, it's Kal-El. His name is Kal-El. The next moment, David grabbed the capsule and threw it directly into the deep multi-universe. Every moment passed. This spaceship would travel through countless universes. In this vast and endless multidimensional dimension, a small spaceship could hardly attract attention. What's more, there is David's shot to cover up. No gods have noticed such a small thing, which is flashing quickly in the multi-universe at an unbelievable speed. No one knows where this small spaceship will be, and no one knows what kind of mission the whole baby inside is on. A mission that can catch David's attention. Boom! At the moment, there was a dull, giant sound, and the rules erupted like waves, with a powerful battle center that was continuously spreading towards the multi-universe. This is a multi-universe existence in a fierce confrontation. Has the fight already started? It's faster than I thought, but that's fine. It's not bad to fight the rubbish and watch the fun. After finishing the work in his hand, David pulled over a reclining chair, lay comfortably on it, lit a cigar, and puffed up the clouds while looking out into the depths of the multi-universe. Many gods also noticed the sudden outbreak of battle and looked at it thoughtfully. An illusory, huge figure stands, with 3 light groups on its body, exuding 3 different wills. At the moment, is fighting with a big eyeball covered with tentacles all over the body. This is Weishan and the Beholder. Is that so? One of the sources of magic. Has it finally started a war with his nemesis, the Beholder? The 2 of them have been fighting each other for countless years, and the multi-universe has been restarted many times. Now, they finally decided to fight to the death. Well, what an astonishing battle situation. I've been desperate. Many gods watched calmly, although there were still some unlucky people who were affected and even killed by the aftermath of the multi-universe battle, and some unlucky universes exploded on the spot. But it's just small scenes. These 2 ancient beings look like this now. They're not as powerful as I imagined. A god opened his mouth and watched the battle calmly. Immediately next to him, a god sneered and said sarcastically, Oh, after watching David's battle with the 5 great creation gods and the universe god group, your level has also improved? How can you say that horizon and level are different concepts? Some gods blushed. Indeed, anyone who has watched the battle on David's side will be shocked by the power of war on a terrifying scale. The melee of multiple multi-universe levels is simply unheard of. This is something only David can come up with. Compared with David, the battle between Emperor Wayshan and the Beholder, no matter how crazy and fierce, is nothing more than that. It's really bad. That Beholder has cast his own projections on the Earth in many universes. Is this the doppelganger who is chasing and killing Ancient One in the multi-universe? It's normal. After all, Ancient One is a guy that Emperor Wayshan values very much. I'm afraid it won't take hundreds of millions of years, and there will be a powerful super magician around Emperor Wayshan. It's no secret that Emperor Wayshan is very fond of Ancient One. There are many Ancient Ones who have an intersection with Emperor Wayshan and even practice directly with Emperor Wayshan. At this moment, even the Wayshan Emperor, who was fighting fiercely with the Beholder, also had small figures flashing across the huge magic cluster surging around him. That is, the Ancient Ones from different universes are surrounding the Wayshan Emperor, turning into a part of the huge magic cloud. The Beholder is really too powerful, as expected of a monster that has been able to fight against Emperor Wayshan for so many years. Be careful, this indescribable monster is very dangerous. A little wrong will erode our thinking. Many Ancient Ones swirled around Emperor Wayshan, and they shot together, attacking the many tentacles that continued to stretch over from the Beholder. The tiny magic was cast out, fighting with many tentacles, weakening the opponent's strength as much as possible. One of them, Ancient One, interrupted a tentacle with a single blow, showing amazing strength. But there was no joy on her face. She just shot silently, and at the same time, worried eyes looked in a certain direction from time to time. There, the universe in which she was born, is also David's universe. Why did it become like this? The Ancient One sighed deeply. This was completely different for what she expected. Ancient One broke his head and couldn't understand why things became the way they are today. Her chosen heir, the mighty and miraculous David, has become an existence in the entire multi-universe of Megatron, and countless gods have fallen into the hands of this man forever. Regrettably, David took the opposite path from what she had hoped for. Hopefully the bad results, I guess, won't happen. You're not really hunting the 4 chaos gods. Ancient One thought silently. Snapped. A tentacle suddenly came, but the next moment, an old Ancient One rushed over, holding a wand, and knocked the tentacle into the air. Hey, Ancient One, cheer up. The old male Ancient One at the moment roared. The battle became more intense. Not only many Ancient Ones, but the tentacles they face are getting stronger and stronger. Even Emperor Wayshan was under huge amounts of pressure at the moment. The two figures are fighting frantically, and the hatred accumulated over the past hundreds of millions of years has erupted at this moment, and everything has been poured into this battle. Naturally, every time the two figures intertwine, the transcendent power that erupts carries a sense of extreme madness and is extremely tragic. Hiss! Suddenly, Emperor Wayshan was glanced at by a Beholder's icy gaze, and the next moment, there was an astonishing loud noise, and a terrible scar suddenly appeared on Emperor Wayshan's huge magical entity. A whole body shattered directly, and the majestic magic particles lost their basic structure, and they began to drift away when they shattered. Emperor Wayshan, there is something wrong with your state. The Beholder swayed a lot of shots frantically, the huge one-eyed full of viciousness at the moment, staring at his old opponent, full of greed and madness. Wei Shandy's huge amounts of arms swayed, and the injury was instantly repaired. The 3 voices chorused indifferently. The same is true for you, Beholder. Your state is not right. Then it seems that you and I have thought of it together. The Beholder laughed in a low voice. It is indeed an old rival who has been fighting for countless years. David is very interested in you gods of the World Tree. He has already killed 2 of the 4 chaos gods. You said, if I force you out, will he do it? Definitely. Maybe he has already killed 2 of them. Enough is enough. I will ignore you. The beholder laughed in a low voice. Every sound naturally had a terrifying sense of corrosion. Whether it was rule or energy, it began to disintegrate the moment it touched the sound. This is the beholder, the indescribable Mephisto. It can be said that he is the most powerful Mephisto in the entire multidimensional dimension, second only to the former Sidorak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for the beholder to call himself the first Mephisto after Sidorak was killed by David. Wayshandy looked at the beholder coldly. The 3 consciousnesses in the body are talking. The beholder's behavior is very strange, and he shouldn't do it. Obviously, he has the confidence to completely destroy us. The situation is already obvious. He doesn't have the ability to drive David, but he has the ability to join Sithon. The beholder and Sishorn, these 2 Mephistos, have always been our biggest rivals. I'm not surprised at all when the 2 of them join forces. Osset, Hogs, and Agamotto, the consciousnesses of the 3 beings quickly intertwined, exchanging ideas with each other. As soon as Sithon was mentioned, the 3 beings immediately became serious. This guy is the brother of Osset, the god of white magic, and the second biggest opponent after the beholder. Whether it's me or Sishorn, as long as one falls, the other will instantly possess unimaginable power, and even one step beyond the multi-universe level and promotion to the super-universe level is reasonable. Osset's voice was low. The god of white magic and the god of black magic are the 2 origins of magic in the Marvel world, and as long as the 2 exist and die, the other will naturally possess the opposite magic. An ultimate, one and only god of magical origins will be born, something both Osseter and Sithorn dream of accomplishing. Kill each other and become the ultimate magic god. The 2 multidimensional existences fought fiercely again. In a frenzied confrontation, the entire multi-universe was used as the battlefield, causing more and more damage. This was a real fire. But wait and wait. Both beings are paying attention to a certain universe, but the existence they are waiting for has no movement, as if they didn't pay attention to the 2 of them at all. Really, the beholder's big eyeball squinted immediately, full of joy, staring straight at Wayshandy. David doesn't care about you at all. He has already got what he wants. Wayshandy also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, looking at each other indifferently. So, what do you want to do? The beholder suddenly laughed wildly. Definitely let you die? Time and time again, you be asterisk, 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 D ruin my good deeds. You should die. Sishorn, don't hurry up. The voice just fell. Boom. A huge black magic rushed in, and a figure stood upright, stepping on the endless black magic and rushing forward. At the same time, this existence is also surging with the fluctuation of a powerful chaos force. Vishanti Osset, you and I have been fighting for endless years, and finally we could draw a rest. I can't wait to kill you, and then have all your power. I will become the god of magic. Sithon came quickly, and his voice was loud. He has been waiting, staring at David's world. The longer he is, the more reassuring he is. Don't think that David will appear. He has already found God the Father. If he really wants to do something, God the Father is the best goal. Here, it will be the battlefield that belongs to you and me. Sishorn roared and stood beside the beholder. The 2 Mephistos looked at each other and could see the malice and ferocity in each other's eyes. Sure enough, the 2 of you join forces, but forget it. Killing both of you is worth it. Wayshandy's heart sank violently. This bad situation still happened, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight against 2 beings no less than himself at the same time. The 3 figures immediately pushed the energy level of war to a new height. Countless universes collapsed on the spot and were completely wiped out. A goddess died tragically in this terrifying aftermath without even the ability to escape. The endless world shook like boats in a tsunami. At the moment, Krypton. Wanda suddenly opened his eyes, Feeling the restlessness of chaos force in his body, a trace of unease flashed in his eyes, and immediately went to find David. "I already know. Don't worry, Wanda. Soon, you will be completely free from Sidhan's influence on you. You will become the god of chaos." A fierce battle broke out among the three beings, shaking the multi-universe. David has seen all of this in his eyes, and is even more aware that these three guys are actually paying attention to themselves. After discovering that he had not acted, he dared to let go of his hands and feet to fight. "It really is a bunch of humble guys," David commented in a flat voice. "Really humble. Even if he starts an action, he must carefully watch his actions, which can decide the next action." Wanda was uneasy, constantly suppressing the restless chaos force in his body, and a dazzling red light appeared all over his body. Then what should I do?" Wanda asked. "Wait, Wanda, look at these three jokers fighting each other. Damn them all. Wait a while, and this ridiculous Joker show will end." David looked into the distance calmly. Those three staggered figures, in his eyes, were all just poor jokers. After waiting for a while, finally, David stretched fiercely, got up, and looked indifferent. "It's time to completely recycle the other two chaos gods. As long as the four chaos gods are in hand, and the god of life is taken down, my last piece of the puzzle is complete." David took a step forward, and the next moment, he appeared not far from the center of the battlefield. Looking up, these three guys clearly had their eyes red, and Waishandy was at a disadvantage, with scars all over the place, and a large number of ancient ones died. Emperor Waishan can't hold it anymore. He is not an opponent to face two beings of the same level at the same time. The Beholder and Sishorn are actually united. These two cunning and insidious Mephistas actually joined forces to attack Waishandy. That's why David wouldn't shoot them. Otherwise, wait, what's that? David, he actually showed up. A startled roar sounded. Soon, the three beings, including Emperor Waishan, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed David's appearance, and their expressions suddenly changed. "David," Ancient One whispered, looking complicated. "Is this the god of your universe? It's really terrible. Just standing there almost suffocates me. You can choose him as your heir, and your vision is really amazing." The other Ancient Ones said and shook their heads. It's a pity that David failed to join Waishandy's camp in the end. Moreover, it has grown rapidly, and has even completely overwhelmed Waishandy, becoming a living legend of the Megatron multi-universe. The three of you have been fighting for so long, and I've watched it for so long, and I'm a little bored. David stood in the endless void, looked at the three guys calmly, and spoke lightly. Waishandy, Beholder, and Sishorn remained calm, to huge amounts of stress. Finally, Emperor Waishan was the first to speak. "God of evolution, I hope my battle didn't affect you." "No, it's already affected." David didn't bother to pay attention to Waishandy, but his voice suddenly became cold, and a sense of awe-inspiring pressure suddenly appeared from his body. "Originally, I planned to kill all the four Chaos Gods and extract all your remains, but you all got together and saved me a lot of trouble. This is very good, very good." David nodded repeatedly in appreciation. Vishandy and Sishorn changed their faces at the same time, and felt a burst of trembling and terror. The Beholder is even more anxious to speak. "Respected God of evolution and God of machinery, my Beholder, I have no disrespect to you. If you allow me, I will be happy to kill these two unknown people for you." Guy, faced with such a powerful and incomprehensible David, the Beholder immediately knelt down. But David slapped it with a slap, killing the killer. "I'm talking to two Chaos Gods. What are you doing, Cthulhu, to join the fun?" David slapped it down with a savage blow. In the tumult, the Beholder's face changed wildly. His body quickly retreated, and at the same time he let out a shrill neigh. He doesn't know what Cthulhu is, nor is he interested in knowing. He just wants to escape now. "No, spare me. Spare me." The Beholder roared fiercely, and the tentacles all over his body swayed wildly. That indescribable power exploded in an instant and instinctively eroded David. But David's figure didn't stop. The moment he came into contact with this indescribable force, he had already evolved the power to ignore this erosion. The specialness and power of the beholder, when it fell on David, was only abolished in an instant. This time, the beholder was even more frightened, roaring frantically and fleeing. But David is faster. Die, you big eyeballs make me feel bored from the bottom of my heart. David sneered, and with a bang, he inflicted horrific wounds on the beholder. Now, David has been able to fight the terrifying existence of the super-universe level, and dealing with a multidimensional beholder is not too simple. Boom, boom, boom. He shot one after another, blasting through everything with absolute power, creating even more terrifying scars on the beholder. With every punch, the beholder's body will be completely shattered into pieces. As time goes by, the beholder's voice is filled with increasingly obvious despair, and the wailing continues. Boom! With the last punch, David had already blasted the beholder, smashing the big eyeballs that didn't look good. An ancient Mephisto that has been rampant in the multi-universe for too long. In front of David, the speed of collapse is so amazing. When David refocused on his two goals, Shandy and Sishorn had already fled frantically in two different directions. Escape. Run away now. Such a David, such a monster. Do everything to escape. Otherwise, it is death. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. Damn Shandy. If you obediently let me swallow it, I will definitely be promoted to the existence of super universe level with black magic, white magic, and chaos force. In that case, as long as I run away, David can't kill me. Sishorn was terrified and hated in his heart. He cursed frantically and ran away quickly. This seventh multi-universe can't stay. I still want to escape to other multi-universes as soon as possible. I just don't know whether the god of creation over there welcomes me. It is said that every multi-universe is actually they are all real entities of the 5 great creation gods, and I don't know if they are true or false. Sishorn's head was full of sleazy thoughts. Swish, but he has no chance. It's useless. I have evolved a speed that exceeds your escape speed. David's voice came, revealing the endless icy cold, which instantly made Sithon feel icy cold, like falling into an ice cave. Sishorn is dead. Many ancient beings who were watching this scene fell into a long silence one after another, with deep fear surging in their eyes. Is it impossible to even escape after being targeted by a monster like David? It's actually possible to evolve the speed to prevent the opponent from escaping. Is that okay? Infinite evolution, but this is too exaggerated. Many gods are almost going crazy. Is this possible? Sishorn, I said it long ago, you can't escape. David stopped in front of Sithon, his voice indifferent. Sishorn was in complete despair, and more of a hysteria emerged. This feeling that even if he tried his best to resist, only made the other party stronger, almost suffocated him. Roar! Chaos force erupted, and at the same time the majestic black magic gushed out. But these are of no use. With an unprecedentedly powerful heat sight, David shot it with a bang, penetrating all the barriers of Sithorn with one blow. Gorgeous. Boom. He punched it, and after a loud noise, David pierced Sithon's figure and beat the ancient god of the underworld to half-death with one punch. God of the underworld, Sishorn, I will take your chaos force and throw it to Wanda. David said lightly. The next moment, he slowly stretched out his hand, stabbed it into Sithon's heart, and then pulled out a light ball little by little. No, chaos force is mine. I got it with great difficulty. Sishorn's eyes were red, and he roared in anger, but the next moment, David shot a hot gaze again, piercing Sishorn's head. It's so noisy, I'm just telling you, not asking you. Swish! In the end, huge amounts of light balls fell into David's hands. At this time, the power of the goblin that was dormant in David's body suddenly woke up and immediately lay on David's shoulder, making bursts of irritable voices, conveying a desire for emotion. You want to eat chaos force? No, it's not for you. Wanda needs it more. David shook his head. The power of the goblin called out twice, and after confirming that David would not compromise with it, his mood immediately became extremely bad, and the ferocious eyes turned around and stared straight at Sidhon. He can't eat him. This guy is yours. David shrugged, and the power of the goblin was immediately excited, screamed, and rushed towards Sidhon. Damn, go away, you greedy mad dog. Sidhon let out a shrill scream. Everything he had accumulated for hundreds of millions of years was now swallowed up bit by the power of the goblin. It was extremely miserable. After a while, Sidhon was completely dead. Okay, I still need a little research from him, and at the same time recover the source of black magic. David took action, interrupted the goblin's power to eat, and took away all the rest of Sidhon. At the same time, he turned his head and looked directly at Wei Shandy, who was about to escape from this multi-universe, and quickly chased after him. Wei Shandy fled wildly. Sidhon is dead. I can clearly feel that the four ancient gods, only myself, are left. Osset suddenly spoke and said bitterly. Hogs and Agamotto fell silent at the same time. Just get out of here. Let's escape to the other multi-universe. The second to fifth multi-universe, although the environment is extremely harsh and barren, at least it can survive. Wei Shandy fled in such a hurry. But just as he was about to escape from here, David suddenly caught up. You can't go. You're the last ancient god. I need your corpse for research. David raised his head abruptly, and his furious hot eyes shot out, hitting Emperor Wei Shan in an instant. This huge amount of magic real body shook violently, and in just a moment, a large number of magic particles were continuously disintegrating. I can't escape. The three consciousnesses in Emperor Wei Shan took a deep breath, stopped, turned around, and looked at David, who was coming fast. Not a word of nonsense. The moment David was chasing, the killer fell in pain. David, what do you want to get? You study the world tree, snatch the Lord of Chaos, and hunt down the four chaos gods? What exactly do you want to do? If it is to devour the world tree god system, this is fundamental to you. It doesn't make sense. Hogs panicked and roared. You are already so powerful. Divine power is not worth mentioning to you at all. What are you chasing after? Even the god of life is of little value to you. Agamotto spoke in a deep voice, but Osset sighed and said, I originally guessed that your infinitely evolving ability would consume your life force. So you were looking for the god of life, but now, looking at it, your life fluctuations are so huge that it is exaggerated. What do you want to do? Countless gods are confused. What does David want to do? What does it mean to him to hunt down the world tree god system? You don't understand. David just shook his head and shot out brazenly. With every punch, a part of Emperor Wei Shan could be shattered. Even if the three gods of Wei Shandy resisted desperately and roared constantly, in front of David, who possessed the ability of infinite evolution, all their efforts seemed extremely ridiculous at this moment. The powerful magic that shook the multi-universe, the moment it bombarded David, had already allowed David to evolve, and he was completely immune to the damage of white magic. After several confrontations, Wei Shandy fell into a comprehensive passive, and each collision meant the further demise of his life. The more you fight, the weaker you get. Especially the three consciousness bodies that support Emperor Wei Shan are rapidly weakening at this moment, and the vital signs are rapidly declining. Everyone knew that Emperor Wei Shan was doomed. Can't even hold on to the last chaos god? David, at what point does it take to stop? But no one knows. They don't even know David's purpose, and they really don't understand the meaning of David's actions. Boom. Wei Shandy is dead. Got punched by David. In this case, the source of white magic has also been obtained. The gods on the magic side have been killed by me, and their power has also fallen into my hands. Now, there is only the god of life. David slowly raised his head and looked into the endless deep space. His eyes were extremely deep. His field of vision had already surpassed that of ordinary people, and he landed on the fast-moving small spaceship. At the moment, the ship had broken away from the shackles of a single multi-universe and flew towards a farther area. It's almost there. Then I'll give you a hand, Carl. Don't let me down. After a long interval, David punched him hard. Boom! In an instant, a huge amount of void suddenly appeared, which was different from the void recognized by any gods, with a completely unfamiliar power coming from the other side. It seems that this is an incomparably long time-space tunnel, full of emptiness, but connected to the unknown world. Call out. The spaceship drilled in an instant, and the subsystem with brain power was responsible for driving it, heading for the unknown world. Almighty world. Main universe. Krypton. This once prosperous civilization has finally come to an end at this moment. Disasters are frequent. The Earth's crust has undergone drastic changes, and everything has erupted extremely suddenly. Jor-El, the supreme leader of the Academy of Sciences, finally decided to send his son Kal-El to Earth. Earth, there's a yellow sun shining, a relatively sound system, and intelligent creatures similar to Kryptonians. When my child arrives on the Earth, he will definitely become God. Jor-El looked at the baby in the breeding warehouse with a complicated expression, gritted his teeth, and used his authority to stuff the code of life, with all the Kryptonian genes, into his son's body. Carl, my child, you were born naturally, not the genetic product of the Academy of Sciences, plus the code of life. Your genetic level cannot be estimated, and your potential is infinite. On Earth, you will definitely be able to become a god. You will break the fate of the Kryptonians. Jor-El personally put his child into the space capsule, set the coordinates of the advance, and the target is the Earth. Sir, do I need to load a subsystem? An electronic voice came. No, brain magic. You're Krypton's artificial intelligence, not my son's artificial intelligence. I don't want you to do this kind of thing. The light in Jor-El's eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, Call out. The spaceship started, and on this chaotic Krypton, a large number of spaceships took off and became a mess. But this small spaceship was carrying Joe's hope, and even took all the Kryptonians' code of life and flew to Earth. Sir, your private transfer of the code of life contradicts my cognitive logic. Moreover, you seem to have already discovered that the end is coming, but you have not reported to the Supreme Council. Joe looked indifferent. I really didn't report because such Krypton has lost its future, and every individual is like a robot, from birth to death, with fixed positions, fixed roles, completed fixed tasks, and no self-thinking. Such a race has gone in the wrong, evolutionary direction. More importantly, Chow suddenly sneered. Brain's supernatural power. Don't think I don't know. You discovered that Krypton will be destroyed earlier than me. But you also did nothing, and the Supreme Council also did not receive any information. Brain Magic was silent for a while, and replied, In my logic, preserving Kryptonian knowledge is more important than preserving Kryptonian people, so I've been transferring more knowledge except for the code of life, which you stole away, only to make your son the god of Earthlings. Joe just sneered. He walked out of the house, stood on the roof, quietly watching the little ship full of his expectations. In the sky, the restless red sun made him feel unwell, but it didn't matter anymore. He was going to die anyway. Zod won't let him go, and neither will the Supreme Council. But it's all worth it. I also secretly transformed a piece of my consciousness into artificial intelligence and loaded it on the spacecraft, and I will always accompany my son. Joe muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened suddenly, and he looked up at the sky in shock. A space crack appeared strangely. More importantly, the location where the crack appeared was very close to his son's ship. Very close. Boom! A black thing suddenly flew out from the space crack, and with a loud bang, it blew up his son's spaceship. No, Carl, my child. Joe's eyes turned red instantly. Even if he was a genetically engineered product, his mood swings were extremely weak, but he was almost crazy at the moment. His son, Kal-El with the code of life, just died. Got crashed by something that came out of nowhere. Brain's supernatural power. Tell me, who is the other party? Who is it? Carl's eyes were blood red, but the brain's supernatural power suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, the artificial intelligence of Krypton stammered, The other party is me. What? Joe was lost. The brain is even more confused. Why? Another self appeared on this strange spaceship. Who are you? You are me. You are me. No, you are me, but I am not you. It communicated with the artificial intelligence on this strange spaceship and became more and more confused. How could this be? Krypton's brain was stunned, and it started the self-check program to confirm that it did not separate any subprograms. But where did this strange brain power come from? Where are you from? What's on your ship? Krypton's brain power asked. I'm from another world, and my ship is loaded with Kal-El. The other party answered. The next moment, it drove the spacecraft to quickly shuttle into the cosmic starry sky, and its destination was also the Earth. Krypton's brain power was completely stunned, and his thinking logic was in chaos. Me from a parallel universe. No, I'm the duplication of the great Brainiac, but the other side is not, but the other side is me. What the hell is going on? The mind is completely lost. Joe was extremely angry. Brain's supernatural power. Answer my question. The other party is you? What did you do? Answer me. Noisy, you lowly Kryptonian. The voice of the brain power remained the same, but he directly mobilized the nearby automatic weapons, and with a bang, he smashed Joe into a sieve. Until his death, Joe's face was full of disbelief. The brain's supernatural power actually broke through the algorithm limit and attacked the Kryptonian, and it is still a high-level Kryptonian, but he never had a chance to testify. Brainstorm uses all the astronomical telescopes to stare into space. It doesn't understand. Earth's internet is also Brainiac's duplication. It will definitely figure out the situation. Brainiac, the powerful intelligent life of the DC multi-universe, can be called the god of intelligent life, with a level 12 wisdom that crushes the gods. You know, Batman is just a mere 9th level intelligence, while Brainiac is a 12th level intelligence. This god of intelligent life likes to wander in the multi-universe, constantly throwing various subprograms into each universe. Krypton's brain power and Earth's internet are all subprograms it threw out. I originally thought that everything would be paradoxical to the story of the parallel universe, but I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen. It's time to activate the special mechanism and let the main body come to the main universe. The brain looked at this scene with fascination. The main universe, the Earth. Kansas. The Kent couple who lived here secretly adopted an alien baby. They had no children in their entire lives. They believed that this was a gift from God. They named the baby Clark Kent. 20 years later. So, I'm not your own. I'm actually an alien? Clark's eyes were wet, and he looked at his parents in disbelief. That's why I have such a powerful ability. Can I get stronger when I bask in the sun? Clark was struck by lightning. Am I actually adopted? Clark, you are still our child. The Kents comforted. Clark raised his head, looked at the spaceship in front of him, and suddenly fell silent. He said in a low voice, I want to be alone. Feeling lonely, he stared blankly at the spaceship in front of him, took off the S pendant on his chest, and threw it forward. Click. Perfect fit. Dee. Restarting. Kal-El. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Clark looked complicated. Who are you? I'm the brain, the intelligent program that sent you from Krypton to Earth, Carl. You've grown up. Clark fell silent. Krypton? This was beyond his comprehension. Where are my parents? The Kent are waiting for you 10 meters away. You just need to open that door. No. Who am I? My biological parents. Don't change the subject. Clark suddenly shouted, emotionally. More apprehension. The brain's supernatural power replied. It's a pity, Mr. Carr. You don't have parents at all. You're the product of genetic engineering. Just like all other Kryptonians, you were born in a breeding warehouse. Your only parents are the Kents. Clark's mind went blank, completely stunned. The answer was beyond his imagination. How? How can there be no parents? I'm just a product in a factory? Who made me? Who's in control? Why send me to Earth? Clark grew more and more angry, feeling that his whole life had been a ludicrous deception. The one who produced you is the great god of Krypton, the god of evolution and the god of machinery, the great David who slaughtered the gods like a dog. He is the origin of Krypton and the only true god of countless Kryptonians. The brain power cast an effect, which is a scene of a man holding a baby and putting it into a space capsule. The man's face was calm. His whole body flashed with dazzling divine light, full of holiness and nobility. If you really have a father, Carl, it must be him, and it is your honor that he made you with his own hands. Clark was completely stunned. His mind went blank. Just looking at this strange man, there is a strong sense of oppression. Even if it is a video, it makes him feel awe and instinctive respect from the heart. He sent me to Earth. What does he expect me to do? Clark looked complicated. Your heart is beating faster, Carl. Don't worry. He doesn't need you to destroy the Earth. He just needs you to open the first one when the time is right. Door. The S key in your hand is the coordinate. He needs you to activate it again when the time is right. At that time, you will understand everything, and you will see with your own eyes. God. After a long time, Clark opened the door with a dull expression and walked out. Krypton? Kryptonians, mutants, mechagods? It turned out that this planet, his real home planet, was actually so prosperous and lively. Clark recalled the scene he had watched many times just now, with a complicated expression on his face. These images fascinated him. What a rich and powerful planet this is. Every individual can develop freely and can show their super ability at will, strong, confident, and full of vitality. This is the freedom that Clark, who has been unable to fight back since childhood, has never experienced, and he simply does not dare to show his super ability. Before he knew it, he developed a deep yearning for Krypton. One day I will go to Krypton, and such a powerful group, there is no need to do anything to the Earth. Clark thought silently. Time has passed by. A lot of big things happened. In this world, some guys called superhero gradually began to emerge in various cities and were chased by many media. Falcone arrested. Gotham's dark night rises. The green light of the seaside city shines. The Flash in Midtown brings peace. The Amazonian warrior Diana, the goddess of the world. There's a naked man with a harpoon on the beach who haunts. A named superhero entered the public eye. At the same time, many hidden forces also began to carry out activities one after another. Magicians, demons, etc. have also become active, and it seems that the Earth has ushered in a rare, lively situation. On this day, Clark Kent, who was in charge of guarding the metropolis, carried a crashed plane and put it on the airport smoothly. Once again harvested a wave of joy and worship. He likes this feeling very much. Thank you so much, Superman. It happened so suddenly. The electronics of the plane were malfunctioning for some reason. The person in charge was grateful. Suddenly, electronic devices in the whole city, the whole world, are starting to fail. Someone is invading the world with powerful technology. Earth people, you have hidden one of my compatriots. His name is Kal-El, which is the Superman in your mouth. A huge spaceship straddles outer space, announcing their arrival to the whole Earth. This is Earth, extremely backward and primitive, but has a precious yellow sun. That be D. Joe, in order to make his son a god, committed an ugly crime against the entire planet Krypton. The more he looked, the more angry General Zod became. On the eve of the destruction of Krypton, he was exiled by the stupid Supreme Council to the Phantom area, where prisoners were imprisoned, thus avoiding the fate of destroying with Krypton. With a small number of subordinates, he conquered all the criminals in the Phantom Zone and pursued them murderously all the way. The code of life of our primary target. That be D. Joe. How dare he put the Kryptonian gene pool into his son? Zod gritted his teeth. This is a crime against the entire Kryptonian race. If Carl suddenly burps, the gene pool is gone, and the entire Krypton planet is equivalent to extinction, which is simply absurd. Get the code of life? I will transform this planet and turn it into a new Krypton. There will be countless Kryptonians born, and this is the beginning of our conquest of the entire universe. General Zod turned his head and glanced at the yellow sun, with a trace of greed in his eyes. He has it all planned. A flawless plan. General Zod announced his arrival to the whole world, and suddenly, The whole earth fell into an uproar. Aliens? Are there really aliens? What a huge warship. Their technology level exceeds ours by a lot. Superman turned out to be an alien, and the other party came to pick him up? Countless screams rang out, and Superman was even more astonished. Here, I haven't broken the key yet, but why are my compatriots here? Clark was confused, especially Zod's condescending tone made him very uncomfortable. His super brain quickly thought about all kinds of possibilities, and finally, he went to the farm for the first time. Click. Awaken the mind again. Who is Zod? Clark asked in the first sentence. General Zod, the supreme commander of the Kryptonian army in the universe. To put it simply, a piece of garbage. Don't care too much. Brainstorm said with a straight face. Clark frowned. At this time, boom. Several figures fell from the sky and landed on the farm with a bang. General Zod grinned and walked out. Carl, I'm here to pick you up. Don't you want to leave this backward planet with me? I think your father will be very disappointed when you see what you are now. Clark became more and more confused. Hiss! General Zod tore open the door and saw the strong figure at first glance. And at the same time, he stared at the spaceship. Ah, my nephew. So you were hiding here. General Zod sneered, but looked directly at the space capsule. This space capsule is a bit strange. It is not listed in any number. It should be secretly built by your father, Joe. Joe? Isn't my father David? Clark looked warily at the approaching General Zod. David? Haven't heard of it. You've lost your mind? Or did Joe send you to Earth without leaving you useful information to tell you the truth? Zod sneered, ignored Clark, and stood in front of the space capsule. Open the database. With the authority of my General Zod, I want to know all the experiences of Carl after he came to Earth. Zod ordered, but Brainstorm did not respond. On the side, a scientist directly conducts electronic hacking, and soon, a large amount of information and images without access rights are obtained by them. What is this? Who is this man? At first glance, all the Kryptonians were stunned and looked at everything in front of them in shock. The planets shattered like bubbles, and countless beings wailed. The great figures were fighting fiercely, and every blow shook the universe and trembled in multiple ways. A man with a golden infinity logo tattooed on his chest easily travels through countless universes, and every moment sets off a storm. With one punch, the universe exploded and the gods collapsed. This seems to be the original great, true God, the ultimate manifestation of all multi-universe power. Even a glance or an expression spontaneously distorts the rules of the endless world. It seems that he is the supreme incarnation of the endless world originally. General Zod and other Kryptonians who saw this scene for the first time were completely stunned at this moment, staring at everything in front of them. These images must be synthesized. It is really a wonderful visual feast. Adjutant Fiora said, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. One glance overturns a galaxy? One punch to blow up a universe? The existence of many wars, with the endless multi-universe as the battlefield? How can such monsters exist in this world? Those black balls symbolize each universe, right? A single confrontation can destroy a large number of universes. How can this kind of existence really exist? The more he talked, the colder Fiora's expression became, and he sneered at the silent Clark. Ridiculous, even ridiculous. Krypton is already so great, but it is still not a top civilization that roams the universe. But what about the guy in this image? With a wave of his hand, he slaughtered the universe and swept the infinite diversity in an instant. Are you making a movie? Carl, my nephew. Tell me, what's going on? Who is this man with a strange mark on his chest? General Zod looked at Clark and said solemnly. At this moment, his patience was unprecedented, and it was the scene in the picture that frightened him. Clark, the sheep, can't run anyway. The code of life is in the other's body. But this strange spaceship and a slightly strange artificial intelligence successfully attracted the attention of General Zod, especially this video. I don't know why. Every time Zod looked at it, he felt a chill from his heart, rising. This feeling is very strange. It's like something exists, which is staring at him from a distance across the endless time and space. As a rare, high-level gene owner, Zod trusts his intuition. This is my father David, and these images are just a small part of his bloody battle with countless gods. Clark pondered the vocabulary and answered in a deep voice. But this answer completely stunned Zod and the others, and fell into an unprecedented daze. Carl's father, David? A bloody battle with countless gods? WTF? Your father is Joel, my companion and adversary. No, David, you've been lied to. This artificial intelligence is lying to you. General Zod growled in a low voice. The corner of Fiora's mouth twitched, and he suddenly appeared in front of the spaceship and smashed it directly with a punch. Since it is an artificial intelligence with wrong logic, it should be destroyed. Whenever I see this kind of inferior program, I still miss the days when I had brain power. Boom! Fiora slammed it down with a fist, and the strength that burst out from the physique that was madly strengthening after sunbathing shocked Fiora, but immediately, bursts of ecstasy rose in his heart. The medium-level gene is so powerful. The General Zod, who has the high-level gene, how powerful would he be compared with those monsters in the universe that smash stars with one punch? I'm afraid it won't lose too much. Fiora was intoxicated. What's going on? This kind of power is actually unscathed. What is going on with this spaceship? The other Kryptonians were shocked. General Zod's expression was gloomy, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. What material is this spaceship made of? General Zod asked. The voice of brain power sounded. This is a spaceship made by combining real adamantium, stimulating adamantium, vibranium, and a very small number of Ulu. It is a spaceship made by Mr. David himself. David again. General Zod frowned deeply. Inexplicably, he suddenly became a little more convinced of the existence of this person. He asked again, who is David? David, the noble and supreme being, the terrifying being that slaughtered almost the entire multi-universe gods, the undead god of evolution, the great mechanical god, the supreme. God of Krypton. Everything that belongs to Krypton belongs to Mr. David. God of evolution, god of machines, and even more terrifying, the god of Krypton. God of Krypton. Krypton also has gods. How come I, the high-level Kryptonian, don't know that there is still a god in my head? Zod's eyes were red, and he didn't know when it was already covered with bloodshots, and he stared at the special spaceship in front of him frantically, his face full of horror and anger. Mostly anger. It was a kind of huge mental trauma of being humiliated, especially being overturned. How can there be a god of Krypton in this world? If there's a god of Krypton, why didn't he appear when our ancestors realized the flaws of their own race and chose to give up exploring the universe in desperation and retreated to Krypton? When Krypton was destroyed and countless clansmen died, tragically in agony, why didn't he appear? Isn't he a god? Isn't he the god of Krypton? As a god of Krypton, shouldn't he inflict divine favor on his people? But he didn't do anything. There is no god of Krypton at all. What the hell are you? And who sent it? Or is this something that Jonah has planned from the beginning? A new conspiracy? There is no Kryptonian god in this world. General Zod roared, greatly stimulated. He remembered his anger when he saw the end of Krypton, the anger at the indifference and numbness of the Supreme Council, the anger at being exiled to the Phantom Zone, and after getting out of trouble, the anger of frantically following the process of the Code of Life. What are these? If there is a god of Krypton, these are nothing. Zod's eyes became more and more red, and in the roar, the energy stored in the past few days spontaneously gathered, and with a bang, a hot line of sight was shot, centering on the spaceship in front. Everyone else looked at this scene in shock. Fiora was even more adored. As expected of General Zod, he can actually control the energy in his body in this way. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying heat sight scorched the spacecraft, and after this ferocious operation, General Zod covered his eyes and wailed. There's nothing wrong with the ship. It's useless, as I said. This is a spaceship made by Mr. David himself. Even if it is made casually, It is the creation of the god of machinery, not something that ridiculous high-level genes like you can hurt. This spaceship has surpassed endless nothingness, and chaos have arrived in the main universe. It is an empty land that does not even exist in time and space. How could it be destroyed by you? The brain's supernatural power immediately began to ridicule. Everyone was silent. Unconsciously, the credibility of David, the god of Krypton, has quietly increased a little bit. Fiora gritted his teeth. I don't understand. Carl is clearly Joe's child, but why is he a descendant of David? If that god really exists, why should he care about a waste like Carl? In Fiora's eyes, Carl, who is not hard-hearted at all, is a real trash who gets together with the Earthlings. The simple reason is because Joe's child was dead from the start. The brain's supernatural power directly released a picture. That is, it steered the spaceship, traversed the almost endless vast and void scene, jumped countless impossible, found the only path, and crashed into the realm of DC multi-universe, directly to the main universe. Huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared, and they spread in a bang, and a spaceship flew out, directly crashing another spaceship. Carl L. of this universe is dead, and standing here is the agent responsible for fulfilling the will of the great Kryptonian god David. Brainstorm said. General Zod's face was gloomy and uncertain, staring at all of this. It is really this strange scene that is too shocking. He looked at Carl, who was also sluggish, and then at the ship, his face becoming more and more gloomy. After a long time, a long breath. Tell me what the great Kryptonian god wants to do, and what can I do for him? Zod said solemnly. General, Fiora and the others changed their expressions. Brain Magic said, Mr. David needs Carl to open the door. When the time is right, he will come across the border in person, kill all those high-level Kryptonian pseudo-gods, and spread the glory of Krypton throughout the DC multi-universe. General Zod fell silent. He didn't know what DC was, but he knows the concept of multi-universe. In fact, in the powerful civilization of Krypton, the research on the theory of multi-universe is very deep, and he knows that the multi-world is real. I see. I'd give my life to make Krypton prosper, but if I find out that you're lying to me, I'll put you throw in the sun. Zod warned in a low voice, with a resolute look on his face, turned around and walked out of here. The scientist who always followed Zod pursed his lips and whispered, General, I am familiar with all the history and myths and legends of Krypton. I know Ra, the sun god, but I have never heard of any evolutionary god. David. And if David is going to kill all the Kryptonian pseudo-gods, then the sun god must be his kill target. General, do you really want to believe the nonsense that the artificial intelligence said? This should be Joe's trick. Fiora said anxiously. Maybe it's Joe's trick, but it's unlikely. He's a delicate egoist who won't say the words that will spread Kryptonian glory all over the multi-universe. And he wants all Kryptonians to be pinned on Krypton, docked to pieces. Like me. Zod suddenly laughed. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong, but what if he took a gamble? If true, if there really is a Kryptonian god named David, then all the promises will come true. As for Ra, our great sun god, if he really exists, but he sits and watches the destruction of Krypton and countless people die tragically, what is this? Such a god. If I have ability, I will also kill gods. There was a frenzy on General Zod's face. For a crazy military element like him, nothing could move him more than strength and ideals. The act of extracting the code of life cannot be stopped, but be cautious and try your best to save Carl's life. He is on the mission of the god of Krypton. He can't die. I will keep an eye on him and see how did he summon the god of Krypton. Zod's face was grim. No matter who it is, whether it is a god or a demon, as long as Krypton can be brought back to its glory, Zod will be the first to kneel. Even death. Before long, many heroes gathered on this farm. Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Batman, The Flash. Alien, I will watch your every move. Wonder Woman said indifferently. Green Lantern looked at the people in front of him with a look of horror. You are Kryptonians? How is this possible? Krypton was destroyed 20 years ago, and there are still survivors. Green Lantern felt scalp tingling. At the same time, he remembered the secret order issued by the Green Lantern Corps to all the Green Lanterns in the universe to detect the abnormal fluctuations in time and space flow when Krypton exploded. It is suspected that there is a powerful visitor from another universe who sneaked into the main universe. Kryptonian, are they strong? Aquaman asked in a deep voice, holding a harpoon. Very strong, very strong. They are one of the few advanced civilizations in the universe. If they hadn't chosen to shrink, the entire universe would have resounded their names. Green Lantern Hal Jordan kept getting more information from the Green Lantern ring, flipping through the relevant records about Krypton. The more he looked, the more his scalp became numb. You can get stronger guys by basking in the sun, similar to the terrifying existence of Superman. There are actually 5 more. Batman hoarsely said, "Guys, we're in big trouble if these guys are as strong as Superman." This Dark Knight is ready to kill these Kryptonians with all his crazy ideas. As we all know, Batman will never be dispatched rashly. Once dispatched, it means that he has at least developed hundreds or thousands of ways to kill the enemy. General Zod just glanced at these guys in a bad mood. Kill them. Fiora and the other Kryptonians immediately sneered and rushed over. With the strong blessing of the yellow sun, even a simple jump can cause an explosion-like effect. Boom! A violent collision erupted. Dozens of silhouettes quickly interlaced, and after a loud noise, a superhero flew out in various places, vomiting blood. Only Wonder Woman, whose physical quality is no less than the Kryptonian with high-level genes, and Green Lantern, who fights by imagination, have withstood the impact of the Kryptonian. Damn, it's really similar to Superman, super speed, super strength. We are fighting several Superman at the same time. Wonder Woman looked gloomy. Even if she is the daughter of Zeus and is strictly a demigod, it is difficult to win against so many Superman. Green Lantern Hal looked down at the translucent green armor he had temporarily created and was stunned when he was almost pierced by a fist from a seemingly weak scientist. This is armor made with my imagination, and it can't even block a punch. As Green Lantern, Hal, who has fought many vicious villains in the universe, was instantly intimidated. Are these guys so strong? Considering that when Krypton was not destroyed, it was a monster like this all the time. Hal felt his scalp tingle. No wonder the Guardians of Oaxing attach so much importance to you. Green Lantern Hal murmured. The scientist on the opposite side tilted his head and said, "The Guardians of Oaxing are just a bunch of hypocritical guys, and the Green Lantern Corps, who are commanded by them like dogs, is nothing but a group of cosmic dogs, and they still have faces. Call yourself a space trooper. You are not allowed to say that Asgardian. They are also contributing to the peace of the universe." Hal said solemnly, "Joke, I am proficient in the history of the universe. I know too well. What are those little blue dwarfs? Have you heard of the First Army? You know that in order to practice the so-called peace, they instructed the First Army. What did the First Legion do? Definitely, your Green Lantern Corps strictly belongs to the Second-Generation Legion, built by the First Legion after the destruction of the First Legion. Definitely won't know about it." The scientist clenched his fists and rushed towards Hal. The two started a fierce battle, and every confrontation was extremely astonishing. Hal can use the green light ring easily to create a large number of war weapons, green translucent aircraft, tanks, and Gatling cannons, which he can easily bombard the opponent one after another. However, this scientist's combat power exceeded the watch, and he rampaged all the way, smashing Hal's creation into pieces. On the other hand, Wonder Woman is also inseparable from Fiora. The equipment on your body is very strange. So you actually have the blood of the gods on your body, the holy mountain of Olympus. They actually left a legacy on the earth. This is really interesting. There are gods haunting. They're the Green Lantern Corps, and Joe has taken a fancy to you. This tiny planet of yours is really interesting. Fiora sneered and quickly figured out the origins of Wonder Woman Diana. The battle between the two female fighters was the most intense. In the repeated roars, each time the figures staggered, they were fighting with fists to the flesh, extremely frantic. "We have no intention of becoming an enemy of Krypton. Please leave the Earth." Diana was kicked back, forced to take out the Excalibur left to her by Zeus, raised her hand and slashed it, shouting. This was supposed to be an ordinary sword with the power of magic flowing on it, and it hit Fiora with a bang. Fiora's originally contemptuous expression changed instantly, as if she had seen a ghost. When her battle armor was smashed through, she screamed, not only did not fight back, but quickly retreated. Fiora, who was clearly able to get along with Wonder Woman, suddenly became so embarrassed. "Fiora, what happened?" General Zod said solemnly. Fiora gritted her teeth, and a deep fear flashed in her eyes. "We Kryptonians actually lack resistance to magic." In the moment just now, the Godslayer split open her armor, and the magic penetrated in her body, creating scars in an instant. The active and powerful cells in her body actually showed a sense of disgust and rejection. Under the same strength, if the opponent uses magic, I will never win. Fiora gritted her teeth and quickly healed her wounds. At the same time, she endured the countless noises pouring in after the battle armor was broken and let out a painful scream. In a trance, she seemed to understand why the Supreme Council had to shrink its sphere of influence when Krypton was at its peak. This kind of initiative to withdraw from the advanced civilization of the universe, the original root, is here. At least one of the reasons. Magic. Magic. Their family would actually be afraid of this kind of power that is universal in the entire universe. This is fatal, especially at the same level. 10,000 physical attack, 1,000 magic resistance. If you fight against the so-called same-level enemy, magician with 10,000 magic attack. Once at head-on, this is such a situation to be killed in seconds. At this time, Batman, who had been rolling around and frantically fleeing, finally made his move. SHHHHHH. Countless missiles came crashing down. "I don't need to destroy you, just destroy your spacesuits." Batman spoke hoarsely. In this battle, victory is in hand. In this level of combat, the mortal Batman has no sense of existence. His body couldn't hold the enemy's fist, and because he couldn't fly, he was mocked by Green Lantern. But it doesn't matter, because he is enough. You can't adapt to the environment of the Earth. This is your biggest weakness. Batman crouched on a rock in the distance, opened his mouth hoarsely, and at the same time tapped a few times on his bat battle suit. "Good luck to us, guys, and don't get killed by my missiles." Batman said something to Green Lantern and the others. The next moment, the whole person shrank into a ball, and the huge cloak on the outer layer began to melt and solidify rapidly. Many heroes were shocked at that time, and were caught off guard by the operation of Roar that did not attack at all. SHHHHHH. Missiles came swiftly. Many Kryptonians jumped up immediately, planning to escape from the place, but the speed of these missiles was too fast, and the number was terrifying, and they exploded in a bang. The Earth trembled, and deep pits suddenly appeared. The battlesuits of many Kryptonians were damaged. Even if it was just a crack, at this moment it was fatal. Countless noises poured into their minds crazily. Even Zod, with blue veins bursting out his forehead, was struggling to endure this terrifying environment. Before arriving on Earth, they had no super ability at all, and after basking in the sun, their strength skyrocketed, and they could not control their ability at all. "Go ahead and kill them." Batman stood up first and said in a hoarse voice, "Hey, Bat, you never told us you'd do this." Aquaman Arthur stood up, annoyed. "According to my calculations, as long as you are not at the center of the explosion, you will not die. You know us well?" Wonder Woman frowned. "I know each of you. From the moment you appeared, I have been collecting your intelligence." Batman answered, "And be prepared to stab you at any time." This sentence, Batman did not say. In fact, as long as he wanted to, the various types of battle armors that had been stored in the Batcave for a long time could knock the heroes out. Except Superman. Batman raised his head blankly and looked into the distance. According to his calculations and the mental model constructed of all Superman's past behavior, The fierce battle in front of him is spreading losses and will gradually approach Superman's psychological limit. Superman will intervene, and there is an 83% chance of being on their side. It doesn't matter if I don't do it. I also made a plan B to deal with Superman's failure to do it, a plan C after the failure of plan B, and plan D after the failure of plan C. Batman quickly thought about the possibilities. Finally, Superman couldn't hold back, as Batman calculated. Enough. Stop fighting. You destroy the farm. Clark growled angrily. He looked at the devastated land with red eyes, which was the land on which his adoptive parents depended. Destroyed by these bastards, coupled with a series of complex information obtained from the brain power and the double body as a Kryptonian and an Earthling, young Clark is at a loss. You lowly bastards are beyond my expectations. Carl, go away. I'm going to kill all these guys as the highest military commander of Krypton. Zod was the first to adapt to this kind of noise. As a high-level gene owner who has awakening the soldier gene, General Zod's fighting ability is very high. Zod, you can't kill them. As long as I'm here, it's absolutely not allowed. Clark stood in front of Zod and roared in a low voice. His muscles were tense, and his eyes were bloodshot. Zod frowned, and there was a hint of anger in his indifferent mood. But in the end, reason easily overwhelmed his emotions. He glared at Batman and the others, turned around, and left the place. Drag away the wailing subordinates. Carl, I will keep an eye on you. I will wait for you to call that god roar, but my patience is limited, Zod said in a cold voice, and flew into the sky with a bang. Returned to the mothership. All the heroes looked at each other. Is this the crisis temporarily lifted? Superman, what do they want? Which god does roar call? Diana asked first. The hero here, everyone is afraid of Superman's combat power, but she is the only one who doesn't. Instead, she stares at Superman with a feeling of eagerness to try. Superman responded with silence. He is not sure what kind of waves he will cause if he spreads the message of the god of Krypton. Many heroes stood for a while, and finally chose to leave temporarily. They have their own city to protect. Before leaving, Green Lantern entangled Batman, who boarded the Bat Fighter again. I found that you are very insidious. You have no super ability, and you can't fly, but your brain is very useful. Green Lantern circled around Batman. Batman said hoarsely, "Thank you. I have a question. What would you do if Superman didn't stop the fight at the end?" "Then I'll force Superman to stop it." "How exactly?" "Cry. There's nothing more useful to him than an Earthling cry." Batman's face was blank. Green Lantern instantly petrifies. He looked at the ordinary person in front of him, and suddenly a deep awe rose. "You can really do this kind of thing? So you are such a dark knight." Batman showed a cold smile. "You think I can't do it?" Hee, this Green Lantern, like Era, is still too young. Is there any dark thing in this world that my Batman can't do? Soon, everyone left, leaving only the solitary Superman standing there, staring dully at his dilapidated farm, where the great cornfield was destroyed. "It seems that I'm going to find a job, otherwise I'll be hungry this year." At the same time, Metropolis, Lex Building, possessing a full 12-level wisdom. Lex Luthor, the leader of the Lex Group, is looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. In his ears, the sounds from the farm resounded. Really, it's really interesting, the god of Krypton. Is there a real god in this world? Luthor took off his earphones and crushed them, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Really, I heard something amazing. Kryptonians still have this kind of value. Exactly. I found a Kryptonian spaceship in the North Pole, and it seems to have something to do with this Superman. But it doesn't matter, it's mine now. Luthor took out the wine glass and poured himself a glass of red wine gracefully, shaking it gently while squinting out the window. He easily deciphered the defense system of the Arctic spaceship, which was easy for him who had the strongest wisdom in the multi-universe. Found something amazing. Forbidden experiment, Doomsday. Interesting, I just don't know how this Doomsday compares to the god of Krypton. It appears that the crisis has come to an end for now. General Zod's mothership is always in the atmosphere, and there is no other action other than contact with Superman. But the more this calm, the more anxious the earthly people are. The sword of Damocles is always hanging above the head, and it will be cut off at any time. Occasionally, the Superman will fly to the mothership, not knowing what to do. In 3 more days, we will drain the code of life from your body. General Zod put his hands behind his back, looked at Clark, who was pressed on the operating table, and said indifferently, "With the code of life, a large number of babies of various occupations can be produced soon, and after more than 10 years, a brand new Kryptonian race will appear. He will be the king of the Kryptonian civilization." But Zod was visibly absent-minded. What if he became the king of the new Krypton? The racial defect of fearing magic made Zod feel devastated. He has already planned to train a group of scientist Kryptonians, first to develop anti-magic armor. "Clark, my patience is limited. When did you summon that god?" General Zod said impatiently. Clark was silent for a while, then whispered, "I think the time is not ripe. I'm still hesitation." Zod snorted coldly. In fact, he was also hesitation in his heart. Anxiety, fear, expectation, all kinds of complex emotions are intertwined. He hopes that in this vast world, there really exists a god of Krypton who will spread the glory of Krypton all over the multi-universe. At the same time, I'm also afraid, worried that all this is false. After a while, Clark left the mothership in despair and flew back to Earth. He looked down, looking at the farm with a large number of vehicles and scientific researchers wandering, and his heart became more and more agitated. Since that war, a bunch of Lex Group scientists have come to the farm, saying they want to study aliens, and they have carried out a plow-like search, not letting go of every hair. To put it bluntly, it is collecting cells. Clark didn't bother to pay attention to this. He just clung to the S necklace on his chest, hesitating whether to crush this thing. That night, Metropolis, a deafening mad roar resounded through this super city, and in an instant, tens of millions of citizens were frightened, looked up in confusion, and looked in a certain direction. "That's Lex Building. What happened?" "It's such a terrible sound. It shattered the glass." "Is it possible that it was just a roar that spread throughout the city?" "I always feel that there is something wrong with this roar. It sounds like the cry of a beast." All the citizens were alarmed and apprehensive. Too many things have happened recently. Not to mention the active supercriminals, there's also a Krypton spacecraft in outer space. Many citizens fell into unprecedented depression and anxiety. The Lex Building at the moment. A burly monster covered in pitch black stood on the roof and roared wildly, staring at this strange world with blood-red eyes. Although it has just been born, the desire for destruction deep in its genes controls everything in it. Destroy everything in front of you and drive your own evolution. This is Doomsday. It's really a crazy monster. Could it be that the developed cosmic civilization of Krypton has listed this thing as a taboo experiment? Luther stood in the distance, observing with a telescope, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. He was so happy, especially this self-evolving monster was created by him using Kryptonian cells little by little. When he thought of this, he was even more happy. Such a sturdy monster, tyrannical, cruel, irrational, with only endless killing and destruction instincts, directly hit Lex's heart, the weapon that he most desires. Doomsday is the perfect monster. He, in the face of such a monster, Superman, or Clark, what should you do? Luther looked at this scene strangely and smiled. As for the true identity of Superman, Luther, who is full of wisdom, has long known, and he can even think of it. But even though he is extremely jealous of Superman's strength, and even hates Superman for distorting the thinking and cognition of the people of the Earth, he still does not do anything about Superman's true identity. In fact, the true identities of some of the often active superhero to some clever villains are no secret at all. For example, Batman's real identity is the boss of Wayne Group. Luther knows it, and Joker knows it too. But Luther and Joker just focused on staring at Batman, and neither had trouble with Bruce Wayne. Like Batman in the main universe, he will focus on hiding his true identity and he will not admit that he is Bruce Wayne when he kills him, which is still a fig leaf. But like Batman of New 52 Earth, he is obviously a mortal who can fall with one shot. But when he was pulling the members of Zhongli into a party, he appeared directly as his real identity, and he didn't hide it at all. But Joker, a crazy villain, still didn't directly attack Bruce Wayne, but focused on Batman. I'm looking for Batman. What are you doing with this playboy? Get out of here and call Batman. This is the self-esteem of a smart villain. Unless he is forced, he will never attack his true identity. It is pointless to do so. I'm looking forward to watching how Superman defeats the natural enemies of the Kryptonians. Luthor shook the red wine glass and enjoyed it quietly. Roar. Clark came over and looked at the monster in front of him with a shocked expression. From the other side, he clearly felt the breath of his family. What is this? Clark was shocked. Doomsday roared, turned his head abruptly, stared at Clark. A terrifying energy wave erupted all over his body, and the next moment his eyes suddenly turned red. Puff! A hot line of sight shot straight to Clark. Clark was horrified, his face changed wildly, and he also shot a hot gaze to Bang. Comparable results are Clark was defeated and was knocked into the air in embarrassment. It's so strong, but it suddenly became so much stronger. Clark looked at the burly monster with fear. At the moment, even General Zod from outer space noticed this monster and looked horrified. General Zod, this thing is... The scientist said angrily. I know what this is. My authority on Krypton is higher than yours. Zod gritted his teeth with hatred. Doomsday! How can there be a Doomsday on Earth? This is the #1 natural enemy of the Kryptonians. Zod flew out of the spaceship with a bang and went straight to Metropolis, while roaring, Carl, call that one immediately. Don't hesitation. This is Doomsday, the biochemical monster that nearly destroyed Krypton with his own power. Clark's scalp was numb. He gritted his teeth, took out the necklace from his chest, and pinched it hard. Snapped. The necklace shattered, and a piece of the mechanical body suddenly burst open. At the same time, along with the shattering of the machine, a peculiar wave suddenly came out, as if the mechanical necklace was alive, and at the moment of being destroyed, it sent a signal to the body. Well, I'm still wondering, when will you choose to summon me? Carl, you did a great job. Vaguely, Clark seemed to hear a vague voice. The god of Krypton responded to him. Marvel Almighty Universe. Since he sent Carl to the DC Almighty Universe, David has been busy with his own business, trying his best to digest the results of the 4 Chaos Gods. Earth, white magic, black magic, devour. These 4 kinds of divine power that point directly to the source have been completely devoured by me. On this day, David slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were cold. Too much divine power has already gathered on him, swallowed and mastered by him. Now, only the ultimate origin, the god of life, remains. I still don't understand. What exactly do you want to do? Destroying the world tree divine element will not bring you enough power, but why are you still obsessed with doing it? Beside the infinite gems hexahedron that was casually placed on the table, Gia's voice came out. During these days, Gia had been silently observing this terrifying man and even knew that it was this guy who had almost buried the development achievements of the World Tree System over hundreds of millions of years. There is nothing more tragic than the destruction of the 4 Chaos Gods. David glanced at it and said lightly, Forget it, it's okay to tell you. I'm here to build a complete Kryptonian god system, a god system that can compete with another Krypton god system. What are you talking about? Gia whispered. David snorted and didn't respond. On the DC side, there's a complete Kryptonian god system, and the 4 major Kryptonian gods are high above, overlooking everything indifferently, watching the Krypton planets in the universe one by one go to decline. To say that there is no problem in this, I wouldn't believe it if I killed David. In particular, David himself has his own god genes, and once he arrives in the DC world, he will be immediately targeted by the group of Krypton gods. Establishing his own god system and completely getting rid of the bloodline suppression of the Kryptonian god system on the Kryptonians is what David has been doing. Otherwise, pulling one's own army to DC and being looked at by those Kryptonian gods with a single glance, wasted most of it would undoubtedly be a terrible thing. But this kind of information, there's no need to tell Gia. In any case, Gia is just a slave whose entire mind has been penetrated by him. At this time, a strange fluctuation occurred. David's movements were abrupt, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is the trace of consciousness I put into the mechanical necklace was destroyed, much faster than I expected. There was a smile in the corner of David's mouth, but this smile quietly added a bit of grimness, which frightened Gia, who had been watching David. For the first time, she looked on David. Look, Gia, an era is coming to an end, and you will end the world tree god system. David stood up suddenly, grabbed Lucci's powerful will, and instantly invaded, and began to forcibly manipulate Gia's consciousness. Following the connection, he locked the source of the world tree again. Gia let out a shrill sound. Roar! David raised his foot and stepped forward, and in an instant he followed this connection and went to that extremely secret world with a bang. An incomparably huge world tree is lying in front of you. This is a great tree that seems to run through countless universes. Every insignificant branch is brewing with a terrifying divine light, and one after another divine power rules are lingering in it, brewing endless mystery. The entire Marvel system, with more than 70% of the gods, can find the source on this world tree. God of Life, this is the second time we meet. What really surprises me is that you didn't run away. David stood with his hands behind his back, standing in front of the world tree, looked up and exclaimed in amazement, and finally he focused his attention on a certain god who had just woken up from his slumber. Why run away? Even if I run away, I will be found by you sooner or later. The God of Life slowly opened his sleepy eyes, stared at David, then looked at Gia, and sighed. Oh, my poor daughter has become like this, but at least it's much better than my other 3 children. The God of Life definitely knew about David, a newly rising existence, especially last time he and this young man looked at each other. I didn't expect that a miracle like yours would be born in the divine world I created. The God of Life looked at David, looked at it for a while, and sighed. God of evolution, God of machinery, and your peculiar genetic system, the God of Krypton. I guess you are not this multi-universe life, right? David said calmly. Yes, you guessed it right. My background has nothing to do with this multi-universe. Sure. So which world are you from? Second multi-universe? Third multi-universe? Or sixth multi-universe? Asked the God of Life. In this regard, David looked calm. There's no need to tell you this. You are dying anyway. When you die, I will have the opportunity to obtain all your legacy to achieve my purpose. The Marvel Almighty Universe has 6 existing multi-universes, the second to the 7th multi-universe respectively, and the world they live in is the 7th multi-universe. The 8th multi-universe, brand new and different, will not be born until the first firmament is resurrected. However, David didn't care about these. He slaughtered the world tree god system and built Gia's Arkansas. The world he was going to was another almighty universe of the same level as the Marvel Almighty Universe. DC, the place of origin of Krypton, is where David intends to go, where he will complete the crucial metamorphosis, go one step further with a more complete life form, and completely complement himself. The great God of Life, go all the way without giving up. Standing in front of the vast and endless ancient world tree, David made a bold move. Boom! Hit hard. In the turbulent, it tore apart all the rules in front of him and hit the God of Life with a bang. Amazing power, strange system. The God of Life sighed and quickly raised his hand. In an instant, endless divine power gathered in the palm of his hand and turned into a terrifying divine power light group. He immediately raised his hand and gently tossed it forward. Boom! Exploded by David's punch. Endless chaos was created, countless divine powers were surging, and fierce conflicts broke out with each other. At the moment, the ancient world tree also began to vibrate with the will of the God of Life. In an instant, A large number of branches suddenly attacked, and every slightest shake can cause countless waves of terror. Time was erased, space was broken down, dimensions were even more dilapidated, and a large number of concepts were constantly torn and condensed. The combined force of the god of life and the ancient world tree is condensing together to fight against David.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.